Preface to the second edition of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Preface to the second edition. The second edition of this work, notwithstanding a large impression of the first, is a certificate from the world of its general acceptation. So we need not, according to the custom of editors, boast of it without evidence, or tell a F.B. in its favor. The subject is singular, and it has been handled after a singular manner. The wise world has been pleased with it, the merry world has been diverted with it, and the ignorant world has been taught by it. None but the malicious part of the world has been offended at it. Who can wonder that when the devil is not pleased, his friends should be angry? The strangest thing of it all is to hear Satan complain that the story is handled profanely. But who can think it strange that his advocates should be what he was from the beginning? The author affirms, and has good vouchers for it, in the opinions of such whose judgment passes with him for an authority, that the whole tenor of the work is solemn, calculated to promote serious religion, and capable of being improved in a religious manner. But he does not think that we are bound never to speak of the devil, but with an air of terror, as if we were always afraid of him. 'Tis evident the devil, as subtle and as frightful as he is, has acted the ridiculous and foolish part as much as most of God's creatures, and daily does so, and he cannot believe 'tis any sin to expose him for a foolish devil as he is, or show the world that he may be laughed at. Those who think the subject not handled with gravity enough have all the room given them in the world to handle it better, and as the author professes, he is far from thinking his piece is perfect. They ought not to be angry that he gives them leave to mend it. He has had the satisfaction to please some readers, and to see good men approve it, and for the rest, as my Lord Rochester says in another case, he counts their censure fame. As for a certain reverend gentleman who is pleased gravely to dislike the work, he hopes rather for the author's sake than the devil's. He only says, let the performance be how it will, and the author what he will. It is apparent he has not yet preached away all his hearers. It is enough to me, says the author, that the devil himself is not pleased with my work, and less with the design of it. Let the devil and all his fellow complainers stand on one side, and the honest, well-meaning, charitable world, who approve my work, on the other, and I'll count noses with Satan, if he dares. End of Preface to the second edition. Part 1, Chapter 1 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 1. The History of the Devil, etc. Chapter 1, being an introduction to the whole work. I doubt not but the title of this book will amuse some of my reading friends a little at first. They will make a pause, perhaps as they do at a witch's prayer, and be some time resolving whether they had best look into it or no, lest they should really raise the devil by reading his story. Children and old women have told themselves so many frightful things of the devil, and have formed ideas of him in their minds in so many horrible and monstrous shapes, that really if it were enough to fright the devil himself, to meet himself in the dark, dressed up in the several figures which imagination has formed for him in the minds of men, and as for themselves, I cannot think by any means that the devil would terrify them half so much if they were to converse face to face with him. It must certainly, therefore, be a most useful undertaking to give the true history of this tyrant of the air, this god of the world, this terror and diversion of mankind, which we call devil, to show what he is and what he is not, where he is and where he is not, when he is in us and when he is not. For I cannot doubt but that the devil is really and bona fide in a great many of our honest, weak-headed friends, when they themselves know nothing of the matter. Nor is the work so difficult as some may imagine. The devil's history is not so hard to come at as it seems to be. His original and the first rise of his family is upon record, and as for his conduct, he has acted indeed in the dark, as to method in many things, but in general, as cunning as he is, he has been fool enough to expose himself in some of the most considerable transactions of his life, and has not shown himself a politician at all. Our old friend Machiavel outdid him in many things, and I may in the process of this work give an account of several of the sons of Adam, and some societies of them too, who have outwitted the devil, nay, who have outsinned the devil, and that I think may be called outshooting him in his own bow. It may perhaps be expected of me in this history, that since I seem inclined to speak favorably of Satan, to do him justice, and to write his story impartially, I should take some pains to tell you what religion he is of, and even this part may not be so much a jest as at first sight you may take it to be. For Satan has something of religion in him, I assure you, nor is he such an unprofitable devil that way, as some may suppose him to be. For though, in reverence to my brethren, I will not reckon him among the clergy, no, not so much as a gifted brother, yet I cannot deny but that he often preaches, and if it not be profitably to his hearers, 'tis as much their fault as it is out of his design. It has indeed been suggested that he has taken orders, and that a certain pope, famous for being an extraordinary favorite of his, gave him both institution and induction, but as this is not upon record, and therefore we have no authentic document for the probation, I shall not affirm it for a truth, for I would not slander the devil. It is said also, and I am apt to believe it, that he was very familiar with that holy father, Pope Sylvester II, and some charge him with personating Pope Hildebrand on an extraordinary occasion, and himself sitting in the chair apostolic, in a full congregation, and you may hear more of this hereafter. But as I do not meet with Pope Diabolus among the list, and all Father Platina's Lives of the Pope, so I am willing to leave it as I find it. But to speak to the point, and a nice point it is, I acknowledge, namely, what religion the devil is of, my answer will indeed be general, yet not at all ambiguous, for I love to speak positively, and with undoubted evidence. First, he is a believer, and if in saying so it should follow that even the devil has more religion than some of our men of fame can at this time be charged with, I hope my Lord Blank and his Grace the Blank of Blank, and some of the upper class in the Red Hot Club, will not wear the coat, however well it may sit to their shapes, or challenge the satyr, as if it were pointed at them, because 'tis due to them. In a word, whatever their lordships are, I can assure them that the devil is no infidel. Second, he fears God. We have such abundant history of this in sacred history, that if I were not at present, in common with a few others, talking to an infidel sort of gentleman, with whom those remote things called scriptures are not allowed in evidence, I might say it was sufficiently proved. But I doubt not in the process of this undertaking to show that the devil really fears God, and that after another manner than ever he feared St. Francis or St. Dunstan, and if that be proved, as I take upon me to advance, I shall leave it to judgment. Who's the better Christian? The devil who believes and trembles, or a modern gentry of blank who believe neither God nor devil. Having thus brought the devil within the pale, I shall leave him among you for the present, not but that I may examine in its order who has the best claim to his brotherhood, the Papists or the Protestants, and among the latter the Lutherans or the Calvinists, and so descending to all the several denominations of churches, see who is less of the devil in them, and who more, and whether less or more the devil has not a seat in every synagogue, a pew in every church, a place in every pulpit, and a vote in every synod, even from the Sanhedrin of the Jews to our friends at the Bull and Mouth, etc., from the greatest to the least. It will, I confess, come very much within the compass of this part of my discourse to give an account, or at least make an essay toward it, of the share the devil has had in the spreading religion in the world, and especially of dividing and subdividing opinions in religion, perhaps to eke it out and make it reach the farther, and also to show how far he is or has made himself a missionary of the famous clan de propaganda fide. It is true, we find him heartily employed in almost every corner of the world, ad propagandum errorum, but that may require a history by itself. As to his propagating religion, 'tis a little hard indeed at first sight to charge the devil with propagating religion, that is to say, if we take it literally and in the gross, but if you take it as the Scots insist it, to take the oath of fidelity, viz., with an explanation, it is plain Satan has very often had a share in the method, if not in the design of propagating the Christian faith. For example, I think I do no injury at all to the devil to say that he had a great hand in the old Holy War, as it was ignorantly and enthusiastically called, stirring up the Christian princes and powers of Europe to run a maddening after the Turks and Saracens and make war with those innocent people above 1,000 miles off, only because they entered into God's heritage when he had forsaken it, grazed upon his ground when he had fairly turned it into a common and laid it open for the next comer, spending their nation's treasure and embarking their kings and people, I say, in a war above 1,000 miles off, filling their heads with that religious madness called in those days holy zeal, to recover the terra sancta, the sepulchres of Christ and the saints, and as they called it falsely, the holy city, though true religion says it was the accursed city, and not worth spending one drop of blood for. This religious bubble was certainly of Satan, who, as he craftily drew them in, so like a true devil he left them in the lurch when they came there, faced about to the Saracens, animated the immortal Saladin against them, and managed so dexterously that he left the bones of about 13 or 1400,000 Christians there as a trophy of his infernal politics. And after the Christian world had run a la Santa Terra, or in English a sauntering, about 100 year, he dropped it to play another game less foolish, but 10 times wickeder than that which went before it, namely, turning the cruzados of the Christians one against another, and as Hudibras said in another case, made them fight like mad or drunk for Dame Religion as for punk. Of this you have a complete account in the history of the Pope's decrees against the Count de Toulouse and the Waldenists and Albigenses, with the cruzados and massacres which followed upon them, wherein, to do the devil's politics some justice, he met with all the success he could desire. The zealots of that day executed his infernal orders most punctually, and planted religion in those countries in a glorious and triumphant manner, upon the destruction of an infinite number of innocent people, whose blood has fattened the soil for the growth of the Catholic faith in a manner very particular, and to Satan's full satisfaction. I might, to complete this part of his history, give you the detail of his progress in these first steps of his alliances with Rome, and add a long list of massacres, wars, and expeditions in behalf of religion, which he has had the honor to have a visible hand in, such as the Parisian massacre, the Flemish War under the Duke d'Alva, the Smithfield fires in the Marian days in England, and the massacres in Ireland, all which would effectively convince us that the devil has not been idle in his business. But I may meet with these again in my way. 'Tis enough, while I am upon the generals only, to mention them thus in a summary way. I say, 'tis enough to prove that the devil has really been as much concerned as anybody in the methods taken by some people for propagating the Christian religion in the world. Some have rashly, and I had almost said maliciously, charged the devil with the great triumphs of his friends, the Spaniards, in America, and would place the conquest of Mexico and Peru to the credit of his account. But I cannot join with them in this at all. I must say I believe the devil was innocent of that matter. My reason is, because Satan was never such a fool as to spend his time or his politics, or embark his allies to conquer nations who were already his own, that would be Satan against Beelzebub, making war upon himself, and at least doing nothing to the purpose. If they should charge him, indeed, with deluding Philip II of Spain into that preposterous attempt called the Armada, Anglesey, the Spanish invasion, I should indeed more readily join with them. But whether he did it weakly in hope, which was indeed not likely, that it should succeed, or wickedly, to destroy that great fleet of the Spaniards and draw them within the reach of his own dominions, the elements, this being a question which authors differ exceedingly about, I shall leave it to decide itself. But the greatest piece of management which we find the devil has concerned himself in of late, in the matter of religion, seems to be that the mission into China, and here indeed Satan has acted his masterpiece. It was, no doubt, much for his service that the Chineses should have no insight into matters of religion, I mean, that we call Christian, and therefore, though popery and the devil are not at so much variance as some may imagine, yet he did not think it safe to let the general system of Christianity be heard of among them in China. Hence, when the name of the Christian religion had but been received with some seeming approbation in the country of Japan, Satan immediately, as if alarmed at the thing, and dreading what the consequence of it might be, armed the Japanese against it with such fury that they expelled it at once. It was much safer to his designs when, if the story be not a fiction, he put the Dutch witticism into the mouths of the States commanders when they came to Japan, who, having more wit than to own themselves Christian in such a place as that, when the question was put to them, answered negatively, that they were not, but they were of another religion called Hollanders. However, it seems the diligent Jesuits outwitted the devil in China, and, as I said above, overshot him in his own bow. For the mission being in danger by the devil, and the Chinese emperors joining together, of being wholly expelled thereto, as they had been in Japan, they cunningly fell in with the ecclesiastics of the country, and joining the priestcraft of both religions together, they brought Jesus Christ and Confucius to be so reconcilable that the Chinese and the Roman idolatry appeared capable of a confederacy, of going on hand in hand together, and consequently of being very good friends. This was a masterpiece indeed, and, as they say, almost frightened Satan out of his wits. But he, being a ready manager, and particularly famous for serving himself of the rogueries of the priests, faced about immediately to the mission, and making a virtue of necessity, clapped in with all possible alacrity with the proposal. So the Jesuits and he formed a hodgepodge of religion made up of popery and Confucius together, and formally christening them by the name of religion, by which means the politic interest of the mission was preserved. And yet Satan lost not 1 inch of ground with the Chineses, no, not by the planting the gospel itself, such as it was, among them. Nor has it been such disadvantage to him that this plan or scheme of a new modeled religion would not go down at Rome, and that the Inquisition damned it with bell, book, and candle. Distance of place served his new allies, the missionaries, in the stead of a protection from the Inquisition, and now and then a rich present well placed found them friends in the congregation itself. And where any nuncio with his impudent zeal pretended to take such a long voyage to oppose them, Satan took care to get him sent back re infecta, or inspired the millions to move him off the premises by methods of their own, that is to say, being interpreted, to murther him. Thus the mission has in itself been truly devilish, and the devil has interested himself in the planting the Christian religion in China. The influence the devil has in the politics of mankind is another especial part of his history, and would require, if it were possible, a very exact description. But here we shall necessarily be obliged to inquire so nicely into the arcana of circumstances, and unlock the cabinets of state in so many courts, canvass the councils of ministers and the conduct of princes so fully, and expose them so much, that it may perhaps make a combustion among the great politicians abroad, and in doing that we may come so near home too, that though personal safety and prudentials forbid our meddling with our own country, we may be taken in a double entendre, and fall unpitied for being only suspected of touching truths that are so tender, whether we are guilty or no. On these accounts I must meddle the less with that part, at least for the present. Being it that the devil has had a share in some of the late councils of Europe, influencing them this way or that to his own advantage, what is it to us? For example, what if he has had any concern in the late affair of Thorn? What need we put it upon him, seeing his confederates, the Jesuits, with the assessorial tribune of Poland, take it upon themselves? I shall leave that part to the issue of time. I wish it were as easy to persuade the world that he had no hand in bringing the injured Protestants to leave the justice due to the cries of Protestant blood to the arbitrament of a popish power. Who dare say that the devil must be in it, if justice should be obtained that way? I should rather say the devil is in it, or else it would never be expected. It occurs next to inquire from the premises whether the devil has had more influence or less in the affairs of the world now than he had in the former ages, and this will depend upon comparing as we go along his methods and way of working in past times, and the modern politics by which he acts in our days, with the differing reception which he has met with among the men of such distant ages. But there is so much to inquire of about the devil before we can bring his story down to our modern times, that we must for the present let them drop, and look a little back to the remoter parts of his history, drawing his picture that people may know him when they meet him, and see who and what he is, and what he has been doing ever since he got leave to act in the high station he now appears in. In the meantime, if I might obtain leave to present an humble petition to Satan, it should be that he would, according to modern usage, oblige us all with writing the history of his own times. 'Twould, as well as one that has gone before it, be a devilish good one, for as to the sincerity of the performance, the authority of the particulars, the justice of the characters, etc., if there were no better vouched, no more consistent with themselves, with charity, with truth, and with the honor of an historian, than the last of that kind which came abroad among us, it must be a reproach to the devil himself to be the author of it. Were Satan to be brought under the least obligation to write truth, and that the matters of fact which he should write might be depended upon, he is certainly qualified by his knowledge of things to be a complete historian, nor could the bishop himself, who, by the way, has given us already the devil of a history, come up to him. Milton's Pandemonium, though an excellent dramatic performance, would appear a mere trifling sing-song business beneath the dignity of Chevy Chase. The devil could give us a true account of all the civil wars in heaven, how and by whom and in what manner he lost the day there, and was obliged to quit the field. The fiction of his refusing to acknowledge and submit to the Messiah, upon his being declared generalissimo of the heavenly forces, which Satan expected himself, as the eldest officer, and his not being able to brook another to be put in over his head. I say, that fine-spun thought of Mr. Milton would appear to be strained too far, and only serve to convince us that he, Milton, knew nothing of the matter. Satan knows very well that the Messiah was not declared to be the Son of God with power till by and after the resurrection from the dead, and that all power was then given him in heaven and earth, and not before, so that Satan's rebellion must derive from other causes, and upon other occasions, as he himself can doubtless give us an account, if he thinks fit, and of which we shall speak further in this work. What a fine history might this old gentleman write of the antediluvian world, and of all the weighty affairs, as well of state as of religion, which happened during the 1500 years of the patriarchal administration. Who like him could give up a full and complete account of the deluge, whether it was a mere vindictive, a blast from heaven, wrought by a supernatural power in the way of miracle, or whether, according to Mr. Burnet's theory, it was a consequence following antecedent causes by the mere necessity of nature, seen in constitution, natural position, and unavoidable working of things, as by the theory published by that learned enthusiast it seems to be. Satan could easily account for all the difficulties of the theory, and tell us whether, as there was a natural necessity of the deluge, there is not the like necessity and natural tendency to a conflagration at last. Would the devil exert himself as an historian for our improvement and diversion, how glorious an account could he give us of Noah's voyage round the world in the famous ark. He could resolve all the difficulties about the building it, the furnishing it, and the laying up provision in it for all the collection of kinds that he had made. He could tell us whether all the creatures came volunteer to him to go into the ark, or whether he went a-hunting for several years before in order to bring them together. He could give us a true relation how he wheedled the people of the next world into the absurd, ridiculous undertaking of building a Babel, how far that stupendous staircase, which was in imagination to reach up to heaven, was carried, before it was interrupted and the builders confounded, how their speech was altered, how many tongues it was divided into, or whether they were divided at all, and how many subdivisions or dialects have been made since that, by which very few of God's creatures, except the brutes, understand one another, or care one farthing whether they do or no. In all these things, Satan, who no doubt would make a very good chronologist, could settle every epocha, correct every calendar, and bring all our accounts of time to a general agreement, as well the Grecian Olympiads, the Turkish Hegira, the Chinese fictitious account of the world's duration, as our blind Julian and Gregorian accounts, which have put the world to this day into such confusion that we neither agree in our holy days or working days, fasts or feasts, nor keep the same Sabbaths in any part of the same globe. This great antiquary could bring us to a certainty in all the difficulties of ancient story, and tell us whether the tale of the siege of Troy and the rape of Helen was a fable of Homer or a history, whether the fictions of the poets are formed from their own brain or founded in facts, and whether letters were invented by Cadmus the Phoenician, who dictated immediately from heaven at Mount Sinai. Nay, he could tell us how and in what manner he wheedled Eve, deluded Adam, put Cain into a passion, till he made him murder his own brother, and made Noah, who was above 500 years a preacher of righteousness, turn sot in his old age, dishonor all his ministry, debauch himself with wine, and by getting drunk and exposing himself, become the jest and laughing-stock of his children, and of all his posterity to this day. And would Satan, according to the modern practice of the late Right Reverend historian, enter into the characters of the great men of his age, how should we be diverted, with the just history of Adam in paradise and out of it, his character and how he behaved at and after his expulsion, how Cain wandered in the land of Nod, what the mark was which God set upon him, whose daughter his wife was, and how big the city was he built there, according to a certain poet of noble extraction. How Cain in the land of Nod, when the rascal was alone, like an owl in an ivory tod, built a city as big as Rhone. Rochester. He could have certainly drawn Eve's picture, told us every feature in her face and every inch in her shape, whether she was a perfect beauty or no, and whether with the fall she did grow crooked, ugly, ill-natured, and a scold, as the learned Valdemar suggests to be the effects of the curse. Descending to the character of the patriarchs in that age, he might no doubt give us in particular the characters of Belus, worshipped under the name of Baal, with Satan and Jupiter his successors, who they were here, and how they behaved with all the pharaohs of Egypt, the Abimelechs of Canaan, and the great monarchs of Assyria and Babylon. Hence also he is able to write the lives of all the heroes of the world, from Alexander of Macedon to Louis XIV, and from Augustus to the great King George. Nor could the bishop himself go beyond him for flattery, any more than the devil himself could go beyond the bishop for falsehood. I could enlarge with a particular satisfaction upon the many fine things which Satan, rummaging his inexhaustible storehouse of slander, could set down to blacken the characters of good men, and load the best princes of the world with infamy and reproach. But we shall never prevail with him, I doubt, to do mankind so much service as resolving all those difficulties would be, for he has an indelible grudge against us, as he believes, and perhaps is assured, that men were at first created by his sovereign, to the intent that after a certain state of probation in life, such as them as shall be approved, are appointed to fill up those vacancies in the heavenly host, which were made by the abdication and expulsion of him, the devil, and his angels, so that man is appointed to come in Satan's stead, to make good the breach and enjoy all those ineffable joys and beatitudes which Satan enjoyed before his fall. No wonder, then, that the devil swells with envy and rage at mankind in general, and at the best of them in particular. Nay, the granting this point is giving an unanswerable reason why the devil practices with such unwearied and indefatigable application upon the best men, if possible, to disappoint God Almighty's decree, and that he should not find enough among the whole race to be proper subjects of his clemency, and qualified to succeed the devil and his host, or fill up the places vacant by the fall. It is true indeed, the devil, who we have reason to say is no fool, ought to know better than to suppose that if he should seduce the whole race of mankind, and make them as bad as himself, he could, by that success of his wickedness, thwart or disappoint the determined purposes of heaven, but that those who are appointed to inherit the thrones which he and his followers abdicated and were deposed from, shall certainly be preserved in spite of his devices for that inheritance, and shall have the possession secured to them, notwithstanding all the devil and all the host of hell can do to prevent it. But however he knows the certainty of this, and that when he endeavors the seducing the chosen servants of the Most High, he fights against God himself, struggles with irresistible grace, and makes war with infinite power, undermining the church of God and that faith in him which is fortified with the eternal promises of Jesus Christ, that the gates of hell, that is to say the devil and all his power, shall not prevail against them. I say, however he knows the impossibility that there is that he should obtain his needs, yet so blind is his rage to infatuate his wisdom, that he cannot refrain breaking himself to pieces against this mountain, and splitting against the rock, qui Jupiter vult perdere, hos dementat. But to leave the serious part, which is a little too solemn for the account of this rebel, seeing we are not to expect he will write his own history for our information and diversion. I shall see if I cannot write it for him. In order to do this, I shall extract the substance of his whole story, from the beginning to our own times, which I shall collect out of what is come to hand, whether by revelation or inspiration. That's nothing to him. I shall take care to improve my intelligence, as we may make my account of him authentic, and, in a word, such as the devil himself shall not be able to contradict. In writing this uncouth story, I shall be freed from the censures of the critics in a more than ordinary manner, upon one account especially, viz., that my story shall be so just and so well grounded, and after all the good things I shall say of Satan will be so little to his satisfaction, that the devil himself will not be able to say, I dealt with the devil in writing it. I may perhaps give you some account where I had my intelligence, and how all the arcana of his management have come to my hands. But pardon me, gentlemen, this would be to betray conversation, and to discover my agents, and you know statesmen are very careful to preserve the correspondences they keep in the enemy's country, lest they expose their friends to the resentment of the power whose counsels they betray. Besides, the learned tell us that ministers of state make an excellent plea of their not betraying their intelligence against all party inquiries into the great sums of money pretended to be paid for secret service, and whether the secret service was to bribe people to betray things abroad or at home, whether the money was paid to some body or to no body, employed to establish correspondences abroad, or to establish families and amass treasure at home. In a word, whether it was to serve their country or serve themselves, it has been the same thing, and the same plea has been their protection. Likewise, in the important affair which I am upon, 'tis hoped you will not desire me to betray my correspondence, for you know Satan is naturally cruel and malicious, and who knows what he might do to show his resentment? At least it might endanger a stop of our intelligence for the future. And yet before I have done, I shall make it very clear that however my information may be secret and difficult, that yet I came very honestly by it, and shall make a very good use of it. For 'tis a great mistake in those who think that an acquaintance with the affairs of the devil may not be made very useful to us all. They that know no evil can know no good, and as the learned tell us, that a stone taken out of the head of a toad is a good antidote against poison, so a competent knowledge of the devil and all his ways may be the best help to make us defy the devil and all his works. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. The History of the Devil, etc.
Part 1, Chapter 2 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 2. Of the word devil, as it is a proper name to the devil, and any or all his host, angels, etc. It is a question not yet determined by the learned, whether the word devil be a singular, that is to say, the name of a person standing by himself, or a noun of multitude. If it be a singular, and so must be used personally only as a proper name, it consequently implies one imperial devil, monarch or king of the whole clan of hell, justly distinguished by the term the devil, or as the Scots call him, the muckle horn deal, or as others in a wilder dialect, the devil of hell, that is to say, the devil of a devil, or better still, as the Scripture expresses it by way of emphasis, the great red dragon, the devil and Satan. But if we take this word to be as above a noun of multitude, and so to be used ambidexter as occasion presents, singular or plural, then the devil signifies Satan by himself, or Satan with all his legions at his heels, as you please, more or less. And this way of understanding the word, as it may be very convenient for my purpose, in the account I am now to give of the infernal powers, so it is not altogether improper in the nature of the thing. It is thus expressed in Scripture, where the person possessed, Matthew 4:24, is first said to be possessed of the devil, singular, and our Saviour asks him, as speaking to a single person, What is thy name? And is answered in the plural and singular together, My name is Legion, for we are many. Nor will it be any wrong to the devil, supposing him a single person, seeing entitling him to the conduct of all his inferior agents is what he will take rather for an addition to his infernal glory than a diminution or lessening of him in the extent of his fame. Having thus articled with the devil for liberty of speech, I shall talk of him sometimes in the singular as a person, and sometimes in the plural as an host of devils or of infernal spirits, just as occasion requires, and as the history of his affairs makes necessary. But before I enter upon any part of his history, the nature of the thing calls me back, and my Lord B. of in his late famous orations in defence of liberty summons me to prove that there is such a thing or such a person as the devil, and in short, unless I can give some evidence of his existence, as my Lord said very well, I am talking of nobody. D me, sir, says a graceless comrade of his to a great man, your grace will go to the devil. D ye, sir, says the D then I shall go nowhere. I wonder where you intend to go. Nay, to the D too, I doubt, says Graceless, for I am almost as wicked as my Lord Duke. Duke, thou art a silly empty dog, says the and if there is such a place, says a hell, though I believe nothing of it, 'tis a place for fools such as thou art. Grace, I wonder then what heaven the great wits go to, such as my Lord Duke. I don't care to go there, let it be where it will. They are a tiresome kind of people, there's no bearing them, they'll make a hell wherever they come. Duke, prithee hold thy fool's tongue. I tell thee, if there is any such place as we call nowhere, that's all the heaven or hell that I know of or believe anything about. Grace, very good, my lord, so that heaven is nowhere, and hell is nowhere, and the devil is nobody, according to my Lord Duke. Duke, yes, sir, and what then? Grace, and you are to go nowhere when you die, are you? Duke, yes, you dog, don't you know what that incomparable noble genius, my Lord Rochester, sings upon the subject? I believe it unfeignedly. After death nothing is, and nothing death. Grace, you believe it, my lord, you mean? You would fain believe it, if you could, but since you put that great genius, my Lord Rochester, upon me, let me play him back upon your grace. I'm sure you have read his fine poem upon nothing, in one of the stanzas of which is this beautiful thought, and to be part of thee, the wicked wisely pray. Duke, you are a foolish dog. Grace, and my Lord Duke is a wise infidel. Duke, why, is it not wiser to believe no devil than to be always terrified at him? Grace, but shall I toss another poet upon you, my lord? If it should so fall out, as who can tell, but there may be a God, a heaven and hell, mankind had best consider well, for fear should be too late when their mistakes appear. Duke, D your foolish poet, that's not my Lord Rochester. Grace, but how must I be damned if there's no devil? Is not your grace a little inconsistent there? My Lord Rochester would not have said that, and it please your grace. Duke, no, you dog, I'm not inconsistent at all, and if I had the ordering of you, I'd make you sensible of it. I'd make you think yourself damned for want of a devil. Grace, that's like one of your grace's paradoxes, such as when you swore by God that you did not believe there was any such thing as a God or devil, so you swear by nothing and damn me to nowhere. Duke, you are a critical dog. Who taught you to believe these solemn trifles? Who taught you to say there is a God? Grace, nay, I had a better schoolmaster than my Lord Duke. Duke, why, who was your schoolmaster, pray? Grace, the devil, and it please your grace. Duke, the devil he did. What, you're going to quote Scripture, are you? Prithee don't tell me of Scripture, I know what you mean. The devils believe and tremble. Why then I have the whip hand of the devil, for I hate trembling, and am delivered from it effectually, for I never believed anything of it, and therefore I don't tremble. Grace, and there indeed I am a wickeder creature than the devil, or even than my Lord Duke, for I believe and yet don't tremble neither. Duke. Nay, if you are come to your penitentials, I have done with you. Grace. And I think I must have done with my Lord Duke for the same reason. Duke. Ay, pray do. I'll go and enjoy myself. I won't throw away the pleasure of my life. I know the consequence of it. Grace. And I'll go and reform myself, else I know the consequence too. This short dialogue happened between two men of quality, and both men of wit too, and the effect was that the Lord brought the reality of the devil into the question, and the debate brought the profligate to be a penitent. So, in short, the devil was made a preacher of repentance. The truth is, God and the devil, however opposite in their nature, and remote from one another in their place of abiding, seem to stand pretty much upon a level in our faith. For as to our believing the reality of their existence, he that denies one generally denies both, and he that believes one necessarily believes both. Very few, if any, of those who believe there is a God, and acknowledge the debt of homage which mankind owes to the supreme governor of the world, doubt the existence of the devil, except here and there one whom we call practical atheists, and 'tis the character of an atheist, if there is such a creature on earth, that, like my Lord Duke, he believes neither God or devil. As the belief of both these stands upon a level, and that God and the devil seem to have an equal share in our faith, so the evidence of their existence seems to stand upon a level too in many things, and as they are known by their works in the same particular cases, so they are discovered after the same manner of demonstration. Nay, in some respects 'tis equally criminal to deny the reality of them both, only with this difference, that to believe the existence of a God is a debt to nature, and to believe the existence of the devil is like a debt to reason. One is a demonstration from the reality of visible causes, and the other a deduction from the like reality of their effects. One demonstration of the existence of God is from the universal, well-guided consent of all nations to worship and adore a supreme power. One demonstration of the existence of the devil is from the avowed ill-guided consent of some nations who, knowing no other God, make a god of the devil for want of a better. It may be true that those nations have no other ideas of the devil than as of a superior power. If they thought him a supreme power, it would have other effects on them, and they would submit to and worship him with a different kind of fear. But 'tis plain they have right notions of him as a devil or evil spirit, because the best reason, and in some places the only reason they give, for worshipping him is, that he may do them no hurt. Having no notions at all of his having any power, much less any inclination to do them good, so that indeed they make a mere devil of him, at the same time that they bow to him as to a god. All the ages of paganism in the world have had this notion of the devil. Indeed, in some parts of the world they had also some deities which they honored above him, as being supposed to be beneficent, kind, and inclined, as well as capable to give them good things. For this reason the more polite heathens, such as the Grecians and the Romans, had their lares or household gods, whom they paid a particular respect to, as being their protectors from hobgoblins, ghosts of the dead, evil spirits, frightful appearances, evil geniuses, and other noxious beings from the invisible world, or, to put it into the language of the day we live in, from the devil, in whatever shape or appearance he might come to them, and from whatever might hurt them. And what was all this but setting up devils against devils, supplicating one devil under the notion of a good spirit to drive out and protect them from another whom they called a bad spirit, the white devil against the black devil. This proceeds from the natural notions mankind necessarily entertains of things to come, superior or inferior. God and the devil fill up all futurity in our thoughts, and 'tis impossible for us to form any images in our minds of an immortality and an invisible world, but under the notions of perfect felicity or extreme misery. Now, as these two respect the eternal state of man after life, they are respectively the object of our reverence and affection, or of our horror and aversion. But notwithstanding they are placed thus in a diametrical opposition in our affections and passions, they are on an evident level as to the certainty of their existence, and, as I said above, bear an equal share in our faith. It being then as certain that there is a devil as that there is a God, I must from this time forward admit no more doubt of his existence, nor take any more pains to convince you of it, but speaking of him as a reality and being, proceed to inquire who he is, and from whence, in order to enter directly into the detail of his history. Now, not to enter into all the metaphysical trumpery of his schools, nor wholly to confine myself to the language of the pulpit, where we are told that to think of God and of the devil, we must endeavour first to form ideas of those things which illustrate the description of rewards and punishments. In the one, the eternal presence of the highest good, and as a necessary attendant, the most perfect, consummate, durable bliss and felicity, springing from the presence of that being in whom all possible beatitude is inexpressibly present, and that in the highest perfection. On the contrary, to conceive of a sublime fallen archangel, attended with an innumerable host of degenerate rebel seraphs or angels cast out of heaven together, all guilty of inexpressible rebellion, and all suffering from that time, and to suffer for ever the eternal vengeance of the Almighty in an inconceivable manner, that his presence, though blessed in itself, is to them the most complete article of terror, that they are in themselves perfectly miserable, and to be with whom for ever adds an inexpressible misery to any state as well as place, and fills the minds of those who are to be or expect to be banished to them with inconceivable horror and amazement. But when you have gone over all this, and a great deal more of the like, though less intelligible language, which the passions of men collect to amuse one another with, you have said nothing if you omit the main article, namely the personality of the devil, until you add to all the rest some description of the company with whom all this is to be suffered, viz. The devil and his angels. Now who is this devil and his angels? Are what share they have either actively or passively in the eternal miseries of a future state, how far they are agents in or partners with the sufferings of the place, is a difficulty yet not fully discovered by the most learned, nor do I believe 'tis made less a difficulty by their meddling with it. But to come to the person and original of the devil, or as I said before of devils, I allow him to come of an ancient family, for he is from heaven, and more truly than the Romans could say of their idolized Numa, he is of the race of the gods. That Satan is a fallen angel, a rebel seraph, cast out for his rebellion, is the general opinion, and 'tis not my business to dispute things universally received, as he was tried, condemned, and the sentence of expulsion executed on him in heaven. He is in this world like a transported felon, never to return. His crime, whatever particular aggravations it might have, 'tis certain amounted to high treason against his lord and governor, who was also his maker, against whom he rose in rebellion, took up arms, and in a word raised a horrid and unnatural war in his dominions, but being overcome in battle and made prisoner, he and all his host, whose numbers were infinite, all glorious angels like himself, lost at once their beauty and glory with their innocence, and commenced devils, being transformed by crime into monsters and frightful objects, such as to describe human fancy is obliged to draw pictures and descriptions in such forms as are most hateful and frightful to the imagination. These notions, I doubt not, gave birth to all the beauteous images and sublime expressions in Mr. Milton's majestic poem, where, though he has played the poet in a most luxuriant manner, he has sinned against Satan most egregiously, and done the devil a manifest injury in a great many particulars, as I shall show in its place, and as I shall be obliged to do Satan justice when I come to that part of his history. Mr. Milton's admirers must pardon me, if I let them see that though I admire Mr. Milton as a poet, yet that he was greatly out in matters of history, and especially the history of the devil. In short, that he has charged Satan falsely in several particulars, and so he has Adam and Eve too, but that I shall leave till I come to the history of the royal family of Eden, which I resolve to present you with when the devil and I have done with one another. But not to run down Mr. Milton neither, whose poetry or his judgment cannot be reproached, without injury to our own. All those bright ideas of his which make his poetry so justly valued, whether they are capable of proof as to the fact, are notwithstanding confirmations of my hypothesis, and are taken from a supposition of the personality of the devil, placing him at the head of the infernal host, as a sovereign, elevated spirit and monarch of hell, and as such it is that I undertake to write his history. By the word hell I do not suppose, or at least not determine, that his residence, or that of the whole army of devils, is yet in the same local hell to which the divines tell us he shall be at last chained down, or at least that he is yet confined to it, for we shall find he is at present a prisoner at large, of both which circumstances of Satan I shall take occasion to speak in its course. But when I call the devil the monarch of hell, I am to be understood as suits to the present purpose, that he is the sovereign of all the race of hell, that is to say, of all the devils, or spirits of the infernal clan, let their numbers, quality, and powers be what they will. Upon this supposed personality and superiority of Satan, or as I call it, the sovereignty and government of one devil above all the rest, I say upon this notion are formed all the systems of the dark side of futurity that we can form in our minds, and so general is the opinion of it, that it will hardly bear to be opposed by any other argument, at least that will bear to be reasoned upon. All the notions of a parity of devils, or making a commonwealth among the black divan, seem to be enthusiastic and visionary, but with no consistency or certainty, and is so generally exploded that we must not venture so much as to debate the point. Taking it then as the generality of mankind do, that there is a grand devil, a superior of the whole black race, that they all fell, together with their general Satan, at the head of them, that though he, Satan, could not maintain his high station in heaven, yet that he did continue his dignity among the rest, who are called his servants, in Scripture his angels, that he has a kind of dominion or authority over the rest, and that they were all, how many millions soever in number, at his command, employed by him in all his hellish designs, and in all his wicked contrivances for the destruction of man, and for the setting up of his own kingdom in the world. Supposing then that there is such a superior master devil over all the rest, it remains that we inquire into his character and something of his history, in which, though we cannot perhaps produce such authentic documents as in the story of other great monarchs, tyrants, and furies of the world, yet I shall endeavour to speak some things which the experience of mankind may be apt to confirm, and which the devil himself will hardly be able to contradict. It being then granted that there is such a thing or person, call him which we will, as a master devil, that he is thus superior to all the rest in power and in authority, and that all the other evil spirits are his angels or ministers or officers to execute his commands, and are employed in his business, it remains to inquire whence he came, how he got hither into this world, what that business is which he is employed about, what his present state is, and where and to what part of the creation of God he is limited and restrained, what the liberties are he takes or is allowed to take, in what manner he works, and how his instruments are likewise allowed to work, what he has done ever since he is commenced devil, what he is now doing, and what he may yet do before his last and closer confinement, as also what he cannot do, and how far we may or may not be said to be exposed to him, or have not reason to be afraid of him. These, and whatever else occurs in the history and conduct of this archdevil and his agents that may be useful for information, caution, or diversion, you may expect in the process of this work. I know it has been questioned by some with more faith than fear how it consists with the complete victory of the devil, which they say was at first obtained by the heavenly powers over Satan and his apostate army in heaven, that when he was cast out of his holy place and dashed down into the abyss of eternal darkness, as into a place of punishment, a condemned hole or place of confinement to be reserved there to the judgment of the great day, I say how it consists with that entire victory, to let him loose again, and give him liberty, like a thief that has broken prison, to range about God's creation, and there to continue his rebellion, commit new ravages and acts of hostility against God, make new efforts of dethroning the Almighty Creator, and in particular to fall upon the weakest of his creatures, man. How Satan, being so entirely vanquished, he should be permitted to recover any of his wicked powers and find room to do mischief to mankind. Nay, they go farther, and suggest bold things against the wisdom of heaven, in exposing mankind, weak in comparison of the immense extent of the devil's power, to so manifest an overthrow, to so unequal a fight, in which he is sure, if alone in the conflict, to be worsted, to leave him such a dreadful enemy to engage with, and so ill furnished with weapons to assist him. These objections I shall give as good an answer to as the case will admit in this course, but must adjourn them for the present. That the devil is not yet a close prisoner, we have evidence enough to confirm. I will not suggest that, like our nougat thieves, to bring little devils and great devils together, he is let out by connivance, and has some little latitudes and advantages for mischief by that means, returning at certain seasons to his confinement again. This might hold, were it not that the comparison must suggest that the power which has cast him down could be diluted, and the underkeepers or jailers, under whose charge he was in custody, could wink at his excursions, and the lord of the place know nothing of the matter. But this wants farther explanation. End of Part 1, Chapter 2.
Part 1, Chapter 3 of History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 3. Of the original of the devil, who he is, and what he was before his expulsion out of heaven, and in what state he was from that time to the creation of man. To come to a regular inquiry into Satan's affairs, 'tis needful we should go back to his original, as far as history and the opinion of the learned world will give us leave. It is agreed by all writers, as well sacred as profane, that this creature we now call a devil was originally an angel of light, a glorious seraph, perhaps the choicest of all the glorious seraphs. See how Milton describes his original glory. Satan, so call him now, his former name is heard no more in heaven. He of the first, if not the first archangel, great in power, in favor, and preeminence. Lib 5, full 140. And again the same author, and upon the same subject. Brighter once amidst the host of angels than that star the stars among. Lib 7, full 189. The glorious figure which Satan is supposed to make among the thrones and dominions in heaven is such as we might suppose the highest angel in that exalted train could make, and some think, as above, that he was the chief of the archangels. Hence that notion, and not ill-founded, namely, that the first cause of his disgrace, and on which ensued his rebellion, was occasioned upon God's proclaiming his Son Generalissimo, and with himself supreme ruler in heaven, giving the dominion of all his works of creation, as well already finished, as not then begun, to him. Which post of honor, say they, Satan expected to be conferred on himself, as next in honor, majesty and power to God the Supreme. This opinion is followed by Mr. Milton too, as appears in the following lines, where he makes all the angels attending all a general summons, and God the Father making the following declaration to them. Quote, Hear all ye angels, prodigy of light, thrones, dominions, princedoms, virtues, powers, hear my decree, which unrevoked shall stand. This day I have begot, whom I declare my only Son, and on this hill him have anointed, whom you now behold at my right hand. Your head I him appoint, and myself have sworn to him shall bow all knees in heaven, and shall confess him Lord. Under his great vicegerent reign abide united, as one individual soul, for ever happy. Him who disobeys, me disobeys, breaks union, and that day cast out from God, and blessed vision falls into utter darkness, deep engulfed, his place ordained without redemption, without end." End quote. Satan, affronted at the appearance of a new essence or being in heaven, called the Son of God, for God, says Mr. Milton, though erroneously, declared himself at that time, saying, "This day have I begotten him," and that he should be set up above all the former powers of heaven, of whom Satan, as above, was the chief, and expecting, if any higher post could be granted, it might be his due. I say, affronted at this, he resolved, quote, "with all his legions to dislodge and leave unworshipped, unobeyed, the throne supreme, contemptuous." End quote. Paradise Lost, Lib 5, Fol 140. But Mr. Milton is grossly erroneous in ascribing those words, "This day have I begotten thee," to that declaration of the Father before Satan fell, and consequently to a time before the creation, whereas it is by interpreters agreed to be understood of the incarnation of the Son of God, or at least of the resurrection. See Poole upon Acts 13:33. In a word, Satan withdrew with all his followers, malcontent and chagrin, resolved to disobey this new command, and not yield obedience to the Son. But Mr. Milton agrees in that opinion, that the number of angels which rebelled with Satan was infinite, and suggests in one place that they were the greatest half of all the angelic body, or seraphic host. Quote, "But Satan with his power, and host innumerable as the stars of night, or stars of morning, dewdrops which the sun impearls on every leaf and every flower." End quote. Lib 5, Fol 142. Be their number as it is, numberless millions and legions of millions, that is no part of my present inquiry. Satan, the leader, guide, and superior, as he was author of the celestial rebellion, is still the great head and master devil as before. Under his authority they still act, not obeying, but carrying on the same insurrection against God, which they begun in heaven, making war still against heaven, in the person of his image and creature man, and though vanquished by the thunder of the Son of God, and cast down headlong from heaven, they have yet reassumed, or rather not lost, either the will or the power of doing evil. This fall of the angels, with the war in heaven which preceded it, is finally described by Ovid in his war of the Titans against Jupiter, casting mountain upon mountain, and hill upon hill, Pelion upon Ossa, in order to scale the adamantine walls, and break open the gates of heaven, till Jupiter struck them with his thunderbolts, and overwhelmed them in the abyss. Vide Ovid Metam, New Translation, Lib 1, page 19. Quote, "Nor were the gods themselves secure on high, for now the giants strove to storm the sky. The lawless brood with bold attempt invade the gods, and mountains upon mountains laid. But now the bolt, enraged the Father took, Olympus from her deep foundations shook, their structure nodded at the mighty stroke, and Osa's shattered top o'er Pelion broke, there in their own ungodly ruins slain." Then again, speaking of Jupiter, resolving in council to destroy mankind by a deluge, and giving the reasons of it to the heavenly host, say thus, speaking of the demigods, alluding to good men below, "Think you that they in safety can remain, when I myself, who o'er immortals reign, who send the lightning, and heaven's empire sway, the stern Lycaon practised to betray?" Ebe, page 10. Since then so much poetic liberty is taken with the devil, relating to his most early state, and the time before his fall, give me leave to make an excursion of the like kind, relating to his history immediately after the fall, and till the creation of man, an interval which I think much of the devil's story is to be seen in, and which Mr. Milton has taken little notice of, at least it does not seem completely filled up, after which I shall return to honest prose again, and pursue the duty of an historian. Satan, with hideous ruin thus suppressed, expelled the seat of blessedness and rest, looked back and saw the high eternal mound, where all his rebel host their outlet found, restored impregnable, the breach made up, and garrisons of angels ranged atop. In front 100,000 thunders roll, and lightnings tempered to transfix a soul. Terror of devils, Satan and his host, now to themselves as well as station lost, unable to support the hated sight, expand seraphic wings, and swift as light, seek for new safety in eternal night. In the remotest gulfs of dark they land, here vengeance gives them leave to make their stand. Not that to steps and measures they pretend, counsels and schemes their station to defend, but broken, disconcerted and dismayed, by guilt and fright, to guilt and fright betrayed, rage and confusion every spirit possessed, and shame and horror swelled in every breast, transforming envy to their essential burns, and the bright angel to a frightful devil turns. Thus hell began, the fire of conscious rage, no years can quench, no length of time assuage. Material fire, with its intensest flame, compared with this, can scarce deserve a name. How should it up to immaterials rise, when where all flame, we shall all fire despise? This fire outrageous, and its heat intense, turns all the pain of loss to pain of sense. The folding flames, concave and inward roll, act upon spirit and penetrate the soul. Not force of devils can its new powers repel. Where'er it burns, it finds or makes a hell. For Satan, flaming with unquenched desire, forms his own hell, and kindles his own fire. Vanquished, not humbled, not in will brought low, but as his powers decline, his passions grow. The malice, viper like, takes vent within, gnaws its own bowels, and bursts in its own sin. impatient of the change, he scorns to bow, and never impotent in power till now, ardent with hate, and with revenge distract, a will to new attempts, but none to act, yet all seraphic, and in just degree suited to spirits' high sense of misery, derived from loss which nothing can repair, and room for nothing left but mere despair. Here's finished hell, what fiercer fire can burn, enough 10,000 worlds to overturn? Hell's but the frenzy of defeated pride, seraphic treason's strong impetuous tide, where vile ambition disappointed first, to its own rage and boundless hatred cursed. The hates fanned up to fury, that to flame, for fire and fury are in kind the same. These burn unquenchable in every face, and the word endless constitutes the place. O state of being, where being's the only grief, and the chief tortures to be damned to life! O life, the only thing they have to hate, the finished torment of a future state, complete in all the parts of endless misery, and worse 10,000 times than not to be! Could but the damned the immortal law repeal, and devils die, there'd be an end of hell. Could they that thing called being annihilate, there'd be no sorrows in a future state. The wretch, whose crimes had shut him out on high, could be revenged on God himself, and die. Job's wife was in the right, and always we might end by death all human misery, might have it in our choice to be or not to be. And Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of the History of the Devil.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 4. Of the name of the devil, his original, and the nature of his circumstances since he has been called by that name. The Scripture is the first writing on earth where we find the devil called by his own proper distinguishing denomination, devil, or the destroyer, nor indeed is there any other author of antiquity or of sufficient authority which says anything of that kind about him. Here he makes his first appearance in the world, and on that occasion he is called the serpent. But the serpent, however, since made to signify the devil, when spoken of in general terms, was but the devil's representative, or the devil in covis vehiculo, for that time clothed in a bodily shape, acting under cover and in disguise, or if you will, the devil in masquerade. Nay, if we believe Mr. Milton, the angel Gabriel's spear had such a secret powerful influence as to make him strip of a sudden, and with a touch to unmask, and stand upright in his naked original shape, mere devil, without any disguises whatsoever. Now, as we go to the Scripture for much of his history, so we must go there also for some of his names, and he has a great variety of names indeed, as his several mischievous doings guide us to conceive of him. The truth is, all the ancient names given him, of which the Scripture is full, seems to be originals derived from and adapted to the several steps he has taken, and the several shapes he has appeared in to do mischief in the world. Here he is called the serpent, Genesis 3, verse 1. The old serpent, Revelations 12, verse 9. The great red dragon, Revelations 12, verse 3. The accuser of the brethren, Revelations 12, verse 10. The enemy, Matthew 23, verse 29. Satan, Job 1, Zechariah 3, verse 1 and 2. Belial, 2 Corinthians 6, verse 15. Beelzebub, Matthew 12, verse 24. Mammon, Matthew 6, verse 24. The angel of light, 2 Corinthians 11, verse 14. The angel of the bottomless pit, Revelations 9, verse 11. The prince of the power of the air, Ephesians 2, verse 2. Lucifer, Isaiah 14, verse 12. Abaddon or Apollyon, Revelations 9, verse 11. Legion, Mark 5, verse 9. The god of this world, 2 Corinthians 4, verse 4. The foul spirit, Mark 9, verse 5. The unclean spirit, Mark 1, verse 27. The lying spirit, 2 Chronicles 30. The tempter, Matthew 4, verse 3. The son of the morning, Isaiah 14, verse 12. But to sum them all up in one, he is called in the New Testament plain devil. All his other names are varied according to the custom of speech, and the dialects of the several nations where he is spoken of. But in a word, devil is the common name of the devil in all the known languages of the earth. Nay, all the mischiefs he is empowered to do are in Scripture placed to his account under the particular title of the devil, not of devils in the plural number, though they are sometimes mentioned too, but in the singular. It is the identical individual devil, in and under whom all the little devils, and all the great devils, if such there be, are supposed to act. Nay, they are supposed to be governed and directed by him. Thus, we are told in the Scripture of the works of the devil, 1 John 3, verse 8, of casting out the devil, Mark 1, verse 34, of resisting the devil, James 4, verse 5, of our Savior being tempted of the devil, Matthew 4, verse 1, of Simon Magus, a child of the devil, Acts 13, verse 10. The devil came down in a great wrath, Revelations 12, verse 12, and the like. According to this usage in speech we go on to this day, and all the infernal things we converse with in the world are fathered upon the devil, as one undivided, simple essence, by how many agents soever working. Every thing evil, frightful in appearance, wicked in its actings, horrible in its manner, monstrous in its effects, is called the devil. In a word, devil is the common name for all devils, that is to say, for all evil spirits, all evil powers, all evil works, and even all evil things. Yet 'tis remarkable the devil is no Old Testament word, and we never find it used in all that part of the Bible but 4 times, and then not once in the singular number, and not once to signify Satan, as 'tis now understood. It is true, the learned give a great many differing interpretations of the word devil. The English commentators tell us it means a destroyer, others that it signifies a deceiver, and the Greeks derive it from a calumniator or false witness. For we find that Calumny was a goddess to whom the Athenians built altars and offered sacrifices upon some solemn occasions, and they call her Greek lettering. From whence came the masculine Greek lettering, which we translate devil. Thus we take the name of devil to signify not persons only, but actions and habits, making imaginary devils, and transforming that substantial creature called devil into everything noxious and offensive. Thus St. Francis, being tempted by the devil in the shape of a bag of money lying in the highway, the saint having discovered the fraud, whether seeing his cloven foot hang out of the purse, or whether he distinguished him by his smell of sulphur, or how otherwise, authors are not agreed. But I say, the saint, having discovered the cheat, and outwitted the devil, took occasion to preach that eminent sermon to his disciples, where his text was, Money is the devil. Nor, upon the whole, is any wrong done to the devil by this kind of treatment. It only gives him the sovereignty of the whole army of hell, and making all the numberless legions of the bottomless pit servants, or as the Scripture calls them, angels to Satan, the grand devil. All their actions, performances, and achievements are justly attributed to him, not as the prince of devils only, but the emperor of devils, the prince of all the princes of devils. Under this denomination, then, of devil, all the powers of hell, all the princes of the air, all the black armies of Satan are comprehended, and in such manner they are to be understood in this whole work. Mutatis mutandis, according to the several circumstances of which we are to speak of them. This being premised, and my authority being so good, Satan must not take it ill if I treat him after the manner of men, and give him those titles which he is best known by among us. For indeed, having so many, 'tis not very easy to call him out of his name. However, as I am obliged by the duty of an historian to decency as well as impartiality, so I thought it necessary, before I used too much freedom with Satan, to produce authentic documents, and bring antiquity upon the stage, to justify the manner of my writing, and let you see I shall describe him in no colours, nor call him by any name, but what he has been known by for many ages before me. And now, though writing to the common understanding of my readers, I am obliged to treat Satan very coarsely, and to speak of him in the common acceptation, calling him plain devil, a word which in this mannerly age is not so sonorous as others might be, and which by the error of the times is apt to prejudice us against his person. Yet it must be acknowledged he has a great many other names and surnames, which he might be known by, of a less obnoxious import than that of devil or destroyer, etc. Mr. Milton, indeed, wanting titles of honor to give to the leaders of Satan's host, is obliged to borrow several of his Scripture names, and bestow them upon his infernal heroes, whom he makes the generals and leaders of the armies of hell. And so he makes Beelzebub, Lucifer, Belial, Mammon, and some others to be the names of particular devils, members of Satan's upper house or pandemonium, whereas indeed these are all names proper and peculiar to Satan himself. The Scripture also has some names of a coarser kind, by which the devil is understood as particularly, which is noted already. In the Apocalypse he is called the great red dragon, the beast, the old serpent, and the like. But take it in the Scripture, or where you will in history sacred or profane, you will find that in general the devil is, as I have said above, his ordinary name in all languages and in all nations, the name by which he and his works are principally distinguished. Also the Scripture, besides that it often gives him this name, speaks of the works of the devil, of the subtlety of the devil, of casting out devils, of being tempted of the devil, of being possessed with the devil, and so many other expressions of that kind, as I have said already, are made use of for us to understand the evil spirit by, that in a word, devil is the common name of all wicked spirits. For Satan is no more the devil as if he alone was so, and all the rest were a diminutive species who did not go by that name. But, I say, even in Scripture, every spirit, whether under his dominion or out of his dominion, is called the devil, and is as much a real devil, that is to say, a condemned spirit, and employed in the same wicked work as Satan himself. His name, then, being thus ascertained, and his existence acknowledged, it should be a little inquired what he is. We believe there is such a thing, such a creature as the devil, and that he has been, and may still, with propriety of speech, and without injustice to his character, be called by his ancient name devil. But who is he? What is his original? Whence came he? And what is his present station and condition? For these things and these inquiries are very necessary to his history, nor indeed can any part of his history be complete without them. That he is of an ancient and noble original must be acknowledged, for he is heaven born, and of angelic race, as has been touched already. If Scripture evidence may be of any weight in the question, there is no room to doubt the genealogy of the devil. He is not only spoken of as an angel, but as a fallen angel, one that had been in heaven, had beheld the face of God in his full effulgence of glory, and had surrounded the throne of the Most High, from whence, commencing rebel, and being expelled, he was cast down, 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 God and the devil himself only knows where. For indeed we cannot say that any man on earth knows it, and wherever it is, he has ever since man's creation been a plague to him, been a tempter, a deluder, a calumniator, an enemy, and the object of man's horror and aversion. As his original is heaven born, and his race angelic, so the angelic nature is evidently placed in a class superior to the human, and this the Scripture is express in also. When speaking of man, it says, he made him a little lower than the angels. Thus the devil, as mean thoughts as you may have of him, is of a better family than any of you, nay, than the best gentleman of you all. What he may be fallen to is one thing, but what he is fallen from is another. And therefore I must tell my learned and reverend friend J.W. LL.D., when he spoke so rudely of the devil lately, that in my opinion he abused his betters. Nor is the Scripture more a help to us in the search after the devil's original than it is in our search after his nature. It is true, authors are not agreed about his age, what time he was created, how many years he enjoyed his state of blessedness before he fell, or how many years he continued with his whole army in a state of darkness, and before the creation of man. 'Tis supposed it might be a considerable space, and that it was a part of his punishment too, being all the while unactive, unemployed, having no business, nothing to do but gnawing his own bowels, and rolling in the agony of his own self-approaches, being a hell to himself, in reflecting on the glorious state from whence he was fallen. How long he remained thus, 'tis true, we have no light into from history, and but little from tradition. Rabbi Judah says, the Jews were of the opinion that he remained 20,000 years in that condition, and that the world shall continue 20,000 more, in which he shall find work enough to satisfy his mischievous desires. But he shows no authority for his opinion. Indeed, let the devil have been as idle as they think he was before, it must be acknowledged that now he is the most busy, vigilant, and diligent of all God's creatures, and very full of employment too, such as it is. Scripture indeed gives us light into the enmity there is between the two natures, the diabolical and the human, the reason of it, and how and by what means the power of the devil is restrained by the Messias. And to those who are willing to trust to gospel light, and believe what the Scripture says of the devil, there may much of his history be discovered, and therefore those that list may go there for a fuller account of the matter. But to reserve all Scripture evidence of these things, as a magazine in store for the use of those with whom Scripture testimony is of force, I must, for the present, turn to other inquiries, being now directing my story to an age, wherein to be driven to revelation and Scripture assertions is esteemed giving up the dispute. People nowadays must have demonstration, and in a word, nothing will satisfy the age but such evidence as perhaps the nature of the question will not admit. It is hard, indeed, to bring demonstrations in such a case as this. No man has seen God at any time, says the Scripture, 1 John 4, verse 12. So the devil, being a spirit incorporeal, an angel of light, and consequently not visible in his own substance, nature, and form, it may in some sense be said, no man has seen the devil at any time. All those pretenses of frenzieful and fanciful people who tell us they have seen the devil, I shall examine, and perhaps expose by themselves. It might take up a great deal of our time here to inquire whether the devil has any particular shape or personality of substance, which can be visible to us, felt, heard, or understood, and which he cannot alter, and then what shapes or appearances the devil has at any time taken upon him, and whether he can really appear in a body which might be handled and seen, and yet so as to know it to have been the devil at the time of his appearing. But this also I defer as not of weight in the present inquiry. We have diverse accounts of witches conversing with the devil in a real body, with all the appearance of a body of a man or woman appearing to them; also of having a familiar, as they call it, an incubus or little devil, which sucks their bodies, runs away with them into the air, and the like. Much of this is said, but much more than it is easy to prove, and we ought to give but a just proportion of credit to those things. As to his borrowed shapes and his subtle transformings, that we have such open testimony of, that there is no room for any question about it, and when I come to that part, I shall be obliged rather to give a history of the fact than enter into any dissertation upon the nature and reason of it. I do not find in any author, whom we can call creditable, that even in those countries where the dominion of Satan is more particularly established, and where they may be said to worship him in a more particular manner as a devil, which some tell us the Indians in America did, who worshipped the devil that he might not hurt them; yet, I say, I do not find that even there the devil appeared to them in any particular constant shape or personality peculiar to himself. Scripture and history, therefore, giving us no light into that part of the question, I conclude and lay it down, not as my opinion only, but as what all ages seem to concur in, that the devil has no particular body, that he is a spirit, and that though he may, Proteus-like, assume the appearance of either man or beast, yet it must be some borrowed shape, some assumed figure, pro hac vis, and that he has no visible body of his own. I thought it needful to discuss this as a preliminary, and that the next discourse might go upon a certainty in this grand point, namely, that the devil, however he may for his particular occasions put himself into a great many shapes, and clothe himself perhaps with what appearances he pleases, yet that he is himself still a mere spirit, that he retains the seraphic nature, is not visible by our eyes, which are human and organic, neither can he act with the ordinary powers, or in the ordinary manner as bodies do, and therefore, when he has thought fit to descend to the meannesses of disturbing and frightening children and old women, by noises and knockings, dislocating the chairs and stools, breaking windows, and such like little ambulatory things, which would seem to be below the dignity of his character, and which in particular is ordinarily performed by organic powers, yet even then he has thought fit not to be seen, and rather to make the poor people believe he had a real shape and body, with hands to act, mouth to speak, and the like, than to give proof of it in common to the whole world, by showing himself, and acting visibly and openly, as a body usually and ordinarily does. Nor is it any disadvantage to the devil that his seraphic nature is not confined or imprisoned in a body or shape, suppose that shape to be what monstrous thing we would; for this would, indeed, confine his actings within the narrow sphere of the organ or body to which he was limited, and though you were to suppose the body to have wings for a velocity of motion equal to spirit, yet if it had not a power of invisibility too, and a capacity of conveying itself undiscovered into all the secret recesses of mankind, and the same secret art or capacity of insinuation, suggestion, accusation, etc., by which his wicked designs are now propagated, and all his other devices assisted, by which he deludes and betrays mankind, I say he would be no more a devil, that is, a destroyer, no more a deceiver, and no more a Satan, that is, a dangerous arch enemy to the souls of men. Nor would it be any difficulty to mankind to shun and avoid him, as I shall make plain in the other part of his history. Had the devil from the beginning been embodied, as he could not have been invisible to us, whose souls, equally seraphic, are only prescribed by being embodied and encased in flesh and blood as we are, so he would have been no more a devil to any body but himself. The imprisonment in a body, had the powers of that body been all that we can conceive to make him formidable to us, would yet have been a hell to him. Consider him as a conquered, exasperated rebel, retaining all that fury and swelling ambition, that hatred of God, and envy at his creatures, which dwells now in his enraged spirit as a devil. Yet suppose him to have been condemned to organic powers, confined to corporeal motion, and restrained, as a body must be supposed to restrain a spirit, it must, at the same time, suppose him to be effectually disabled from all the methods he is now allowed to make use of, for exerting his rage and enmity against God, any farther than as he might suppose it to affect his Maker at second hand, by wounding his glory through the sides of his weakest creature, man. He must certainly be thus confined, because body can only act upon body, not upon spirit, no species being empowered to act out of the compass of its own sphere. He might have been empowered, indeed, to have acted terrible and even destructive things upon mankind, especially if this body had any powers given it which mankind had not, by which man would be overmatched and not be in a condition of self-defense. For example, suppose him to have had wings to have flown in the air, or to be invulnerable, and that no human invention, art, or engine could hurt, ensnare, captivate, or restrain him. But this is to suppose the righteous and wise Creator to have made a creature, and not be able to defend and preserve him, or to have left him defenseless to the mercy of another of his own creatures, whom he had given power to destroy him. This indeed might have occasioned a general idolatry, and made mankind, as the Americans do to this day, worship the devil, that he might not hurt them. But it could not have prevented the destruction of mankind, supposing the devil to have had malice equal to his power. And he must put on a new nature, be compassionate, generous, beneficent, and steadily good in sparing the rival enemy he was able to destroy, or he must have ruined mankind. In short, he must have ceased to have been a devil, and must have reassumed his original angelic, heavenly nature, been filled with the principles of love to and delight in the works of his Creator, and bent to propagate his glory and interest, or he must have put an end to the race of man, whom it would be in his power to destroy, and oblige his Maker to create a new species, or fortify the old with some kind of defense, which must be invulnerable, and which his fiery darts could not penetrate. On this occasion suffer me to make an excursion from the usual style of this work, and with some solemnity to express my thoughts thus. How glorious is the wisdom and goodness of the great Creator of the world, in thus restraining these seraphic outcasts from the power of assuming human or organic bodies, which could they do, invigorating them with the supernatural powers, which, as seraphs and angels, they now possess and might exert, they would be able even to fright mankind from the face of the earth, and to destroy and confound God's creation. Nay, even as they are, were not their power limited, they might destroy the creation itself, reverse and overturn nature, and put the world into a general conflagration. But were those immortal spirits embodied, though they were not permitted to confound nature, they would be able to harass poor, weak, and defenseless man out of his wits, and render him perfectly useless either to his Maker or himself. But the dragon is chained, the devil's power is limited. He has indeed a vastly extended empire, being prince of the air, having, at least, the whole atmosphere to range in, and how far that atmosphere is extended is not yet ascertained by the nicest observations. I say at least, because we do not yet know how far he may be allowed to make excursions beyond the atmosphere of this globe into the planetary worlds, and what power he may exercise in all the habitable parts of the solar system, nay, of all the other solar systems, which, for aught we know, may exist in the mighty extent of created space, and of which you may hear farther in its order. But let his power be what it will there, we are sure 'tis limited here, and that in two particulars. First, he is limited as above from assuming body or bodily shapes with substance, and secondly, from exerting seraphic powers, and acting with that supernatural force, which as an angel he was certainly vested with before the fall, and which we are not certain is yet taken from him. Or at most, we do not know how much it may or may not be diminished by his degeneracy, and by the blow given him at his expulsion. This we are certain, that be his power greater or less, he is restrained from the exercise of it in this world, and he, who was one equal to the angel who killed 180,000 men in one night, is not able now, without a new commission, to take away the life of one Job, nor to touch any thing he had. But let us consider him then limited and restrained as he is, yet he remains a mighty, a terrible, an immortal being, infinitely superior to man, as well in the dignity of his nature, as in the dreadful powers he retains still about him. It is true, the brain-sick heads of our enthusiastics paint him blacker than he is, and, as I have said, wickedly represent him clothed with terrors that do not really belong to him, as if the power of good and evil was wholly vested in him, and that he was placed in the throne of his Maker to distribute both punishments and rewards. In this they are much wrong, terrifying and deluding fanciful people about him, till they turn their heads, and fright them into a belief that the devil will let them alone if they do such and such good things, or carry them away with him they know not whither, if they do not; as if the devil, whose proper business is mischief, seducing and deluding mankind, and drawing them in to be rebels like himself, should threaten to seize upon them, carry them away, and in a word, fall upon them to hurt them, if they did evil, and on the contrary, be favorable and civil to them, if they did well. Thus a poor deluded country fellow in our town, that had lived a wicked, abominable, debauched life, was frighted with an apparition, as he called it, of the devil. He fancied that he spoke to him, and telling his tale to a good, honest, Christian gentleman, his neighbor, that had a little more sense than himself, the gentleman asked him if he was sure he really saw the devil. Yes, yes, sir, says he, I saw him very plain. And so they began the following discourse. Gentleman. See him, see the devil. Art thou sure of it, Thomas? Thomas. Yes, yes, I am sure enough of it, master, to be sure 'twas the devil. Gentleman. And how do you know 'twas the devil, Thomas? Had you ever seen the devil before? Thomas. No, no, I had never seen him before, to be sure, but for all that I know 'twas the devil. Gentleman. Well, if you are sure, Thomas, there's no contradicting you. Pray, what clothes had he on? Thomas. Nay, sir, don't jest with me. He had no clothes on. He was clothed with fire and brimstone. Gentleman. Was it dark or daylight when you saw him? Thomas. Oh, it was very dark, for it was midnight. Gentleman. How could you see him then? Did you see by the light of the fire you speak of? Thomas. No, no, he gave no light himself, but I saw him for all that. Gentleman. But was it within doors or out in the street? Thomas. It was within. It was in my own chamber, when I was just going into bed, that I saw him. Gentleman. Well then, you had a candle, hadn't you? Thomas. Yes, I had a candle, but it burnt as blue and as dim. Gentleman. Well, but if the devil was clothed with fire and brimstone, he must give you some light. There can't be such a fire as you speak of, but it must give a light with it. Thomas. No, no, he gave no light, but I smelt his fire and brimstone. He left a smell of it behind him when he was gone. Gentleman. Well, so you say he had fire, but gave no light. It was a devilish fire indeed. Did it feel warm? Was the room hot while he was in it? Thomas. No, no, but I was hot enough without it, for it put me into a great sweat with the fright. Gentleman. Very well. He was all in fire, you say, but without light or heat only. It seems he stunk of brimstone. Pray, what shapes was he in? What was he like? For you say you saw him. Thomas. Oh, sir, I saw two great, staring, saucer eyes, enough to fright anybody out of their wits. Gentleman. And was that all you saw? Thomas. No, I saw his cloven foot very plain. 'Twas as big as one of our bullocks that goes to plough. Gentleman. So you saw none of his body, but his eyes and his feet. A fine vision indeed. Thomas. Sir, that was enough to send me going. Gentleman. Going? What did you run away from him? Thomas. No, but I fled into bed at one jump, and sunk down and pulled the bedclothes quite over me. Gentleman. And what did you do that for? Thomas. To hide myself from such a frightful creature. Gentleman. Why, if it had really been the devil, do you think the bedclothes would have secured you from him? Thomas. Nay, I don't know, but in a fright it was all I could do. Gentleman. Nay, 'twas as wise as all the rest. But come, Thomas, to be a little serious. Pray, did he speak to you? Thomas. Yes, yes, I heard a voice, but who it was the Lord knows. Gentleman. What kind of voice was it? Was it like a man's voice? Thomas. No, it was a hoarse, ugly noise, like the croaking of a frog, and it called me by my name twice. Thomas Dawson, Thomas Dawson. Gentleman. Well, did you answer? Thomas. No, not I. I could not have spoken a word for my life. Why, I was frighted to death. Gentleman. Did it say anything else? Thomas. Yes. When it saw that I did not speak, it said, Thomas Dawson, Thomas Dawson, you are a wicked wretch. You lay with Jenny S. last night. If you don't repent, I will take you away alive and carry you to hell, and you shall be damned, you wretch. Gentleman. And was it true, Thomas? Did you lie with Jenny S. the night before? Thomas. Indeed, master, why, yes, it was true, but I was very sorry afterwards. Gentleman. But how should the devil know it, Thomas? Thomas. Nay, he knows it to be sure. Why, they say he knows everything. Gentleman. Well, but why should he be angry at that? He would rather did you lie with her again, and encourage you to lie with 40 whores than hinder you. This can't be the devil, Thomas. Thomas. Yes, yes, sir, 'twas the devil, to be sure. Gentleman. But he bid you to repent, too, you say? Thomas. Yes, he threatened me if I did not. Gentleman. Why, Thomas, do you think the devil would have you repent? Thomas. Why, no, that's true, too. I don't know what to say to that, but what could it be? 'Twas the devil, to be sure. It could be nobody else? Gentleman. No, no, 'twas neither the devil, Thomas, nor any body else, but your own frightened imagination. You had lain with that wench, and being a young sinner of that kind, your conscience terrified you, told you the devil would fetch you away, and you would be damned, and you were so persuaded it would be so, that you at least imagined he was come for you indeed, that you saw him and heard him, whereas you may depend upon it, if Jenny S. will let you lie with her every night, the devil will hold the candle, or do anything to forward it, but will never disturb you. He's too much a friend to your wickedness. It could never be the devil, Thomas. 'Twas only your own guilt frighted you, and that was devil enough too. If you knew the worst of it, you need no other enemy. Thomas. Why, that's true, master. One would think the devil should not bid me repent, that's true. But certainly 'twas the devil for all that. Now Thomas was not the only man that having committed a flagitious crime had been deluded by his own imagination, and the power of fancy, to think the devil was come for him, whereas the devil, to give him his due, is too honest to pretend to such things. 'Tis his business to persuade men to offend, not to repent, and he professes no other. he may press men to this or that action by telling them 'tis no sin, no offense, no breach of God's law, and the like, when really 'tis both. But to press them to repent when they have offended, that's quite out of his way. 'Tis none of his business, nor does he pretend to it. Therefore let no man charge the devil with what he is not concerned in. But to return to his person, he is, as I have said, notwithstanding his lost glory, a mighty, a terrible, and an immortal spirit. He is himself called a prince, the prince of the power of the air, the prince of darkness, the prince of devils, and the like, and his attending spirits are called his angels. So that however Satan has lost the glory and rectitude of his nature by his apostate state, yet he retains a greatness and magnificence which places him above our rank, and indeed above our conception. For we know not what he is, any more than we know what the blessed angels are, of whom we can say no more than that they are ministering spirits, etc., as the Scripture has described them. Two things, however, may give us some insight into the nature of the devil, in the present state he is in, and these we have a clear discovery of in the whole series of his conduct from the beginning. 1. That he is the vanquished but implacable enemy of God his Creator, who has conquered him, and expelled him from the habitations of bliss, on which account he is filled with envy, rage, malice, and all uncharitableness, would dethrone God, and overturn the thrones of heaven, if it was in his power. 2. That he is man's irreconcilable enemy, not as he is a man, nor on his own account simply, nor for any advantage he, the devil, can make by the ruin and destruction of man, but in mere envy at the felicity he is supposed to enjoy as Satan's rival, and as he is appointed to succeed Satan and his angels in the possession of those glories from which they are fallen. And here I must take upon me to say, Mr. Milton makes a wrong judgment of the reason of Satan's resolution to disturb the felicity of man. He tells us it was merely to affront God his Maker, rob him of the glory designed in his new work of creations, and to disappoint him in his main design, namely, the creating a new species of creatures in a perfect rectitude of soul, and after his own image, from whom he might expect a new fund of glory should be raised, and who was to appear as the triumph of the Messiah's victory over the devil. In all which Satan could not be fool enough not to know that he should be disappointed by the same power which had so eminently counteracted his rage before. But, I believe, the devil went upon a much more probable design, and though he may be said to act upon a meaner principle than that of pointing his rage at the personal glory of his Creator, yet I own that in my opinion it was by much the more rational undertaking, and more likely to succeed, and that was, that whereas he perceived this new species of creatures had a sublime as well as a human part, and were made capable of possessing the mansions of eternal beatitude, from whence he, Satan, and his angels were expelled, and irretrievably banished, envy at such a rival moved him by all possible artifice, for he saw him deprived of capacity to do it by force, to render him unworthy like himself, that bringing him to fall into rebellion and disobedience, he might see his rival damned with him, and those who were intended to fill up the empty spaces in heaven, made so by the absence of so many millions of fallen angels, be cast out into the same darkness with them. How he came to know that this new species of creatures were liable to such imperfection is best explained by the devil's prying, vigilant disposition, judging or leading him to judge by himself, for he was as near being infallible as any of God's creatures had been, and then inclining him to try whether it was so or no. Modern naturalists, especially some who have not so large a charity for the fair sex as I have, tell us that as soon as ever Satan saw the woman and looked in her face, he saw evidently that she was the best formed creature to make a tool of, and the best to make a hypocrite of, that could be made, and therefore the most fitted for his purpose. 1. He saw by some thwart lines in her face, legible perhaps to himself only, that there was a throne ready prepared for the sin of pride to sit in state upon, especially if it took an early possession. Eve, you may suppose, was a perfect beauty, if ever such a thing may be supposed in the human frame. Her figure, being so extraordinary, was the groundwork of his project. There needed no more than to bring her to be vain of it, and to conceit that it either was so, or was infinitely more sublime and beautiful than it really was, and having thus tickled her vanity, to introduce pride gradually, till at last he might persuade her that she was really angelic, or of heavenly race, and wanted nothing but to eat the forbidden fruit, and that would make her something more excellent still. 2. Looking farther into her frame, and with a nearer view to her imperfections, he saw room to conclude that she was of a constitution easy to be seduced, and especially by flattering her, raising a commotion in her soul, and a disturbance among her passions, and accordingly he set himself to work to disturb her repose, and put dreams of great things into her head, together with something of a nameless kind, which, however some have been ill-natured enough to suggest, I shall not injure the devil so much as to mention, without better evidence. 3. But besides this, he found, upon the very first survey of her outside, something so very charming in her mien and behaviour, so engaging as well as agreeable in the whole texture of her person, and withal such a sprightly wit, such a vivacity of parts, such a fluency of tongue, and above all, such a winning, prevailing wine in her smiles, or at least in her tears, that he made no doubt if he could but once delude her, she would easily be brought to delude Adam, whom he found set not only a great value upon her person, but was perfectly captivated by her charms. In a word, he saw plainly that if he could but ruin her, he should easily make a devil of her, to ruin her husband, and draw him into any gulf of mischief, were it ever so black and dreadful, that she should first fall into herself. How far some may be wicked enough from hence to suggest of the fair sex that they have been devils to their husbands ever since, I cannot say. I hope they will not be so unmerciful to discover truths of such fatal consequence though they should come to their knowledge. Thus subtle and penetrating has Satan been from the beginning, and who can wonder that upon these discoveries made into the woman's inside, he went immediately to work with her rather than with Adam? Not but that one would think if Adam was fool enough to be deluded by his wife, the devil might have seen so much of it in his countenance as to have encouraged him to make his attack directly upon him, and not go round about, beating the bush and ploughing with the heifer, setting upon the woman first, and then setting her upon her husband, who might as easily have been imposed upon as she. Other commentators upon this critical text suggest to us that Eve was not so pleased with the hopes of being made a goddess, that the pride of a seraphic knowledge did not so much work upon her imagination to bring her to consent, as a certain secret notion infused into her head by the same wicked instrument, that she should be wiser than Adam, and should by the superiority of her understanding necessarily have the government over him, which at present she was sensible she had not, he being master of a particular air of gravity and majesty, as well as of strength, infinitely superior to her. This is an ill-natured suggestion, but it must be confessed the impatient desire of government which, since that appears in the general behavior of the sex, and particularly of governing husbands, leaves too much room to legitimate the supposition. The expositors who are of this opinion add to it, that this being her original crime, or the particular temptation to that crime, Heaven thought fit to show his justice in making her more entire subjection to her husband be a part of the curse, that she might read her sin in the punishment, namely, he shall rule over thee. I only give the general hint of these things, as they appear recorded in the annals of Satan's first tyranny, and at the beginning of his government in the world. Those that would be more particularly informed may inquire of him and know farther. I cannot, however, but observe here with some regret how it appears by the consequence that the devil was not mistaken when he made an early judgment of Mrs. Eve, and how Satan really went the right way to work, to judge of her. 'Tis certain the devil had nothing to do but to look in her face, and upon a near steady view he might easily see there an instrument for his turn. Nor has he failed to make her a tool ever since, by the very methods which he at first proposed, to which perhaps he has made some additions in the corrupting her composition as well as her understanding, qualifying her to be a complete snare to the poor, weaker vessel man, to wheedle him with her siren's voice, abuse him with her smiles, delude him with her crocodile tears, and sometimes cock her crown at him, and terrify him with the thunder of her treble, making the effeminated male apple-eater tremble at the noise of that very tongue, which at first commanded him to sin. For it is yet a debate which the learned have not decided, whether she persuaded and entreated him, or like a true she-tyrant, exercised her authority, and obliged him to eat the forbidden fruit. And therefore a certain author, whose name, for fear of the sex's resentment, I conceal, brings her in, calling to Adam at a great distance, in an imperious, haughty manner, beckoning to him with her hand, thus, "Here," says she, "you cowardly, faint-hearted wretch, take this branch of heavenly fruit, eat, and be a stupid fool no longer. Eat and be wise. Eat and be a god, and know to your eternal shame that your wife has been made an enlightened goddess before you." He tells you Adam hung back a little at first, and trembled, afraid to trespass. "What ails the sot?" says the new termagant. "What are you afraid of? Did God forbid you? Yes, and why? That we might not be knowing and wise like himself. What reason can there be that we, who have capacious souls, able to receive knowledge, should have it withheld? Take it, you fool, and eat. Don't you see how I am exalted in soul by it, and am quite another creature? Take it, I say, or if you don't, I'll go and cut down the tree, and you shall never eat any of it at all, and you shall be still a fool, and be governed by your wife for ever." Thus, if this interpretation of the thing be just, she scolded him into it, rated him, and brought him to it by the terror of her voice, a thing that has retained a dreadful influence over him ever since. Nor have the greatest of Adam's successors, how light soever some husbands make of it in this age, been ever able, since that, to conceal their terror at the very sound. Nay, if we may believe history, it prevailed even among the gods. Not all the noise of Vulcan's hammers could silence the clamours of that outrageous whore, his goddess. Nay, even Jupiter himself led such a life with a termagant wife, that once, they say, Juno outscolded the noise of all his thunders, and was within an ace of brawling him out of heaven. But to return to the devil. With these views he resolved, it seems, to attack the woman, and if you consider him as a devil, and what he aimed at, and consider the fair prospect he had of success, I must confess I do not see who can blame him, or at least how anything less could be expected from him. But we shall meet with it again by and by. End Part 1, Chapter 4.
Part 1, Chapter 5 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 5. Of the station Satan had in heaven before he fell, the nature and origin of his crime, and some of Mr. Milton's mistakes about it. Thus far I have gone upon general observation in this great affair of Satan and his empire in the world. I now come to my title, and shall enter upon the historical part as the main work before me. Besides what has been said poetically, relating to the fallen wandering condition of the devil and his host, which poetical part I offer only as an excursion, and desire it should be taken so. I shall give you what I think is deducted from good origins on part of Satan's story in a few words. He was one of the created angels, formed by the same omnipotent hand and glorious power, who created the heavens and the earth, and all that is therein. This innumerable heavenly host, as we have reason to believe, contained angels of higher and lower stations, of greater and lesser degree, expressed in the Scripture by thrones, dominions, and principalities. This, I think, we have as much reason to believe as we have that there are stars in the firmament, or starry heavens, of greater and of lesser magnitude. What particular station among the immortal choir of angels, this arch-seraph, this prince of devils called Satan, was placed in before his expulsion, that indeed we cannot come at the knowledge of, at least, not with such an authority as may be depended upon, but as from Scripture authority. He is placed at the head of all the apostate armies. After he was fallen, we cannot think it in the least assuming to say that he might be supposed to be one of the principal agents in the rebellion which happened in heaven, and consequently that he may be one of the highest in dignity there before that rebellion. The higher station, the lower, and with a greater precipitation, was his overthrow. And therefore, those words, though taken in another sense, may very well be applied to him. How art thou fallen, O Lucifer, son of the morning! Having granted the dignity of his person, and the high station in which he was placed among the heavenly host, it would become then necessarily to inquire into the nature of his fall, and above all, a little into the reason of it. Certain it is, he did fall, was guilty of rebellion and disobedience, the just effect of pride, sins, which, in that holy place, might well be called wonderful. But what to me is more wonderful, and which I think will be very ill accounted for, is how came seeds of a crime to the rise in the angelic nature, created in a state of perfect, unspotted holiness? How was it first found in a place where no unclean thing can enter? How came ambition, pride, or envy to generate there? Could there be offense where there is no crime? Could untainted purity breed corruption? Could that nature contaminate and infect, which was always drinking in principles of perfection? Happy it is to me that writing of history, not solving the difficulties of Satan's affairs, is my province in this work, that I am to relate the fact, not give reasons for it, or assign causes. If it was otherwise, I should break off at this difficulty, for I acknowledge I do not see through it. Neither do I think that the great Milton, after all his fine images and lofty excursions upon the subject, has left it one jot clearer than he found it. Some are of the opinion, among them the great Mr. B__S, that crime broke in upon them at some interval, when they omitted but one fixing their eyes and thoughts on the glory of the divine face to admire and adore, which is the full employment of angels. But even this, though it goes as high imagination can carry us, does not reach it, nor, to me, make it one jot more comprehensible than it was before. All I can say to it here is that so it was. The fact was upon record, and the rejected troop are in being, whose circumstances confess the guilt, and still groan under the punishment. If you will bear with a poetic excursion upon the subject, not to solve but to illustrate the difficulty, take it in a few lines thus: Thou sin of witchcraft, firstborn of crime, produced before the bloom of time, ambition's maiden sin, and heaven conceived, and who could have believed? Defilement could in purity begin, and bright eternal day be soiled with sin. Tell us, sly penetrating crime, how camped shall there, thou fault sublime? How didst thou pass the adamantite gate, and into spirit thyself insinuate? From what dark state, from what deep place, from what strange uncreated race? Where was thy ancient habitation found? before void chaos heard the forming sound. Wast thou a substance or an airy ghost, a vapor flying in the fluid waste of unconcocted air? And how at first did thou come there? Sure there was once a time when thou wert not. By whom wast thou created, and for what? Art thou a steam from some contagion damp exhaled? How should contagion be entailed? On bright seraphic spirits and in place, where all supreme and glories filled the space. No noxious vapor there could rise, for there no noxious matter lies. Nothing that's evil could appear. Sin never could seraphic glory bear. The brightness of the eternal face, which fills as well as constitutes the place, would be a fire too hot for crime to bear. 'Twould calcine sin or melt into air. How then did defilement enter in? Ambition, thou first vital seed of sin. Thou life of death, how cam'st thou there? In what broad form didst thou appear? In what seraphic orb didst thou arise? Surely that place admits of no disguise. Eternal sight must know thee there, and being known, thou soon must disappear. But since the fatal truth we know, without the matter whence or manner how, thou high superlative of sin, tell us thy nature, where thou didst begin, the first decree of thy increase, debauched of regions of eternal peace, and filled the breast of loyal angels there with the first treason and infernal war. Thou art the high extreme of pride, and dost o lesser crimes preside, not for the mean attempt of vice designed, but to embroil the world and damn mankind. Transforming mischief, now hath thou procured that lost that ne'er to be restored, and made the bright seraphic morning star in horrid monstrous shapes appear. Satan, that while he dwelt in glorious light, was always then as pure as he was bright, that in effulgent rays of glory shone, excelled by eternal light by him alone, distorted now and stripped of innocence, and banished with thee from the high preeminence. How hast the splendid seraph changed his face, transformed by thee, and like thy monstrous race. Ugly as is the crime for which he fell, fitted by thee to make a local hell, for such must be the place where either of you dwell. Thus, as I told you, I only moralize upon the subject, but as to the difficulty, I must leave it as to find it, unless, as I hinted at first, I could prevail with Satan to set pen to paper, and write this part of his own history. No question, but he could let us into the secret. But to be plain, I doubt I shall tell so many plain truths of the devil in this history, and discover so many of his secrets, which it is not for his interest to have discovered, that before I have done, the devil and I may not be so good friends as you may suppose we are, at least not friends enough to obtain such a favor of him, though it be for public good. So we must be content till we come on't other side the blue blanket, and then we shall know the whole story. But now, though, as I said, I will not attempt to solve the difficulty, I may, I hope, venture to tell you that there is not so much difficulty in it as at first sight appears, and especially not so much as some people would make us believe. Perhaps that may help us a little in the inquiry, for to know what it is not is one help towards knowing what it is. Mr. Milton has indeed told us a great many merry things of the devil, in a most formal, solemn manner, till in short he has made a good play of heaven and hell, and no doubt, if he had lived in our times, he might have had it acted out with our Pluto and Proserpine. He has made fine speeches both for God and the devil, and a little addition might have turned it, a la modern, into a harlequin dieu and diable. I confess I don't know well how far the dominion of poetry extends itself. It seems the butts and bounds of Parnassus are not yet ascertained, so that I know, by virtue of their Antian privileges, called licentia poetarum, there can be no blasphemy in verse. As some of our divines say, there can be no treason in the pulpit. But they that will venture to write that way ought to be better satisfied about that point than I am. Upon this foot, Mr. Milton, to grace his poem, and give room for his toe-ring fancy, has gone a great length beyond all that ever went before him. Since Ovid is his metamorphosis, he has indeed complimented God Almighty with a flux of lofty words and great sounds, and has made a very fine story of the devil. But he has made a mere je ne sais quoi of Jesus Christ. In one line he has him riding on a cherub, in another sitting on a throne, both in the very same moment of action. In another place he has brought him in making a speech to his saints, when 'tis evident he had none there, for we all know man was not created till a long while after. And no body can be so dull as to say the angels may be called saints, without the greatest absurdity in nature. Besides, he makes Christ himself distinguish them, as in two several bands, and of differing persons and species, as to be sure they are. Stand till in bright array, ye saints. Here stand, ye angels. Par Lost Lib. 6, Fo 174. So that Christ here is brought up in drawing up his army before the last battle, and making a speech to them, to tell them they shall only stand by in warlike order, but that they shall have no occasion to fight, for he alone will engage the rebels. Then in embattling his legions, he places the saints here, and the angels there, as if one were the main battle of infantry, and the other the wings of cavalry. But who are those saints? They are indeed all of Milton's own making. 'Tis certain there were no saints at all in heaven or earth at that time. God and his angels filled up the space. And 'tis some of the angels fell, and men were created, had lived, and were dead. There could have been no saints there. Saint Abel was certainly the proto-saint of all that ever were seen in heaven, as well as the proto-martyr of all that have been upon earth. Just such another mistake, not to call it a blunder, he makes about hell, which he not only makes local, but gives it a being before the fall of the angels, and brings it an opening its mouth to receive them. This is so contrary to the nature of the thing, and so great an absurdity, that no poetic license can account for it. For though poesy may form stories, as idea and fancy may furnish materials, yet poesy must not break in upon chronology, and make things which in time were to exist act before they existed. Thus a painter may make a fine piece of work, the fancy may be good, the strokes masterly, and the beauty of the workmanship inimitably curious and fine, and yet have some unpardonable improprieties which mar the whole work. So the famous painter of Toledo painted the story of the three wise men of the East coming to worship and bring their presents to our Lord upon his birth at Bethlehem, where he represents them as three Arabian or Indian kings. Two of them are white and one black. But unhappily, when he drew the latter part of them kneeling, which to be sure was done after their faces, their legs being necessarily a little intermixed, he made 3 black feet for the Negro king, but 3 white feet for the 2 white kings, and yet never discovered the mistake till the piece was presented to the king and hung up in the great church. As this was an unpardonable error in sculpture or limning, it must be much more so in poetry, where the images must have no improprieties, much less inconsistencies. In a word, Mr. Milton has indeed made a fine poem, but it is the devil of a history. I can easily allow Mr. Milton to make hills and dales, flowery meadows and plains, and the like, in heaven, and places of retreat and contemplation in hell. Though I must add that it can be allowed to no poet on earth but Mr. Milton. Nay, I will allow Mr. Milton, if you please, to set the angels a-dancing in heaven, lib v. Foe 138, and the devils a-singing in hell, lib I. Foe 44, though they are, in short, especially the last, most horrid absurdities. But I cannot allow him to make their music in hell to be harmonious and charming as he does, such images being incongruous and indeed shocking to nature. Neither can I think we should allow these things to be placed out of time in poetry, any more than in history. 'Tis a confusion of images which is allowed to be disallowed by the critics of which tribe or species soever in the world, and is indeed unpardonable. But we shall find so many more of these things in Mr. Milton, that really taking notice of them all would carry me quite out of my way. I being at this time not writing the history of Mr. Milton, but of the devil. Besides, Mr. Milton is such a celebrated man, that who but he that can write the history of the devil dare meddle with him? But to come back to business. As I'd cautioned you against running to Scripture for shelter in cases of difficulty, Scripture weighing very little among the people I am directing my speech to, so indeed Scripture gives but very little light into anything of the devil's story before his fall, and but to very little of it for some time after. Nor has Mr. Milton said one word to solve the main difficulty, viz., how the devil came to fall, and how sin came into heaven. How the spotless seraphic nature could receive infection, whence the contagion proceeded, what nox matter could emit corruption there, how and whence any vapor to poison the angelic frame could rise up, or how it increased and grew up to crime. But all this he passes over, and hurrying up that part in 2 or 3 words only tells us, his pride had cast him out of heaven with all of his host of rebel angels, by whose aid aspiring he trusted to have equaled the Most High. Lib I. Foe 3. His pride! But how came Satan, while an archangel, to be proud? How did it consist that pride and perfect holiness should meet in the same person? Here we must bid Mr. Milton good night, for in plain terms, he is in the dark about it, and so we are all. And the most that can be said is that we know the fact is so, but nothing of the nature or reason of it. But come to the history. The angels fell, they sinned, wonderful, in heaven, and God cast them out. What their sin was is not explicit, but in general 'tis called a rebellion against God. All sin must be so. Mr. Milton here takes upon him to give the history of it, as particularly as if he has been born there, and come down hither on purpose to give us an account of it. I hope he is better informed by this time. But this he does in such a manner as jostles with religion, and shocks our faith in so many points necessary to be believed, that we must forbear to give up to Mr. Milton, or must set aside part of the sacred text in such a manner as will assist some people to set it all aside. I mean by this, his invented scheme of the Son's being declared in heaven to be begotten then, and then to be declared generalissimo of all the armies of heaven, and of the Father's summonings all angels of heavenly hosts to submit to him and pay him homage. The words are quoted already, page 32. I must own the invention indeed is very fine, the images exceeding magnificent, the thought rich and bright, and in some respect truly sublime. But the authorities fail most wretchedly, and the mistiming of it is insufferably gross, as is noted in the introduction to this work. For Christ is not declared the Son of God, but on earth. 'Tis true, 'tis spoken from heaven, but then 'tis spoken as perfected on earth. If it was at all to be assigned to heaven, it was from eternity, and there, indeed, his eternal generation is allowed, but to take upon us to say that on a day, a certain day, for so our poet assumes. Lib v. Fall 137. When on a day, on such a day, as heaven's great year brings forth, the embryo host of angels by imperial sums called, forthwith from all the ends of heaven appeared. This is indeed too gross. At this meeting he makes God declare the Son to be that day begotten, as before. Had he made him not begotten that day, but declared general that day, it would be reconcilable with the Scripture and with sense. For either the begetting is meant of ordaining to an office, or else the eternal generation falls to the ground. And if it was to the office, mediator, then Mr. Milton is out in ascribing another fixed day to the work. See Lib X Fo 197. But then the declaring him that day is wrong chronology too. For Christ is declared the Son of God with power, only by resurrection of the dead. And this is both a declaration in heaven and in earth. Rome I 4. And Milton can have no authority to tell us there was any declaration of it in heaven before this, except it be that dull authority called poetic license, which will not pass in so solemn an affair as this. But the thing was necessary to Milton, who wanted to assign some cause or original of the devil's rebellion. And so, as I said above, the design is well laid. It only wants two trifles called truth and history. So I leave it to struggle for itself. This ground plot being laid, he has a fair field for the devil to play the rebel in, for he immediately brings him in, not satisfied with the exaltation of the Son of God. The case must be thus. Satan being an eminent archangel, and perhaps the highest of all the angelic train, hearing the sovereign declaration that the Son of God was declared to be head or generalissimo of all the heavenly host, took it ill to see another put into the high station over his head, as the soldiers call it, he perhaps thinking himself the senior officer, and disdaining to submit to any but to his former immediate sovereign. In short, he threw up his commission, and, in order not to be compelled to obey, revolted and broke out in open rebellion. All this part is a decoration noble and great, nor is there any objection to be made against the invention, because a deduction of probable events. But the plot is wrong laid, as is observed above, because contradicted by the Scripture account, according to which Christ was declared in heaven, not then, but from eternity, and not declared with power, but on earth, viz., in his victory over sin and death, by the resurrection from the dead. So that Mr. Milton is not orthodox in this part, but lays an avowed foundation for the corrupt doctrine of Arius, which says there was a time when Christ was not the Son of God. But to leave Mr. Milton to his flights, I agree with him on this part, viz., that the wicked or sinning angels, with the great archangel at the head of them, revolted from their obedience, even in heaven itself, that Satan began the wicked defection, and being a chief among the heavenly host, consequently carried over a great part with him, who all together rebelled against God. That upon this rebellion they were sentenced, by the righteous judgment of God, to be expelled the holy habitation. This, besides the authority of Scripture, we have visible testimonies of, from the devils themselves, their influences and operations among us every day, of which mankind are witnesses, in all the merry things they do in his name, and under his protection, in almost every scene of life they pass through. Whether we talk of things done openly or in masquerade, things done in or out of it, things done in earnest or in jest. But then, what comes of the long and bloody war that Mr. Milton gives such a full and particular account of, and the terrible battles in heaven between Michael, with the royal army of angels on one hand, and Satan, with his rebel host on the other, in which he supposes the numbers and strength to be pretty near equal, but at length brings in the devil's army upon doubling their rage and bringing new engines of war into the field, putting Michael and all the faithful army to the worst, and in a word defeats them? For though they were not put to a plain flight, in which case he must, at least, have given an account of 2 or 3,000 millions of angels cut in pieces and wounded. Yet he allows them to give over the fight, and make a kind of retreat, so making way for the complete victory of the Son of God. Now this is all invention, or at least a borrowed thought from the old poets, and the fight of the giants against Jupiter, so nobly designed by Ovid, almost 2,000 years ago. And there 'twas well enough, but whether poetic fancy should be allowed to fable upon heaven or no, and upon the King of heaven too, that I leave to the sages. By this expulsion of the devils, it is allowed by most authors, they are, ipso facto, stripped of the rectitude and holiness of their nature, which was their beauty and perfection. And being engulfed in the abyss of irrecoverable ruin, 'tis no matter where, from that very time they lost their angelic beautiful form, commenced ugly frightful monsters and devils, and became evildoers as well as evil spirits, filled with a horrid malignity and enmity against their Maker, and armed with a hellish resolution to shew and exert it on all occasions, retaining, however, their exalted spirituous nature, and having a vast extensive power of action, all which they can exert in nothing else but doing evil, for they are entirely divested of either power or will to do good. And even in doing evil, they are under restraints and limitations of a superior power, which is their torment, and perhaps a great part of their hell that they cannot break through. End of Part 1, Chapter 5. Recording by Matthew Newell.
Part 1, Chapter 6 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 6. What became of the devil and his host of fallen spirits after their being expelled from heaven, and his wandering condition till the creation, with some more of Mr. Milton's absurdities on that subject. Having thus brought the devil and his innumerable legions to the edge of the bottomless pit, it remains, before I bring them to action, that some inquiry should be made into the posture of their affairs immediately after their precipitate fall, and into the place of their immediate residence. For this will appear to be very necessary to Satan's history, and indeed so, as that without it all the farther account we have to give of him will be inconsistent and imperfect. And first I take upon me to lay down some fundamentals, which I believe I shall be able to make out historically, though perhaps not so geographically as some have pretended to do. 1. That Satan was not immediately, nor as yet, locked down into the abyss of a local hell, such as is supposed by some, and such as he shall be at last. Or that, 2. If he was, he has certain liberties allowed him for excursions into the regions of this air, and certain spheres of action in which he can and does move, to do, like a very devil as he is, all the mischief he can, and of which we see so many examples both about us and in us, in the inquiry after which I shall take occasion to examine whether the devil is not in most of us sometimes, if not in all of us one time or other. 3. That Satan has no particular residence in this globe or earth where we live, that he rambles about among us and marches over and over our whole country, he and his devils in camps volant, but that he pitches his grand army or chief encampment in our adjacencies or frontiers, which the philosophers call atmosphere, and whence he is called the prince of the power of that element or part of the world we call air, from whence he sends out his spies, his agents and emissaries to get intelligence and to carry his commissions to his trusty and well-beloved cousins and counselors on earth, by which his business is done and his affairs carried on in the world. Here again I meet Mr. Milton full in my face, who will have it that the devil, immediately at his expulsion, rolled down directly into a hell proper and local, Nay, he measures the very distance, at least gives the length of the journey by the time they were passing or falling, which he says was 9 days, a good poetical flight, but neither founded on scripture or philosophy. He might every jot as well have brought hell up to the walls of heaven, advanced to receive them, or he ought to have considered the space which is to be allowed to any locality, let him take what part of infinite distance between heaven and a created hell he pleases. But let that be as Mr. Milton's extraordinary genius pleases to place it. The passage, it seems, is just 9 days betwixt heaven and hell. Well might Dives then see Father Abraham, and talk to him too, but then the great gulf which Abraham tells him was fixed between them does not seem to be so large as, according to Sir Isaac Newton, Dr. Halley, Mr. Whiston, and the rest of our men of science, we take it to be. But suppose the passage to be 9 days, according to Mr. Milton, what followed? Why, hell gaped wide, opened its frightful mouth, and received them all at once. Millions and thousands of millions as they were, it received them all at a gulp, as we call it. They had no difficulty to go in, no, none at all. Facilus descensus Averni sed revocare gradum, hoc opus hic labor est. Virgil. All this, as poetical, we may receive, but not at all as historical. For then come difficulties insuperable in our way, some of which may be as follows. 1. Hell is here supposed to be a place, nay, a place created for the punishment of angels and men, and likewise created long before those had fallen, or these had been. This makes me say Mr. Milton was a good poet, but a bad historian. Tophet was prepared of old, indeed, but it was for the king, that is to say, it was prepared for those whose lot it should be to come there. But this does not at all suppose it was prepared before it was resolved whether there should be subjects for it, or no. Else we must suppose both men and angels were made by the glorious and upright Maker of all things on purpose for destruction, which would be incongruous and absurd. But there is worse yet to come. In the next place he adds that hell, having received them, closed upon them, that is to say, took them in, closed or shut its mouth, and in a word, they were locked in, as it was said in another place, they were locked in, and the key is carried up to heaven and kept there. For we know the angel came down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit, but first see Mr. Milton. 9 days they fell, confounded chaos roared, and felt tenfold confusion in their fall. Hell at last, yawning, received them all, and on them closed. Down from the verge of heaven, eternal wrath burnt after them, unquenchable. This scheme is certainly deficient, if not absurd, and I think is more so than any other he has laid. 'Tis evident neither Satan or his host of devils are, no, not any of them, yet even now confined in the eternal prison, where the Scripture says he shall be reserved in chains of darkness. They must have mean thoughts of hell as a prison, a local confinement that can suppose the devil able to break jail, knock off his fetters, and come abroad, if he had been once locked in there, as Mr. Milton says he was. Now we know that he is abroad again. He presented himself before God among his neighbors when Job's case came to be discoursed of. And more than that, it's plain he was a prisoner at large by his answer to God's question, which was, Whence comest thou? To which he answered, From going to and fro through the earth. And this, I say, is plain, and if it be as certain that hell closed upon them, I demand then how got he out, and why was there not a proclamation for apprehending him, as there usually is after such rogues as break prison? In short, the true account of the devil's circumstances since his fall from heaven is much more likely to be thus: that he is more of a vagrant than a prisoner, that he is a wanderer in the wild, unbounded waste, where he and his legions, like the hordes of Tartary, who in the wild countries of Karakathay, the deserts of Barkan, Kasan, and Astrakhan, live up and down where they find proper, so Satan and his innumerable legions rove about hic et ubique, pitching their camps, being beasts of prey where they find the most spoil, watching over this world and all the other worlds, for aught we know, and if there are any such, I say, watching and seeking who they may devour, that is, who they may deceive and delude, and so destroy, for devour they cannot. Satan, being thus confined to a vagabond, wandering, unsettled condition, is without any certain abode. For though he has, in consequence of his angelic nature, a kind of empire in the liquid waste or air, Yet this is certainly part of his punishment, that he is continually hovering over this inhabited globe of earth, swelling with the rage of envy at the felicity of his rival man, and studying all the means possible to injure and ruin him, but extremely limited in power to his unspeakable mortification. This is his present state, without any fixed abode, place, or space allowed him to rest the sole of his foot upon. From his expulsion, I take his first view of horror to be that of looking back towards the heaven which he had lost, there to see the chasm or opening made up out at which, as at a breach in the wall of the holy place, he was thrust headlong by the power which expelled him. I say, to see the breach repaired, the mounds built up, the walls garrisoned with millions of angels and armed with thunders, and above all, made terrible by that glory from whose presence they were expelled, as is poetically hinted at before. Upon this sight, 'tis no wonder, if there was such a place, that they fled till the darkness might cover them, and that they might be out of the view of so hated a sight. Wherever they found it, you may be sure they pitched their first camp, and began, after many a sour reflection upon what was past, to consider and think a little upon what was to come. If I had as much personal acquaintance with the devil as would admit it, and could depend upon the truth of what answer he would give me, the first question I would ask him should be, what measures they resolved on at their first assembly, and the next should be, how they were employed in all that space of time between their so flying the face of their almighty conqueror and the creation of man. As for the length of the time, which according to the learned was 20,000 years, and according to the more learned not half a quarter so much, I would not concern my curiosity much about it. 'Tis most certain there was a considerable time between, but of that immediately. First let me inquire what they were doing all that time. The devil and his host being thus, I say, cast out of heaven, and not yet confined strictly to hell, 'tis plain they must be somewhere. Satan and all his legions did not lose their existence, no, nor the existence of devils neither. God was so far from annihilating him that he still preserved his being, and this not Mr. Milton only, but God himself has made known to us, having left his history so far upon record. Several expressions in Scripture also make it evident, as particularly the story of Job mentioned before, the like in our Saviour's time, and several others. If hell did not immediately engulf them, as Milton suggests, 'tis certain, I say, that they fled somewhere from the anger of heaven, from the face of the avenger and his absence, and their own guilt, wonder not at it, would make hell enough for them wherever they went. Nor need we fly to the dreams of our astronomers, who take a great deal of pains to fill up the vast spaces of the starry heavens with innumerable habitable worlds, allowing as many solar systems as there are fixed stars, and that not only in the known constellations, but even in galaxy itself, who to every such system allow a certain number of planets, and to every one of those planets so many satellites or moons, and all these planets and moons to be worlds, solid, dark, opaque bodies, habitable, and, as they would have us believe, inhabited by the like animals and rational creatures as on this earth, so that they may at this rate find room enough for the devil and all his angels without making a hell on purpose. Nay, they may, for aught I know, find a world for every devil in all the devil's host, and so every one may be a monarch or master devil separately in his own sphere or world, and play the devil thereby himself. And even if this were so, it cannot be denied but that one devil in a place would be enough for a whole systemary world, and be able, if not restrained, to do mischief enough thereto, and even to ruin and overthrow the whole body of people contained in it. But I say we need not fly to these shifts, or consult the astronomers in the decision of this point. For wherever Satan and his defeated host went at their expulsion from heaven, we think we are certain none of all these beautiful worlds, or be they worlds or no, I mean the fixed stars, planets, etc., had then any existence, for the beginning, as the Scripture calls it, was not yet begun. But to speak a little by the rules of philosophy, that is to say, so as to be understood by others, even when we speak of things we cannot fully understand ourselves. Though in the beginning of time all this glorious creation was formed, the earth, the starry heavens, and all the furniture thereof, and there was a time when they were not, yet we cannot say so of the void, or that nameless nowhere, as I called it before, which now appears to be a somewhere, in which these glorious bodies are placed. That immense space which those took up, and which they move in at this time, must be supposed before they had being to be placed there. As God himself was and existed before all being, time, or place, so the heaven of heavens, or the place where the thrones and dominions of his kingdom then existed, inconceivable and ineffable, had an existence before the glorious seraphs, The innumerable company of angels which attended about the throne of God existed. These all had a being long before, as the eternal creator of them all had before them. Into this void or abyss of nothing, however unmeasurable, infinite, and even to those spirits themselves inconceivable, they certainly launched from the bright precipice which they fell from, and here they shifted as well as they could. Here, expanding those wings which fear and horror at their defeat furnished them, as I hinted before, they hurried away to the utmost distance possible from the face of God their conqueror, and then most dreaded enemy, formerly their joy and glory. Be this utmost removed distance where it will, here certainly Satan and all his gang of devils, his numberless though routed armies, retired. Here Milton might, with some good ground, have formed his pandemonium, and have brought them in, consulting what was next to be done, and whether there was any room left to renew the war, or to carry on the rebellion. But had they been cast immediately into hell, closed up there, the bottomless pit locked upon them, and the key carried up to heaven to be kept there, as Mr. Milton himself in part confesses, and the Scripture affirms, I say, had this been so, the devil himself could not have been so ignorant as to think of any future steps to be taken to retrieve his affairs, and therefore a pandemonium or divan in hell, to consult of it, was ridiculous. All Mr. Milton's scheme of Satan's future conduct, and all the Scripture expressions about the devil and his numerous attendants, and of his acting since that time, make it not reasonable to suggest that the devils were confined to their eternal prison at their expulsion out of heaven, but that they were in a state of liberty to act, though limited in acting, of which I shall also speak in its place. End of Part 1, Chapter 6. Part 1, Chapter 7 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe, Part 1, Chapter 7. Of the number of Satan's host, how they came first to know of the new created worlds, now in being, and their measures with mankind upon the discovery. Several things have been suggested to set us calculating the number of this frightful throng of devils, who with Satan the master devil was thus cast out of heaven. I cannot say I am so much master of political arithmetic as to cast up the number of the beast, no, nor the number of the beasts or devils who make up this throng. Saint Francis, they tell us, or some other saint, they do not say who, asked the devil once how strong he was, for Saint Francis, you must know, was very familiar with him. The devil, it seems, did not tell him, but presently raised a great cloud of dust by the help, I suppose, of a gust of wind, and bid that saint count it. He was, I suppose, a calculator, that would be called grave, who, dividing Satan's troops into 3 lines, cast up the number of the devils of all sorts in each battalia at 100 times 100,000 millions of the first line, 50 millions of times as many in the second line, and 300,000 times as many as both in the third line. The impertinence of this account would hardly have given it a place here, only to hint that it has always been the opinion that Satan's name may well be called a noun of multitude, and that the devil and his angels are certainly no inconsiderable number. It was a smart repartee that a Venetian nobleman made to a priest, who rallied him upon his refusing to give something to the church, which the priest demanded for the delivering him from purgatory, when the priest, asking him if he knew what an innumerable number of devils there were to take him, he answered, yes, he knew how many devils there were in all. How many? Says the priest, his curiosity, I suppose, being raised by the novelty of the answer. Why, 10,511,675 devils and a half, says the nobleman. A half, says the priest. Pray, what kind of a devil is that? Yourself, says the nobleman, for you are half a devil already, and will be a whole one when you come there, for you are for deluding all you deal with, and bringing us soul and body into your hands, that you may be paid for letting us go again. So much for their number. Here also it would come in very aptly to consider the state of that long interval between the time of their expulsion from heaven and the creation of the world, and what the posture of the devil's affairs might be during that time. The horror of their condition can only be conceived of at a distance, and especially by us, who being embodied creatures cannot fully judge of what is or is not a punishment to seraphs and spirits, but 'tis just to suppose they suffered all that spirits of a seraphic nature were capable to sustain, consistent with their existence, notwithstanding which they retained still the hellishness of their rebellious principles, namely, their hatred and rage against God, and their envy at the felicity of his creatures. As to how long their time might be, I shall leave that search, no lights being given me that are either probable or rational, and we have so little room to make a judgment of it, that we may as well believe Father M., who supposes it to be 100,000 years, as those who judge it 1,000 years. 'Tis enough that we are sure it was before the creation. How long before is not material to the devil's history, unless we had some records of what happened to him or was done by him in the interval. During the wandering condition the devil was in at that time, we may suppose he and his whole clan to be employed in exerting their hatred and rage at the Almighty, and at the happiness of the remaining faithful angels, by all the ways they had power to show it. From this determines stated enmity of Satan and his host against God, and at everything that brought glory to his name, Mr. Milton brings in Satan, when first he saw Adam in paradise, and the felicity of his station there, swelling with rage and envy, and taking up a dreadful resolution to ruin Adam and all his posterity, merely to disappoint his Maker of the glory of his creation. I shall come to speak of that in its place. How Satan, in his remote situation, got intelligence of the place where to find Adam out, or that any such thing as a man was created, is matter of just speculation, and there might be many rational schemes laid for it. Mr. Milton does not undertake to tell us the particulars, nor indeed could he find room for it, perhaps the devil having, as I have said, a liberty to range over the whole void or abyss, which we want as well a name for, as indeed powers to conceive of, might have discovered that the Almighty Creator had formed a new and glorious work, with infinite beauty and variety, filling up the immense waste of space in which he, the devil, and his angels had rode for so long a time without finding anything to work on, or to exert their apostate rage in against their Maker. That at length they found the infinite untrodden space, on a sudden spread full with glorious bodies, shining in self-existing beauty with a new and to them unknown lustre called light. They found these luminous bodies, though immense in bulk and infinite in number, yet fixed in their wondrous stations, regular and exact in their motions, confined in their proper orbits, tending to their particular centres and enjoying every one their peculiar systems, within which was contained innumerable planets, with their satellites or moons, in which again a reciprocal influence, motion, and revolution conspired to form the most admirable uniformity of the whole. Surprised, to be sure, with this sudden and yet glorious work of the Almighty, for the creation was enough with its lustre even to surprise the devils, they might reasonably be supposed to start out of their dark retreat, and with a curiosity not below the seraphic dignity, for these are some of the things which the angels desire to look into, to take a flight through all the amazing systems of the fixed suns or stars, which we see now but at a distance, and only make astronomical guesses at. Here the devil found not subject of wonder only, but matter to swell his revolted spirit with more rage, and to revive the malignity of his mind against his Maker, and especially against this new increase of glory, which to his infinite regret was extended over the whole waste, and which he looked upon, as we say in human affairs, as a pays conquis, or, if you will have it in the language of the devil, as an invasion upon his kingdom. Here it naturally occurred to them, in their stated envy and rebellion, that though they could not assault the impregnable walls of heaven, and could no more pretend to raise war in the place of blessedness and peace, yet that perhaps they might find room in this new and however glorious yet inferior kingdom or creation to work some despite to their great Creator, or to affront his majesty in the person of some of his new made creatures, and upon this they may be justly supposed to double their vigilance in the survey they resolve to take of these new worlds, however great, numberless, and wonderful. What discoveries they may have made in the other and greater worlds than this earth we have not yet had an account. Possibly they are conversant with other parts of God's creation besides this little globe, which is but as a point in comparison of the rest, and with other of God's creatures besides man, who may, according to the opinion of our philosophers, inhabit those worlds. But as nobody knows that part but the devil, we shall not trouble ourselves with the inquiry. But 'tis very reasonable, and indeed probable, that the devils were more than ordinarily surprised at the nature and reason of all this glorious creation, after they had, with the utmost curiosity, viewed all the parts of it, the glories of the several systems, the immense spaces in which those glorious bodies that were created and made part of it were allowed respectively to move, the innumerable fixed stars, as so many suns in the centre of so many distant solar systems, the likewise innumerable dark opaque bodies receiving light and depending upon those suns respectively for such light, and then reflecting that light again upon and for the use of one another, to see the beauty and splendor of their forms, the regularity of their position, the order and exactness and yet inconceivable velocity of their motions, the certainty of their revolutions, and the variety and virtue of their influences, and then, which was even to the devils themselves most astonishing, that after all the rest of their observations they should find this whole immense work was adapted for and made subservient to the use, delight, and blessing only of one poor species, in itself small, and in appearance contemptible, the meanest of all the kinds supposed to inhabit so many glorious worlds as appear now to be formed. I mean that moon called the earth, and the creature called man, that all was made for him, upheld by the wise Creator on his account only, and would necessarily end and cease whenever that species should end and be determined. That this creature was to be found nowhere but as above in one little individual moon, a spot less than almost any of the moons, which were in such great numbers to be found attendant upon, and prescribed with in every system of the whole created heavens. This was astonishing, even to the devil himself, nay, the whole clan of devils could scarce entertain any just ideas of the thing, till at last Satan, indefatigable in his search or inquiry into the nature and reason of this new work, and particularly searching into the species of man whom he found God had thus placed in the little globe called earth, he soon came to an éclaircissement, or a clear understanding of the whole. For example, first, he found this creature called man was, however mean and small in his appearance, a kind of a seraphic species, that he was made in the very image of God, endowed with reasonable faculties to know good and evil, and possessed of a certain thing till then unknown and unheard of even in hell itself, that is, in the habitation of devils, let that be where it would, viz. 2. That God had made him, indeed, of the lowest and coarsest materials, but that he had breathed into him the breath of life, and that he became a living thing called soul, being a kind of an extraordinary heavenly and divine emanation, and consequently that man, however mean and terrestrial his body might be, was yet heaven-born in his spiritus part, completely seraphic, and after a space of life here, determined to be a state of probation, he should be translated through the regions of death into a life purely and truly heavenly, and which should remain so for ever, being capable of knowing and enjoying God as Maker, and standing in his presence as the glorified angels do. 3. That he had the most sublime faculties infused into him, was capable not only of knowing and contemplating God, and which was still more of enjoying him as above, but which the devil now was not, capable of honoring and glorifying his Maker, who also had condescended to accept of honor from him. 4. And which was still more, that being of an angelic nature, though mixed with and confined for the present in a case of mortal flesh. He was intended to be removed from this earth after a certain time of life here, to inhabit that heaven and enjoy that very glory and felicity from which Satan and his angels had been expelled. When he found all this, it presently occurred to him that God had done it all as an act of triumph over him, Satan, and that these creatures were only created to people heaven, depopulated or stripped of its inhabitants by his expulsion, and that these were all to be made angels in the devil's stead. If this thought increased his fury and envy, as far as rage of devils can be capable of being made greater, it doubtless set him on work to give a vent to that rage and envy by searching into the nature and constitution of this creature called man, and to find out whether he was invulnerable and could by no means be hurt by the power of hell, or deluded by his subtlety, or whether he might be beguiled and deluded, and so, instead of being preserved in holiness and purity, wherein he was certainly created, be brought to fall and rebel, as he, Satan, had done before him, by which, instead of being transplanted into a glorious state after this life in heaven, as his Maker had designed him to be, to fill up the angelic choir and supply the place from whence he, Satan, had fallen, he might be made to fall also like him, and, in a word, be made a devil like himself. This convinces us that the devil has not lost his natural powers by his fall, and our learned commentator, Mr. Poole, is of the same opinion, though he grants that the devil has lost his moral power, or his power of doing good, which he can never recover. Vide Mr. Poole upon Acts 19:17, where we may particularly observe, when the man possessed with an evil spirit flew upon the 7 sons of Sceva, the Jew, who would have exorcised them in the name of Jesus, without the authority of Jesus, or without faith in him, he flew on them and mastered them, so that they fled out of the house from the devil conquered, naked and wounded. But of this power of the devil I shall speak by itself. In a word, and to sum up all the devil's story from his first expulsion, it stands thus: for so many years as were between his fall and the creation of man, though we have no memoirs of his particular affairs, we have reason to believe he was without any manner of employment, but a certain tormenting endeavour to be always expressing his rage and enmity against heaven. I call it tormenting, because ever disappointed, every thought about it proving empty, every attempt towards it abortive, leaving him only light enough to see still more and more reason to despair of success, and that this made his condition still more and more a hell than it was before. After a space of duration in this misery, which we have no light given us to measure or judge of, he at length discovered the new creation of man, as above, upon which he soon found matter to set himself to work upon, and has been busily employed ever since. And now, indeed, there may be room to suggest a local hell, and the confinement of souls, made corrupt and degenerate by him, to it as a place, though he himself, as is still apparent by his actings, is not yet confined to it. Of this hell, its locality, extent, dimensions, continuance, and nature, as it does not belong to Satan's history, I have a good excuse for saying nothing, and so put off my meddling with that, which, if I would meddle with, I could say nothing of to the purpose. End of Part 1, Chapter 7.
Part 1, Chapter 8 of the History of the Devil.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 8. Of the power of the devil at the time of the creation of this world, whether it has not been farther straitened and limited since that time, and what shifts and stratagems he is obliged to make use of to compass his designs upon mankind. Cunning men have fabled, and though it be without either religion, authority, or physical foundation, it may be we may like it ne'er the worse for that when God made the stars and all the heavenly luminaries, the devil, to mimic his Maker and insult his new creation, made comets in imitation of the fixed stars, but that the composition of them being combustible, when they came to wander in the abyss, rolling by an irregular, ill-grounded motion, they took fire in their approach to some of those great bodies of flame, the fixed stars, and being thus kindled, like a firework unskilfully let off, they then took wild and eccentric, as also different motions of their own, out of Satan's direction, and beyond his power to regulate ever after. Let this thought stand by itself. It matters not to our purpose whether we believe anything of it or no. 'Tis enough to our case, that if Satan had any such power then, he has no such power now, and that leads me to inquire into his more recent limitations. I am to suppose he and all his accomplices being confounded at the discovery of the new creation, and racking their wits to find out the meaning of it, had at last, no matter how, discovered the whole system, and concluded, as I have said, that the creature called man was to be their successor in the heavenly mansions, upon which I suggest that the first motion of hell was to destroy this new work, and, if possible, to overwhelm it. But when they came to make the attempt, they found their chains were not long enough, and that they could not reach to the extremes of the system. They had no power either to break the order, or stop the motion, dislocate the parts, or confound the situation of things. They traversed no doubt the whole work, visited every star, landed upon every solid, and sailed upon every fluid in the whole scheme, to see what mischief they could do. Upon a long and full survey, they came to this point in their inquiry, that in short they could do nothing by force, that they could not displace any part, annihilate any atom, or destroy any life in the whole creation, but that as omnipotence had created it, so the same omnipotence had armed it at all points against the utmost power of hell, had made the smallest creature in it invulnerable as to Satan, so that without the permission of the same power which had made heaven and conquered the devil, he could do nothing at all. As to destroying any thing that God had made, no, not the little diminutive thing called man, who Satan saw so much reason to hate, as being created to succeed him in happiness in heaven. Satan found him placed out of his power to hurt, or out of his reach to touch. And here, by the way, appears the second conquest of heaven over the devil, that having placed his rival, as it were, just before his face, and showed the hateful sight to him, he saw written upon his image, "Touch him if you dare." It cannot be doubted, but, had it not been thus, man is so far from being a match for the devil, that one of Satan's least imps or angels could destroy all the race of them in the world, ay, world and all, in a moment. As he is prince of the power of the air, taking the air for the elementary world, how easily could he, at one blast, sweep all the surface of the earth into the sea, or drive weighty, immense surges of the ocean over the whole plain of the earth, and deluge the globe at once with a storm? Or how easily could he, who by the situation of the empire must be supposed able to manage the clouds, draw them up in such position as should naturally produce thunders and lightnings, cause those lightnings to blast the earth, dash in pieces all the buildings, burn all the populous towns and cities, and lay waste the world? At the same time, he might command suited quantities of sublimated air to burst out of the bowels of the earth, and overwhelm and swallow up in the opening chasms all the inhabitants of the globe? In a word, Satan left to himself as a devil, and to the power which by virtue of his seraphic original he must be vested with, was able to have made devilish work in the world, if by a superior power he was not restrained. But there is no doubt, at least to me, but that with his fall from heaven, as he lost the rectitude and glory of his angelic nature, I mean his innocence, so he lost the power too that he had before, and that when he first commenced devil, he received the chains of restraint too, as the badge of his apostasy, that is to say, a general prohibition to do anything to the prejudice of this creation, or to act anything by force or violence without special permission. This prohibition was not sent him by a messenger, or by an order in writing, or proclaimed from heaven by a law, but Satan, by a strange, invisible, and unaccountable impression, felt the restraint within him, and at the same time that his moral capacity was not taken away, yet his power of exerting that capacity felt the restraint, and left him unable to do even what he was able to do at the same time. I make no question, but the devil is sensible of this restraint, that is to say, not as it is a restraint only, or as an effect of his expulsion from heaven, but as it prevents his capital design against man, who, for the reason I have given already, he entertains a mortal hatred of, and would destroy with all his heart if he might. And therefore, like a chained mastiff, we find him oftentimes making a horrid, hellish clamour and noise, barking and howling, and frighting the people, letting them know that if he was loose he would tear them in pieces. But at the same time his very fury shakes his chain, which lets them know to their satisfaction he can only bark, but cannot bite. Some are of the opinion that the devil is not restrained so much by the superior power of his sovereign and maker, but that all his milder measures with man are the effect of a political scheme, and done upon mature deliberation, that it was resolved to act thus in the great council or feast of devils, called upon this very occasion, when they first were informed of the creation of man, and especially when they considered what kind of creature he was, and what might probably be the reason of making him, that is to say, to fill up the vacancies in heaven. I say that then the devils resolved that it was not for their interest to fall upon him with fury and rage, and so destroy the species, for that this would be no benefit at all to them, and would only cause another original man to be created. for that they knew God could, by the same omnipotence, form as many new species of creatures as he pleased, and if he thought fit, create them in heaven too, out of the reach of devils or evil spirits, and that therefore to destroy man would no way answer their end. On the other hand, examining strictly the mold of this new made creature, and of what materials he was formed, how mixed up of a nature convertible and pervertible, capable indeed of infinite excellence, and consequently of eternal felicity, but subject likewise to corruption and degeneracy, and consequently to eternal misery, that instead of being fit to supply the places of Satan and his rejected tribe, the expelled angels in heaven, and filling up the thrones or stalls in the celestial choir, they might, if they could but be brought into crime, become a race of rebels and traitors like the rest, and so come at last to keep them company, as well in the place of eternal misery as in the merit of it, and in a word become devils instead of angels. Upon this discovery, I say, they found it infinitely more for the interest of Satan's infernal kingdom to go another way to work with mankind, and see if it were possible, by the strength of all their infernal wit and counsels, to lay some snare for him, and by some stratagem to bring him to eternal ruin and misery. This being then approved as their only method, and the devil showed he was no fool in the choice, he next resolved that there was no time to be lost, that it was to be set about immediately, before the race was multiplied, and by that means the work be not made greater only, but perhaps the more difficult too. Accordingly, the diligent devil went instantly about it, agreeably to all the story of Eve and the serpent, as before, the belief of which, whether historically or allegorically, is not at all obstructed by this hypothesis. I do not affirm that this was the case at first, because being not present in that black divan, at least not that I know of, for who knows where he was or was not in his pre-existent state, I cannot be positive in the resolve that passed there, but except for some very little contradiction which we find in the sacred writings, I should, I confess, incline to believe it historically, and I shall speak of those things which I call contradictions to it more largely hereafter. In the meantime, be it one way or other, that is to say, either that Satan had no power to have proceeded with man by violence, and to have destroyed him as soon as he was made, or that he had the power, but chose rather to proceed by other methods to deceive and debauch him, I say, be it which you please, I am still of the opinion that it really was not the devil's business to destroy the species, that it would have been nothing to the purpose, and no advantage at all to him, if he had done it, for that, as above, God could immediately have created another species to the same end, whom he either could have made invulnerable, and not subject to the devil's power, or removed him out of Satan's reach, placed him out of the devil's ken, in heaven or some other place where the devil could not come to hurt him, and that therefore it is infinitely more his advantage, and more suited to his real design of defeating the end of man's creation, to debauch him and make a devil of him, that he may be rejected like himself, and increase the infernal kingdom and company in the lake of misery in aeternum. It may be true, for aught I know, that Satan has not the power of destruction put into his hand, and that he cannot take away the life of a man, and it seems probable to be so, from the story of Satan and Job, when Satan appeared among the sons of God, as the text says, Job 1:6. Now when God gave such a character of Job to him, and asked him if he had considered his servant Job, v. 8, why did not the devil go immediately and exert his malice against the good man at once, to let his Maker see what would become of his servant Job in his distress? On the contrary, we see he only answers by showing the reason of Job's good behavior, that it was but common gratitude for the blessing and protection he enjoyed, v. 10, and pleading that if his estate was taken away, and he was exposed as he, Satan, was, to be a beggar and a vagabond, going to and fro in the earth, and walking up and down therein, he should be a very devil too, like himself, and curse God to his face. Upon this, the text says that God answered, v. 11, Behold, all that he hath is in thy power. Now 'tis plain here that God gave up Job's wealth and estate, nay, his family, and the lives of his children and servants into the devil's power, and accordingly, like a true, merciless devil, as he is, he destroyed them all. He moved the Sabeans to fall upon the oxen and the asses, and carry them off. He moved the Chaldeans to fall upon the camels and the servants, to carry off the first and murder the last. He made lightning flash upon the poor sheep, and kill them all. And he blowed his house down upon his poor children, and buried them all in the ruins. Now here is 1. A specimen of Satan's good will to mankind, and what havoc the devil would make in the world if he might. And here is a testimony too, that he could not do this without leave, so that I cannot but be of the opinion he has some limitations, some bounds set to his natural fury, a certain number of links in his chain, which he cannot exceed, or in a word, that he cannot go a foot beyond his tether. The same kind of evidence we have in the Gospel, Matthew 8:31, where Satan could not so much as possess the filthiest and meanest of all creatures, the swine, till he had asked leave, and that still, to show his good will, as soon as he had gotten leave, he hurried them all into the sea and choked them. These, I say, are some of the reasons why I am not willing to say the devil is not restrained in power. But on the other side, we are told of so many mischievous things the devil has done in the world, by virtue of his dominion over the elements, and by other testimonies of his power, that I don't know what to think of it, though, upon the whole, the first is the safest opinion. For if we should believe the last, we might, for aught I know, be brought, like the American Indians, to worship him at last, that he may do us no harm. And now I have named those people in America, I confess it would go a great way in favor of Satan's generosity, as well as in testimony of his power, if we might believe all the accounts, which indeed authors are pretty well agreed in the truth of, namely, of the mischiefs the devil does in those countries where his dominion seems to be established, how he uses them when they deny him the homage he claims of them as his due, what havoc and combustion he makes among them, and how beneficent he is, or at least negative in his mischiefs, when they appease him by their hellish sacrifices. Likewise, we see a test of his wicked subtlety in his management of those dark nations, when he was more immediately worshipped by them, namely, the making them believe that all their good weather, rains, dews, and kind influences upon the earth, to make it fruitful, was from him, whereas they really were the common blessings of a higher hand, and came not from him the devil, but from him that made the devil, and made him a devil or fallen angel by his curse. But to go back to the method the devil took with the first of mankind, 'tis plain the policy of hell was right, though the execution of the resolves they took did not fully answer their end neither. For Satan, fastening upon poor, proud, ridiculous Mother Eve, as I have said before, made presently a true judgment of her capacities and of her temper, took her by the right handle, and soothing her vanity, which is to this day the softest place in the head of all the sex, wheedled her out of her senses by praising her beauty and promising to make her a goddess. The foolish woman yielded presently, and that we are told is the reason why the same method so strangely takes with all her posterity, that is to say, that you are sure to prevail with them if you can but once persuade them that you believe they are witty and handsome. For the devil, you may observe, never quits any hold he gets, and having once found a way into the heart, always takes care to keep the door open, that any of his agents may enter after him without any more difficulty. Hence, the same argument, especially the last, has so bewitching an influence on the sex, that they rarely deny you anything, after they are but weak enough and vain enough to accept of the praises you offer them on that head. On the other hand, you are sure they never forgive you the unpardonable crime of saying they are ugly or disagreeable. It is suggested that the first method the devil took to insinuate all those fine things into Eve's giddy head was by creeping close to her one night when she was asleep, and laying his mouth to her ear, whispering all the fine things to her, which he knew would set her fancy a tiptoe, and so made her receive them involuntarily into her mind, knowing well enough that when she had formed such ideas in her soul, however they came there, she would never be quiet till she had worked them up to some extraordinary thing or other. It was evident what the devil aimed at, namely, that she should break in upon the command of God, and so having corrupted herself, bring the curse upon herself and all her race, as God had threatened. But why the pride of Eve should be so easily tickled by the motion of her exquisite beauty, when there then was no prospect of the use or want of those charms, that indeed makes a kind of difficulty here, which the learned have not determined. For, 1, if she had been as ugly as the devil, she had no body to rival her, so that she need not fear Adam should leave her and get another mistress. 2. If she had been bright and beautiful as an angel, she had no other admirer but poor Adam, and he could have no room to be jealous of her, or afraid she should cuckold him. So that, in short, Eve had no such occasion for her beauty, nor could she make any use of it, either to a bad purpose or to a good. And therefore I believe the devil, who is too cunning to do any thing that signifies nothing, rather tempted her by the hope of increasing her wit than her beauty. But to come back to the method of Satan's tempting her, that is to say, by whispering to her in her sleep, 'twas a cunning trick, that's the truth of it, and by that means he certainly set her head a madding after deism, and to be made a goddess, and then backed it by the subtle talk he had with her afterward. I am the more particular upon this part, because, however the devil may have been the first that ever practised it, yet I can assure him the experiment has been tried upon many a woman since, to the wheedling her out of her modesty, as well as her simplicity, and the cunning men tell us still, that if you can come at a woman when she is in a deep sleep, and whisper to her close to her ear, she will certainly dream of the thing you say to her, and so will a man too. Well, be this so to her race or not, it was, it seems so to her, for she waked with her head filled with pleasing ideas, and as some will have it, unlawful desires, such as to be sure she never had entertained before. These are supposed to be fatally infused in her dream, and suggested to her waking soul, when the organ ear which conveyed them was dozed and insensible. Strange fate of sleeping in paradise, that whereas we have notice but of 2 sleeps there, that in one a woman should go out of him, and in the other the devil should come into her. Certainly, when Satan first made the attempt upon Eve, he did not think he should have so easily conquered her, or have brought his business about so soon. The devil himself could not have imagined she should have been so soon brought to forget the command given, or at least who gave it, and have ventured to transgress against him, and made her forget that God had told her it should be death to her to touch it, and above all, that she should aspire to be as wise as him, who was so ignorant before, as to believe it was for fear of her being like himself that he had forbid it her. Well might she be said to be the weaker vessel, though Adam himself had little enough to say for his being the stronger of the 2, when he was over persuaded, if it were done by persuasion, by his wife to do the same thing. And mark how wise they were after they had eaten, and what fools they both acted like, even to one another. Nay, even all the knowledge they attained to by it was, for aught I see, only to know that they were fools, and to be sensible both of sin and shame, and see how simply they acted, I say, upon their having committed the crime, and being detected in it. View them today conversing with their God, his image both enjoyed and understood, tomorrow skulking with a sordid flight among the bushes from the infinite, as if that power was blind which gave them sight, with senseless labor tagging fig-leaf vests to hide their bodies from the sight of beasts. Hark, how the fool pleads faint for forfeit life. First he reproaches heaven, and then his wife. The woman which thou gavest, as if the gift could rob him of the little reason left. A weak pretence to shift his early crime, as if accusing her would excuse him. But thus encroaching crime dethrones the sense, and intercepts the heavenly influence, debauches reason, makes the man a fool, and turns his active light to ridicule. It must be confessed that it was unaccountable degeneracy, even of their common reasoning, which Adam and Eve both fell into upon the first committing the offense of taking the forbidden fruit. If that was their being made as gods, it made but a poor appearance in its first coming, to hide their nakedness when there was no body to see them, and cover themselves among the bushes from their Maker. But thus it was, and this the devil had brought them to, and well might he, in all the clan of hell, as Mr. Milton brings them in, laugh and triumph over the man after the blow was given, as having so egregiously abused and deluded them both. But here, to be sure, began the devil's new kingdom. As he had now seduced the two first creatures, he was pretty sure of success upon all the race, and therefore prepared to attack them also as soon as they came on. Nor was their increasing multitude any discouragement to his attempt, but just the contrary, for he had agents enough to employ, if every man and woman that should be born was to want a devil to wait upon them, separately and singly to seduce them, whereas some whole nations have been such willing subjects to him, that one of his seraphic imps may, for aught we know, have been enough to guide a whole country, the people being entirely subjected to his government for many ages, as in America, for example, where some will have it, that he conveyed the first inhabitants, at least if he did not, we don't well know who did, or how they got thither. And how came all the communication to be so entirely cut off between the nations of Europe and Africa, from whence America must certainly have been peopled, or else the devil must have done it indeed? I say, how came the communication to be so entirely cut off between them, that, except the time, whenever it was, that people did at first reach from one to the other, none ever came back to give their friends any account of their success, or invite them to follow? Nor did they hear of one another afterwards, as we have reason to think. Did Satan politically keep them thus asunder, lest news from heaven should reach them, and so they should be recovered out of his government? We cannot tell how to give any other rational account of it, that a nation, nay, a quarter of the world, or as some will have it be, half the globe, should be peopled from Europe or Africa or both, and no body ever go after them, or come back from them in above 3,000 years after. Nay, that those countries should be peopled when there was no navigation in use in these parts of the world, no ships made that could carry provisions enough to support the people that sailed in them, but that they must have been starved to death before they could reach the shore of America, the ferry from Europe or Africa, in any part which we have known navigation to be practised in, being at least 1,000 miles, and in most places much more. But as to the Americans, let the devil and they alone to account for their coming thither. This we are certain of, that we knew nothing of them for many 100 years, and when we did, when the discovery was made, they that went from hence found Satan in a full and quiet possession of them, ruling them with an arbitrary government, particular to himself. He had led them into a blind subjection to himself, nay, I might call it devotion, for it was all of religion that was to be found among them, worshipping horrible idols in his name, to whom he directed human sacrifices continually to be made, till he deluged the country with blood, and ripened them up for the destruction that followed, from the invasion of the Spaniards, who he knew would hurry them all out of the world as fast as he, the devil himself, could desire of them. But to go back a little to the original of things, it is evident that Satan has made a much better market of mankind by thus subtly attacking them, and bringing them to break with their Maker as he had done before them, than he could have done by fulminating upon them at first, and sending them all out of the world at once. For now he has peopled his own dominions with them, and though a remnant are snatched, as it were, out of his clutches, by the agency of invincible grace, of which I am not to discourse in this place, yet this may be said of the devil, without offense, that he has in some sense carried his point, and as it were, forced his Maker to be satisfied with a part of mankind, and the least part too, instead of the great glory he would have brought to himself by keeping them all in his service. Mr. Milton, as I have noted above, brings in the devil and all hell with him, making a feu de joie for the victory Satan obtained over one silly woman. Indeed, it was a piece of success greater in its consequence than in the immediate appearance, nor was the conquest so complete as Satan himself imagined to make, since the promise of redemption out of his hands, which was immediately made to the man in behalf of himself and his believing posterity, was a great disappointment to Satan, and as it were, snatched the best part of his victory out of his hands. It is certain the devils knew what the meaning of that promise was, and who was to be the seed of the woman, namely, the incarnate Son of God, and that it was a second blow to the whole infernal body. But as if they had resolved to let that alone, Satan went on with his business, and as he had introduced crime into the common parent of mankind, and thereby secured the contamination of blood, and the descent or propagation of the corrupt seed, he had nothing to do but to assist nature in time to come, to carry on its own rebellion, and act itself in the breasts of Eve's tainted posterity. And that indeed has been the devil's business ever since his first victory upon the kind, to this day. His success in this part has been such, that we see upon innumerable occasions a general defection has followed, a kind of a taint upon nature, call it what you will, a blast upon the race of mankind. And were it not for one thing, he had ruined the whole family. I say, were it not for one thing, namely, a selected company or number, which his Maker has resolved he shall not be able to corrupt, or if he does, the sending the promised seed shall recover back again from him, by the power of irresistible grace, which number, thus selected, or elected, call it which we will, are still to supply the vacancies in heaven, which Satan's defection left open, and what was before filled up with created seraphs is now to be restored by recovered saints, by whom infinite glory is to accrue to the kingdom of the Redeemer. This glorious establishment has robbed Satan of all the joy of his victory, and left him just where he was, defeated and disappointed. Nor does the possession of all the myriads of the sons of perdition, who yet some are of the opinion will be snatched from him too at last, I say, the possession of all these makes no amends to him, for he is such a devil in his nature, that the envy at those he cannot seduce eats out all the satisfaction of the mischief he has done in seducing all the rest. But I must not preach, so I return to things as much needful to know, though less solemn. End of Part 1, Chapter 8. Part 1, Chapter 9 of the History of the Devil.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 9. Of the progress of Satan in carrying on his conquest over mankind, from the fall of Eve to the deluge. I doubt if the devil was asked the question plainly, he would confess that after he had conquered Eve by his own wicked contrivance, and then by her assistance had brought Adam too, like a fool as he was, into the same gulf of misery, he thought he had done his work, compassed the whole race, that they were now his own, and that he had put an end to the grand design of their creation, namely, of peopling heaven with a new angelic race of souls, who, when glorified, should make up the defection of the host of hell that had been expunged by their crime. In a word, that he had gotten a better conquest than if he had destroyed them all. But in the midst of his conquest, he found a check put to the advantages he expected to reap from his victory, by the immediate promise of grace to a part of the posterity of Adam, who, notwithstanding the fall, were to be purchased by the Messiah, and snatched out of his, Satan's, hands, and over whom he could make no final conquest, so that his power met with a new limitation, and that such as indeed fully disappointed him in the main thing he aimed at, that is to say, preventing the beatitudes of mankind, which were thus secured. And what if the numbers of mankind were upon this account increased in such a manner, that the selected number should, by length of time, amount to just as many as the whole race, had they not fallen, would have amounted to in all? And thus indeed the world may be said to be upheld and continued for the sake of those few, since till their number can be completed, the creation cannot fall, any more than that without them, or but for them, it would not have stood. But leaving this speculation, and not having inquired of Satan what he has to say on that subject, let us go back to the antediluvian world. The devil, to be sure, gained his point upon Eve, and in her upon all her race. He drew her into sin, got her turned out of paradise, and the man with her. The next thing was to go to work with her posterity, and particularly with her two sons, Cain and Abel. Adam having, notwithstanding his fall, repented very sincerely of his sin, received the promise of redemption and pardon, with an humble but believing heart. Charity bids us suppose that he led a very religious and sober life ever after, and especially in the first part of his time; that he brought up his children very soberly, and gave them all the necessary advantages of a religious education, and a good introduction into the world that he was capable of, and that Eve likewise assisted to, both in her place and degree. Their two eldest sons, Cain and Abel, the one heir apparent to the patriarchal empire, and the other heir presumptive, I suppose also, lived very sober and religious lives, and as the principles of natural religion dictated a homage and subjection due to the Almighty Maker, as an acknowledgment of his mercies and a recognition of their obedience, so the received usage of religion dictating at that time that this homage was to be paid by a sacrifice, they either of them brought a free will offering to be dedicated to God, respectively, for themselves and families. How it was, and for what reason, that God had respect to the offering of Abel, which the learned say was a lamb of the firstlings of the flock, and did not give any testimony of the like respect to Cain and his offering, which was of the first fruits of the earth, the offerings being equally suited to the respective employment of the men. That is not my present business, but this we find made heart-burnings, and raised envy and jealousy in the mind of Cain. And at that door the devil immediately entered, for he, who from the beginning was very diligent in his way, never slipped any opportunity or missed any advantages that the circumstances of mankind offered him to do mischief. What shape or appearance the devil took up to enter into a conversation with Cain upon the subject, that authors do not take upon them to determine, but 'tis generally supposed he personated some of Cain's sons or grandsons to begin the discourse, who attacked their father, or perhaps grandfather, upon this occasion, in the following manner, or to that purpose. D. Sir, I perceive your majesty, for the first race were certainly all monarchs as great as kings to their immediate posterity, to be greatly disturbed of late. Your countenance is changed, your noble cheerfulness, the glories of your face, are strangely sunk and gone, and you are not the man you used to be. Please your majesty to communicate your griefs to us, your children. You may be sure that if it be possible, we would procure you relief and restore your delights, the loss of which, if thus you go on to subject yourself to too much melancholy will be very hurtful to you, and in the end destroy you. Cain. It is very kind, my dear children, to show your respect thus to your true progenitor, and to offer your assistance. I confess, as you say, my mind is oppressed and displeased, but though 'tis very heavy, yet I know not which way to look for relief. For the distemper is above our reach. No cure can be found for it on earth. D. Do not say so, sir. There can be no disease sure on earth, but may be cured on earth. If it be a mental evil, we have heard that your great ancestor, the first father of us all, who lives still on the great western plains towards the sea, is the oracle to which all his children fly for direction in such cases as are out of the reach of the ordinary understanding of mankind. Please you to give leave, we will take a journey to him, and representing your case to him, we will hear his advice, and bring it to you with all speed, for the ease of your mind. Cain. I know not whether he can reach my case or no. D. Doubtless he may, and if not, the labor of our journey is nothing, when placed in competition with the ease of your mind. 'Tis but a few days' travel lost, and you will not be the worse if we fail of the desired success. Cain. The offer is filial, and I accept your affectionate concern for me, with a just sense of an obliged parent. Go then, and my blessing be upon you. But alas, why do I bless? Can he bless whom God has not blessed? D. Oh, sir, do not say so. Has not God blessed you? Are you not the second sovereign of the earth? And does he not converse with you face to face? Are not you the oracle to all your growing posterity, and next, after his sovereign imperial majesty, Lord Adam, patriarch of the world? Cain. But has not God rejected me, and refused to converse any more with me, while he daily favors and countenances my younger brother Abel, as if he resolved to set him up to rule over me? D. No, sir, that cannot be. You cannot be disturbed at such a thing. Is not the right of sovereignty yours by primogeniture? Can God himself take that away when 'tis once given? Are not you Lord Adam's eldest son? Are you not the firstborn glory of the creation? And does not the government descend to you by the divine right of birth and blood? Cain. But what does all that signify to me, while God appears to favor and caress my younger brother, and to shine upon him, while a black dejection and token of displeasure surrounds me every day, and he does not appear to me as he used to do? D. And what need your majesty be concerned at that, if it be so? If he does not appear pleased, you have the whole world to enjoy yourself in, and all your numerous and rising posterity adore and honor you. What need those remote things be any disturbance to you? Cain. How, my children, not the favor of God be valued? Yes, yes, in his favor is life. What can all the world avail without the smiles and countenance of him that made it? D. Doubtless, sir, he that made the world and placed you at the head of it all to govern and direct it, has made it agreeable. and it is able to give you a full satisfaction and enjoyment, if you please to consider it well, though you were never to converse with him all the while you live in it. Cain. You are quite wrong there, my children, quite wrong. D. But do you not, great sir, see all your children as well as us rejoicing in the plenty of all things, and are they not completely happy? And yet they know little of this great God. He seldom converses among us. We hear of him indeed by your sage advices, and we bring our offerings to you for him, as you direct, and when that's done, we enjoy whatever our hearts desire, and so doubtless may you, in an abundant manner, if you please. Cain. But your felicity is wrong placed then, or you suppose that God is pleased and satisfied in that your offerings are brought to me. But what would you say if you knew that God is displeased, that he does not accept your offerings, that when I sacrificed to him in behalf of you all, he rejected my offerings, though I brought a princely gift, being of the finest of the wheat, the choicest and earliest fruits, and the sweetest of the oil, an offering suited to the giver of them all? D. But if you offered them, sir, how are you sure they were not accepted? Cain. Yes, yes, I am sure. Did not my brother Abel offer at the same time a lamb of his flock? For he, you know, delights in cattle, and covers the mountains with his herds. Over him, all the while he was sacrificing, a bright emanation shone, cheering and enlivening, a pledge of favor, and light ambient flames played hovering in the lower air, as if attending his sacrifice, and when ready prepared, immediately descended and burnt up the flesh, a sweet, odoriferous savor ascending to him, who thus testified his acceptance. Whereas, over my head, a black cloud, misty and distilling vapor, hung dripping upon the humble altar I had raised, and wetting the finest and choicest things I had prepared, spoiled and defaced them. The wood, unapt to burn by the moisture which fell, scarce received the fire I brought to kindle it, and even then rather smothered and choked than kindled into a flame. In a word, it went quite out, without consuming what was brought to be offered up. D. Let not our truly reverenced Lord and Father be disquieted at all this. If he accepts not what you bring, you are discharged of the debt, and need bring no more, nor have the trouble of such labored collections of rarities any more. When he thinks fit to require it again, you will have notice, no question, and then it being called for, will be accepted, or else why should it be required? Cain. That may indeed be the case, nor do I think of attempting any more to bring an offering, for I rather take it that I am forbidden for the present. But then, what is it that my younger brother triumphs in? And how am I insulted in that he and his house are all joy and triumph, as if they had some great advantage over me, in that their offering was accepted when mine was not? D. Does he triumph over your majesty, our Lord and Sovereign? Give us but your order, and we will go and pull him and all his generation in pieces. For to triumph over you, who are his elder brother, is a horrid rebellion and treason, and he ought to be expelled the society of mankind. Cain. I think so too, indeed. However, my dear children and faithful subjects, though I accept your offer of duty and service, yet I will consider very well before I take up arms against my brother. Besides, our sovereign father and patriarchal lord Adam being yet alive, it is not in my right to act offensively without his command. D. We are ready, therefore, to carry your petition to him, and doubt not to obtain his license and commission too, to empower you to do yourself justice upon your younger brother, who, being your vassal, or at least inferior, as he is junior in birth, insults you upon the fancied opinion of having a larger share in the divine favor, and receiving a blessing on his sacrifices, on pretense of the same favor being denied you. Cain. I am content. Go then, and give a just account of the state of our affairs. D. We shall soon return with the agreeable answer. Let not our Lord and Father continue sad and dejected, but depend upon a speedy relief, by the assistance of thy numerous issue, all devoted to thy interest and felicity. Cain. My blessing be with you in your way, and give you a favorable reception at the venerable tent of our universal Lord and Father. Note, here the cursed race being fully given up to the direction of the evil spirit, which so early possessed them, and swelling with rage at the innocent Abel and his whole family, they resolved upon forming a most wicked and detestable lie, to bring about the advice which they had already given their father Cain a touch of, and to pretend that Adam, being justly provoked at the undutiful behavior of Abel, had given Cain a commission to chastise him, and by force to cut him off and all his family, as guilty of rebellion and pride. Filled with this mischievous and bloody resolution, they came back to their father Cain, after staying a few days, such as were sufficient to make Cain believe they had been at the spacious plains where Adam dwelt, the same which are now called the Blessed Valleys, or the plains of Mecca in Arabia Felix, near the banks of the Red Sea. Note here also that Cain, having received a wicked hint from these men, his children and subjects, as before, intimating that Abel had broken the laws of primogeniture in his behavior towards him, Cain, and that he might be justly punished for it, Satan, that cunning manager of all our wayward passions, fanned the fire of envy and jealousy with his utmost skill, all the while his other agents were absent, and by the time they came back had blown it up into such a heat of fury and rage that it wanted nothing but air to make it burn out, as it soon afterwards did, in a furious flame of wrath and revenge, even to blood and destruction. Just in the very critical moment, while things stood thus with Cain, Satan brings in his wicked instruments, as if just arrived with the return of his message from Adam, at whose court they had been for orders, and thus they, that is, the devil assuming to speak by them, approach their father with an air of solemn but cheerful satisfaction at the success of their embassy. D. Hail, sovereign, reverend, patriarchal Lord! We come with joy to render thee an account of the success of our message. Cain. Have you then seen the venerable tents where dwell the heaven-born, the angelic pair, to whom all human reverence highly due is and ought always to be humbly paid? D. We have. Cain. Did you, together with my grand request, a just, a humble homage for me pay to the great sire and mother of mankind? D. We did. Cain. Did you in humble language represent the griefs and anguish which oppress my soul? D. We did, and back their blessing to thee bring. Cain. I hope, with humblest signs of filial duty, you took it for me on your bending knees. D. We did, and had our share. The patriarch, lifting his hands to heaven, expressed his joy to see his spreading race, and blessed us all. Cain. Did you my solemn message too deliver, my injuries impartially lay down, and due assistance and direction crave? D. We did. Cain. What spoke the oracle? He's God to me. What just command do you bring? What's to be done? Am I to bear the insulting junior's rage, and meekly suffer what unjustly he, affronting primogeniture and laws of God and man, imposes by his pride unsufferable? Am I to be crushed, and be no more the firstborn son on earth, but bow and kneel to him? D. Forbid it, heaven, as Adam too forbids, who with a justice godlike and peculiar to injured parents, Abel's pride resents, and gives his high command to thee to punish. Cain. To punish? Say you, did he use the word, the very word? Am I commissioned then to punish Abel? D. Not Abel only, but his rebel race, as they alike in crime alike are joined in punishment. Cain. The race indeed have shared the merit with him. How did they all insult, and with a shout of triumph mock my sorrow, when they saw me from my sacrifice dejected come, as if my disappointment was their joy. D. This too the venerable prince resents, and to preserve the race in bounds of laws subordinate and limited to duty, commands that this first breach be not passed by, lest the precedent upon record stand to future times to encourage like rebellion. Cain. And is it then my sovereign parent's will? D. It is his will, that thou, his eldest son, his image, his beloved, should be maintained in all the rights of sovereignty derived to thee from him, and not be left exposed to injury and power usurped, but should do thyself justice on the rebel race. Cain. And so I will. Abel shall quickly know what 'tis to trample on his elder brother, shall know that he is thus sentenced by his father, and I am commissioned but to execute his high command, his sentence, which is God's, and that he falls by the hand of heavenly justice. So now Satan had done his work. He had deluded the mother to a breach against the first and only command. He had drawn Adam to the same snare. And now he brings in Cain, prompted by his own rage, and deluded by his, Satan's craft, to commit murder, nay, a fratricide, an aggravated murder. Upon this he sends out Cain, while the bloody rage was in its ferment, and wickedly at the same time bringing Abel, innocent and fearing no ill, just in his way. He suggests to his thoughts such words as these: "Look you, Cain, see how divine justice concurs with your father's righteous sentence. See, there's thy brother Abel, directed by heaven to fall into thy hands, unarmed, unguarded, that thou mayest do thyself justice upon him without fear. See, thou mayest kill him, and if thou hast a mind to conceal it, no eyes can see, or will the world ever know it, so that no resentment or revenge upon thee or thy posterity can be apprehended. But it may be said some wild beast had rent him, nor will any one suggest that thou, his brother and superior, could possibly be the person." Cain prepared for the fact, by his former avowed rage and resolution of revenge, was so much the less prepared to avoid the snare thus artfully contrived by the master of all subtlety, the devil. So he immediately runs upon his brother Abel, and after a little unarmed resistance, the innocent poor man, expecting no such mischief, was conquered and murdered, after which, as is to be supposed, the exasperated crew of Cain's outrageous race overrun all his family and household, killing man, woman, and child. It is objected here that we have no authority in Scripture to prove this part of the story, but I answer, 'tis not likely but that Abel, as well as Cain, being at man's estate long before this, had several children by their own sisters, for they were the only men in the world who were allowed the marrying their own sisters, there being no other women then in the world. And as we never read of any of Abel's posterity, 'tis likewise as probable they were all murdered, as that they should kill Abel only, whose sons might immediately fall upon Cain for the blood of their father, and so the world have been involved in a civil war as soon as there were two families in it. But be it so or not, 'tis not doubted the devil wrought with Cain in the horrid murder, or he had never done it. Whether it was directly or by agents is not material, nor is the latter unlikely. And if the latter, then there is no improbability in the story. For why might not he that made use of the serpent to tempt Eve be as well supposed to make a tool of some of Cain's sons or grandsons, to prompt him in the wicked attempt of murdering his brother? And why must we be obliged to bring in a miracle or an apparition into the story to make it probable that the devil had any hand in it, when 'twas so natural to a degenerate race to act in such a manner? However it was, and by whatever tool the devil wrought, 'tis certain that this was the consequence. Poor Abel was butchered, and thus the devil made a second conquest in God's creation, for Adam was now, as may be said, really childless, for his two sons were thus far lost. Abel was killed, and Cain was cursed and driven out from the presence of the Lord, and his race blasted with him. It would be a useful inquiry here, and worthy our giving an account of, could we come to a certainty in it, namely, what was the mark that God set upon Cain, by which he was kept from being fallen upon by Abel's friends or relations. But as this does not belong to the devil's history, and it was God's mark, not the devil's, I have nothing to do with it here. The devil had now gained his point. The kingdom of grace, so newly erected, had been, as it were, extinct without a new creation, had not Adam and Eve been alive, and had not Eve, though now 130 years of age, been a breeding young lady, for we must suppose the woman, in that state of longevity, bare children till they were 700 or 800 years old. This teeming of Eve peopled not the world so much as it restored the blessed race. For though Abel was killed, Cain had a numerous offspring presently, which had Seth, Adam's third son, never been born, would soon have replenished the world with people, such as they were, the seed of a murderer, cursed of God, branded with a mark of infamy, and who afterwards fell altogether in the universal ruin of the race by the deluge. But after the murder of Abel, Adam had another son born, namely Seth, the father of Enos, and indeed the father of the holy race. For during his time and his son Enos, the text says that men began to call on the name of the Lord. That is to say, they began to look back upon Cain and his wicked race, and being convinced of the wickedness they had committed and led their whole posterity into, they began to sue to heaven for pardon of what was past, and to lead a new sort of life. But the devil had met with too much success in his first attempts not to go on with his general resolution of debauching the minds of men, and bringing them off from God. And therefore, as he kept his hold upon Cain's cursed race, embroiled already in blood and murder, so he proceeded with his degenerate offspring, till in a word he brought both the holy seed and the degenerate race to join in one universal consent of crime, and to go on in it with such aggravating circumstances as that it repented the Lord that he had made man, and he resolved to overwhelm them again with a general destruction, and clear the world of them. The succession of blood in the royal original line of Adam is preserved in the sacred histories, and brought down as low as Noah and his 3 sons, for a continued series of 1,450 years, say some, 1,640 say others, in which time sin spread itself so generally through the whole race, and the sons of God, so the Scripture calls the men of the righteous seed, the progeny of Seth, came in unto the daughters of men, that is, joined themselves to the cursed race of Cain, and married promiscuously with them, according to their fancies, the women, it seems, being beautiful and tempting. And though the devil could not make the women handsome or ugly in one or other families, yet he might work up the gust of wicked inclination on either side, so as to make both the men and women tempting and agreeable to one another, where they ought not to have been so. And perhaps, as it is often seen to this day, the more tempting for being under legal restraint. It is objected here that we do not find in the Scripture that the men and women of either race were at that time forbidden intermarrying with one another, and it is true that literally it is not forbid. But if we did not search rather to make doubts than to explain them, we might suppose it was forbidden by some particular command at that time, seeing we may reasonably allow every thing to be forbidden, which they are taxed with a crime in committing. And as the sons of God, taking them wives as they thought fit to choose, though from among the daughters of the cursed race, is there charged upon them as a general depravation and a great crime, and for which, 'tis said, God even repented that he had made them, we need go no farther to satisfy ourselves that it was certainly forbidden. Satan, no doubt, too, had a hand in this wickedness. For as it was his business to prompt men to do every thing which God had prohibited, so the reason given why the men of those days did this thing was, they saw the daughters of men, that is, of the wicked race or forbidden sort, were fair. He tempted them by the lust of the eye. In a word, the ladies were beautiful and agreeable, and the devil knew how to make use of the allurement. The men liked and took them by the mere direction of their fancy and appetite, without regarding the supreme prohibition. They took them wives of all which they chose, or such as they liked to choose. But the text adds that this promiscuous generation went farther than the mere outward crime of it, for it shewed that the wickedness of the heart of man was great before God, and that he resented it. In short, God perceived a degeneracy or defect of virtue had seized upon the whole race, that there was a general corruption of manners, a depravity of nature upon them, that even the holy seed was tainted with it, that the devil had broken in upon them and prevailed to a great degree, that not only the practice of the age was corrupt, for that God could easily have restrained, but that the very heart of man was debauched, his desires wholly vitiated, and his senses engaged in it, so that in a word it became necessary to shew the divine displeasure, not in the ordinary manner by judgment and reproofs of such kind as usually reclaim men, but by a general destruction to sweep them away, clear the earth of them, and put an end to the wickedness at once, removing the offense and the offenders altogether. This is signified at large, Genesis 6:5. God saw the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And again, v. 11:12. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. It must be confessed, it was a strange conquest the devil had made in the antediluvian world, that he had, as I may say, brought the whole race of mankind into a general revolt from God. Noah was indeed a preacher of righteousness, and he had preached about 500 years to as little purpose as most of the good ministers ever did, for we do not read there was one man converted by him, or at least not one of them left, for that at the deluge there was either none of them alive or none spared but Noah and his 3 sons and their wives, and even they are, 'tis evident, recorded not so much to be saved for their own goodness, but because they were his sons. Nay, without breach of charity we may conclude that at least one went to the devil, even of those 3, namely Ham or Cham, for triumphing in a brutal manner over his father's drunkenness. For we find the special curse reach to him and his posterity for many ages, and whether it went no farther than the present state of life with them, we cannot tell. We will suppose now that through this whole 1500 years the devil, having so effectually debauched mankind, had advanced his infernal kingdom to a prodigious height. For the text says, the whole earth was filled with violence, in a word, blood, murder, rape, robbery, oppression, and injustice prevailed everywhere, and man, like the wild bear in the forest, lived by prey, biting and devouring one another. At this time, Noah begins to preach a new doctrine to them, for as he had before been a preacher of righteousness, now he becomes a preacher of vengeance. First he tells them they shall be all overwhelmed with a deluge, that for their sins God repented they were made, and that he would destroy them all, adding that to prevent the ruin of himself and family, he resolved to build him a ship to have recourse to when the water should come over the rest of the world. What jesting, what scorn, what contempt did this work expose the good old man to for above 100 years? For so long the work was building, as ancient authors say. Let us represent to ourselves in the most lively manner how the witty world at that time behaved to poor old Noah, how they took their evening walks to see what he was doing, and passed their judgment upon it, and upon the progress of it. I say, to represent this to ourselves, we need go no farther than to our own witticisms upon religion, and upon the most solemn mysteries of divine worship, how we damn the serious for enthusiasts, think the grave mad, and the sober melancholy, call religion itself flatus and hippo, make the devout ignorant, the divine mercenary, and the whole scheme of divinity a frame of priestcraft, and thus, no doubt, the building an ark or boat, or whatever they called it, to float over the mountains and dance over the plains. What could it be but a religious frenzy, and the man that so busied himself a lunatic? And all this in an age when divine things came by immediate revelation into the minds of men. The devil must therefore have made a strange conquest upon mankind to obliterate all the reverence which but a little before was so strangely impressed upon them concerning their Maker. This was certainly the height of the devil's kingdom, and we shall never find him arrive to such a pitch again. He was then truly and literally the universal monarch, nay, the God of this world, and as all tyrants do, he governs them with an arbitrary, absolute sway. And had not God thought fit to give him a writ of ejectment, and afterwards drowned him out of possession, I know not what would have been the case. He might have kept his hold, for aught I know, till the seed of the woman came to bruise his head, that is to say, cripple his government, dethrone him, and depose his power, as has been fulfilled in the Messiah. But as he was, I say, drowned out of the world, his kingdom for the present was at an end. At least, if he had a dominion, he had no subjects. And as the creation was in a manner renewed, so the devil had all his work to do over again. Unhappy man! How has he, by his weak resistance, made the devil, recovering his hold too easy to him, and given him all the advantages, except as before accepted, which he had before. Now, whether he retired in the meantime, and how he got footing again after Noah and his family were landed upon the new surface, that we come next to inquire. End of Part 1, Chapter 9.
Part 1, Chapter 10a of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 10a. Of the Devil's second kingdom, and how he got his footing in the renewed world by his victory over Noah and his race. The story of Noah, his building the ark, his embarking himself and all nature's stock for a new world on board it, the long voyage they took, and the bad weather they met with, though it would embellish this work very well, and come in very much to the purpose in this place, yet as it does not belong to the devil's story, for I cannot prove what some suggest, viz., that he was in the ark among the rest, I say, for that reason I must omit it. And now, having mentioned Satan's being in the ark, as I say, I cannot prove it, so there are, I think, some good reasons to believe he was not there. First, I know no business he had there. Secondly, we read of no mischief done there, and these joined together make me conclude he was absent. The last I chiefly insist upon, that we read of no mischief done there, which, if he had been in the ark, would certainly have happened. And therefore I suppose rather that when he saw his kingdom dissolved, his subjects all engulfed in an inevitable ruin and desolation, a sight suitable enough to him, except as it might unking him for a time, I say, when he saw this, he took care to speed himself away as well as he could, and make his retreat to a place of safety. Where that was is no more difficult to us than it was to him. It is suggested that, as he is prince of the power of the air, he retired only into that region. It is most rational to suppose he went no further on many accounts, of which I shall speak by and by. Here he stayed hovering in the earth's atmosphere, as he has often done since, and perhaps now does. Or if the atmosphere of this globe was affected by the indraft of the absorption, as some think, then he kept himself upon the watch to see what event the new phenomenon would be, and this watch, wherever it was, I doubt not, was as near the earth as he could place himself, perhaps in the atmosphere of the moon, or, in a word, the next place of retreat he could find. From hence I took upon me to insist that Satan has not a more certain knowledge of events than we. I say he has not a more certain knowledge, that he may be able to make stronger conjectures and more rational conclusions from that he sees, I will not deny, and that which he most outdoes us in is that he sees more to conclude from than we can, but I am satisfied he knows nothing of futurity more than we can see by observation and inference, nor, for example, did he know whether God would repeople the world any more or no. I must therefore allow that he only waited to see what would be the event of this strange eruption of water, and what God proposed to do with the ark and all that was in it. Some philosophers tell us, besides what I hinted above, that the devil could have made no retreat in the earth's atmosphere, for that the air being wholly condensed into water, and having continually poured down its streams to deluge the earth, that body was become so small, and had suffered such convulsions, that there was but just enough air left to surround the water, or as might serve by its pressure to preserve the natural position of things, and supply the creatures in the ark with a part to breathe in. The atmosphere, indeed, might suffer some strange and unnatural motions at that time, but not, I believe, to that degree. However, I will not affirm that there could be room in it, or is now, for the devil, much less for all the numberless legions of Satan's host. But there was, and now certainly is, sufficient space to receive him, and a sufficient body of his troops for the business he had for them at that time, and that's enough to the purpose. Or if the earth's atmosphere did suffer any particular convulsion on that occasion, he might make his retreat to the atmosphere of the moon, or of Mars, or of Venus, or of any of the other planets, or to any other place, for he that is prince of the air could not want retreats in such a case, from whence he might watch for the issue of things. Certainly he did not go far, because his business lay here, and he never goes out of his way of doing mischief. In particular, his more than ordinary concern was to see what would become of the ark. He was wise enough, doubtless, to see that God, who had directed its making, nay, even the very structure of it, would certainly take care of it, preserve it upon the water, and bring it to some place of safety or other, though where it should be, the devil, with all his cunning, could not resolve, whether on the same surface, the waters drawing off, or in any other created or to be created place. In this state of uncertainty, being evidently his case, which proves his ignorance of futurity, it was his business, I say, to watch with the utmost vigilance for the event. If the ark was, as Mr. Burnet thinks, guided by two angels, they not only held it from foundering or being swallowed up in the water, but certainly kept the waters calm about it, especially when the Lord brought a strong wind to blow over the whole globe, which, by the way, was the first, and I suppose the only universal storm that ever blew, for, to be sure, it blew over the whole surface at once. I say, if it was thus guided, to be sure the devil saw it, and that with envy and regret that he could do it no injury, for doubtless had it been in the devil's power, as God had drowned the whole race of man, except what was in the ark, he would have taken care to have dispatched them too, and so made an end to the creation at once. But either he was not empowered to go to the ark, or it was so well guarded by angels that when he came near it, he could do it no harm. So it rested at length, the waters abating, on the mountains of Ararat in Armenia, or some place else that way, and where they say a piece of the keel is remaining to this day, of which, however, with Dr. Blank, I say, I believe not a word. The ark being safely landed, 'tis reasonable to believe Noah prepared to go on shore, as the seamen call it, as soon as the dry land began to appear. And here you must allow me to suppose Satan, though himself clothed with a cloud, so as not to be seen, came immediately, and, perching on the roof, saw all the heaven-kept household safely landed, and all the host of living creatures dispersing themselves down the sides of the mountain, as the search of their food or other proper occasions directed them. This sight was enough. Satan was at no loss to conclude from hence that the design of God was to repeople the world by the way of ordinary generation, from the posterity of these 8 persons, without creating any new species. Very well, says the devil, then my advantage over them by the snare I laid for poor Eve is good still, and I am now just where I was after Adam's expulsion from the garden, when I had Cain and his race to go to work with. For here is the old expunged, corrupted race still, as Cain was the object then, so Noah is my man now. And if I do not master him one way or another, I am mistaken in my mark. Pardon me for making a speech for the devil. Noah, big with a sense of his late condition, and while the wonders of the deluge were fresh in his mind, spent his first days in the ecstasies of his soul, giving thanks and praising the power that had been his protection, in and through the flood of waters, and which had so miraculous a manner safely landed him on the surface of the newly discovered land. And the text tells us, as one of the first things he was employed in, he built an altar unto the Lord, and offered burnt offerings upon the altar. Genesis 8, verse 20. While Noah was thus employed, he was safe. The devil himself could nowhere break in upon him, and we may suppose very reasonably, as he found the old father invulnerable, he left him for some years, watching, notwithstanding all possible advantages, against his sons and their children. For now the family began to increase, and Noah's sons had several children. Whether himself had any more children after the flood or not, that we are not arrived at any certainty about. Among his sons the devil found Japhet and Shem, good, pious, religious, and very devout persons, serving God daily, after the example of their good old father Noah. And he could make nothing of them, or of any of their posterity. But Ham the second, or according to some, the younger son of Noah, had a son who was named Canaan, a loose young profligate fellow. His education was probably but cursory and superficial, his father Ham not being near so religious and serious a man as his brothers Shem and Japhet were. And as Canaan's education was defective, so he proved, as untaught youth generally do, a wild and, in short, a very wicked fellow, and consequently a fit tool for the devil to go to work with. Noah, a diligent, industrious man, being with all his family thus planted in the rich, fruitful plains of Armenia, or wherever you please, let it be near the mountains of Caucasus or Ararat, went immediately to work, cultivating and improving the soil, increasing his cattle and pastures, sowing corn, and among other things planting trees for food. And among the fruit trees he planted vines. Of the grapes thereof he made no doubt, as they still in the same country do make, most excellent wine, rich, luscious, strong, and pleasant. I cannot come into the notion of our critics, who, to excuse Noah from the guilt of what followed, or at least from the censure, tell us he knew not the strength or the nature of wine, but that gathering the heavy clusters of the grapes, and their own weight crushing out their balmy juices into his hand, he tasted the tempting liquor, and that the devil assisting, he was charmed with the delicious fragrance, and tasted again and again, pressing it out into a bowl or dish that he might take a larger quantity, till at length the heady froth ascended, and seizing his brain, he became intoxicate and drunk, not in the least imagining there was any such strength in the juice of that excellent fruit. But to make out this story, which is indeed very favorable for Noah, but in itself extremely ridiculous, you must necessarily fall into some absurdities, and beg the question most egregiously in some particular cases, which way of arguing will by no means oppose what is suggested. At first you must support that there was no such thing as wine made before the deluge, and that no body had ever been made drunk with the juice of the grape before Noah, which I say is begging the question in the grossest manner. If the contrary is true, as I see no reason to question, if, I say, it was true that there was wine drank, and that men were or had been drunk with it before, they cannot then but suppose that Noah, who was a wise, a great, and a good man, and a preacher of righteousness, both knew of it, and without doubt had in his preaching against their crimes, preached against this among the rest, upbraided them with it, reproved them for it, and exhorted them against it. Again, 'tis highly probable they had grapes growing, and consequently wines made from them, in the antediluvian world. How else did Noah come by the vines which he planted? For we are to suppose he could plant no trees or shrubs, but such as he found the roots of in the earth, which no doubt had been there before in their highest perfection, and had consequently grown up and brought forth the same luscious fruit before. Besides, as he found the roots of the vine, so he understood what they were, and what fruit they bore, or else it may be supposed also he would not have planted them. For he planted them for their fruit, as he did it in the provision he was making for his subsistence, and the subsistence of his family. And if he did not know what they were, he would not have set them, for he was not planting for diversion, but profit. Upon the whole, it seems plain to me he knew what he did, as well when he planted the vines as when he pressed out the grapes, and also when he drank the juice that he knew it was wine, was strong, and would make him drunk if he took enough of it. He knew that other men had been drunk with such liquor before the flood, and that he had reprehended them for it. And therefore it was not his ignorance, but the devil took him at some advantage, when his appetite was eager, or he was thirsty, and the liquor cooling and pleasant. And in short, as Eve said, the serpent beguiled her, and she did eat. So the devil beguiled Noah, and he did drink. The temptation was too strong for Noah, not the wine. He knew well enough what he did, but as the drunkards say to this day, it was so good he could not forbear it, and so he got drunk before he was aware. Or, as our ordinary speech expresses it, he was overtaken with drink, and Mr. Poole and other expositors are partly of the same mind. No sooner was the poor old man conquered, and the wine had lightened his head, but it may be supposed he falls off from the chair or bench where he sat, and tumbling backwards his clothes, which in those hot countries were only loose open robes, like the vests which the Armenians wear to this day, flying abroad, or the devil so assisting on purpose to expose him, he lay there in a naked, indecent posture not fit to be seen. In this juncture, who should come by but young Canaan? Some say, or as others think, this young fellow first attacked him by way of kindness and pretended affection, prompted his grandfather to drink, on pretense of the wine being good for him, and proper for the support of his old age, and subtly set upon him, drinking also with him, and so, his head being too strong for the old man's, drank him down, and then, devil-like, triumphed over him, boasted of his conquest, insulted the body as it were dead, and covered him on purpose to expose him, and leaving him in that indecent posture, went and made sport with it to his father Ham, who in that part, wicked like himself, did the same to his brethren Japhet and Shem. But they, like modest and good men, far from carrying on the wicked insult on their parent, went and covered him, as the Scripture expresses it, and as may be supposed informed him how he had been abused, and by whom. Why else should Noah, when he came to himself, show his resentment so much against Canaan his grandson, rather than against Ham his father, and who, 'tis supposed in the story, the guilt chiefly lay upon? We see the curses, as it were, laid wholly upon Canaan the grandson, and not a word of the father is mentioned. In Genesis chapter 9, verses 25, 26, and 27, "Cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be," etc. That Ham was guilty, that's certain, from the history of fact, but I cannot but suppose his grandson was the occasion of it. And in this case the devil seems to have made Canaan the instrument or tool to delude Noah and draw him into drunkenness, as he made the serpent the tool to beguile Eve and draw her into disobedience. Probably Canaan might do it without design at first, but might be brought in to ridicule and make a jest of the old patriarch afterward, as is too frequent since in the practice of our days. But I rather believe he did it really with a wicked design and on purpose to expose and insult his reverend old parent. And this seems more likely, too, because of the great bitterness with which Noah resented it after he came to be informed of it. But be that as it will, the devil certainly made a great conquest here, and as to outward appearance no less than that which he gained before over Adam. Nor did the devil's victory consist barely in his having drawn in the only righteous man of the whole antediluvian world, and so beginning or initiating the new young progeny with a crime. But here was the great oracle silenced at once, the preacher of righteousness, for such no doubt he would have been to the new world, as he was to the old. I say, the preacher was turned out of office, or his mouth stopped, which was worse. Nay, it was a stopping of his mouth in the worst kind, far worse than stopping his breath, for had he died, the office had descended to his sons Shem and Japhet. But he was dead to the office of an instructor, though alive as to his being, for of what force could his preachings be, who had thus fallen himself into the most shameful and beastly excess? Besides, some are of the opinion, though I hope without ground, that Noah was not only overtaken once in his drink, but that being fallen into that sin, it became habitual, and he continued in it a great while, and that it was this which is the meaning of his being uncovered in his tent, and that his son saw his nakedness, that is, he continually exposed himself for a long time, 100 years, say they, and that his son Ham and his grandson Canaan, having drawn him into it, kept him in it, encouraged and prompted it, and all the while Satan, still prompting them, joined their scoffs and contempt of him with their wicked endeavors to promote the wickedness. And both was as much success as the devil himself could wish for. Then, as for his two sons modestly and decently covering their father, they tell us that represents Shem and Japhet applying themselves in a humble and dutiful manner to their father, to entreat and beseech him to consider his ancient glory, his own pious exhortations to the late drowned world, and to consider the offense which he gave by his evil courses to God, and the scandal to his whole family, and also that they are brought in effectually prevailing upon him, and that then Noah cursed the wickedness of Ham's degenerate race, in testimony of his sincere repentance after the fact. The story is not so very unlikely as is certain that it is not to be proved, and therefore we had better take it as we find it, viz., for one single act. But suppose it was so, 'tis still certain that Noah's preaching was sadly interrupted, the energy of his words flattered, and the force of his persuasions enervated and abated by the shameful fall, that he was effectually silenced for an instructor ever after, and this was as much as the devil had occasion for, and therefore indeed we read little more of him, except that he lived 350 years after the flood. Nay, we do not so much as read that he had any more children, but the contrary, nor indeed could Noah have any more children, except by his old and perhaps superannuated wife, who it was very likely he had 400 or 500 years, unless you will suppose he was allowed to marry some of his own progeny, daughters or granddaughters, which we do not suppose was allowed. No, not to Adam himself. This was certainly a masterpiece of the devil's policy, and a fatal instance of his unhappy diligence, viz., that the door of the ark was no sooner open, and the face of the world hardly dry from the universal destruction of mankind, but he was at work among them, and that not only to form a general defection among the race, upon the foot of the original taint of nature, but like a bold devil, he strikes at the very root, and flies at the next general representative of mankind, attacks the head of the family, that in his miscarriage the rise and progress of a reformation of the new world should receive an early check, and should at once be prevented. I say, like a bold devil, he strikes at the root, and, alas, poor unhappy Noah, he proved too weak for him. Satan prevailed in his very first attempt, and got the victory over him at once. Noah thus overcome, and Satan's conquest carried on to the utmost of his own wishes, the devil had little more to do in the world for some ages than to carry on an universal degeneracy among mankind, and to finish it by a like diligent application in diluting the generality of the race, and them as they came on gradually into life. This he found the less difficult because of the first defection, which spread like a contagion upon the earth immediately after. The first evidence we have of his success in this mischievous design was in the building that great stupendous staircase, for such it seems it was intended, called Babel, which if the whole world had not been drunk, or otherwise infatuated, they would never have undertaken. Even Satan himself could never have prevailed with them to undertake such a preposterous piece of work, for it had neither end or means, possibility or probability in it. I must confess I am sometimes apt to vindicate our old ancestors in my thoughts from the charge itself, as we generally understand it, namely, that they really designed to build a tower which should reach up to heaven, or that it should secure them in case of another flood. And Father Casaubon is of my opinion. Whether I am of his or no is a question by itself. His opinion is that the confusion was nothing but a breach among the undertakers and directors of the work, and that the building was designed chiefly for a storehouse for provisions, in case of a second deluge. As to their notion of its reaching up to heaven, he takes the expression to be allegorical rather than literal, and only to mean that it should be exceedingly high. Perhaps they might not be astronomers enough to measure the distance of space between the earth and heaven, as we pretend to do now. But as Noah was then alive, and as we believe all his 3 sons were so too, they were able to have informed them how absurd it was to suppose either of one or the other, viz., 1, that they could build up to heaven, or 2, that they could build firm enough to resist, or high enough to overtop the waters, supposing another flood should happen. I would rather think it was only that they intended to build a most glorious and magnificent city, where they might all inhabit together, and that this tower was to be built for ornament, and also for strength, or as above, and for a storehouse to lay up vast magazines of provisions, in case of extraordinary floods or other events, the city being built in a great plain, namely, the plains of Shimar, near the river Euphrates. But the story, as it is recorded, suits better with Satan's measure at that time, and as he was from the beginning prompting them to everything that was contrary to the happiness of man, so the more preposterous it was, and the more inconsistent with common sense, the more to his purpose, and it showed the more what a complete conquest he had gained over the reason as well as the religion of mankind at that time. Again, 'tis evident in this case they were not only acting contrary to the nature of things, but contrary to the design and the command of heaven. For God's command was that they should replenish the earth, that is, that they should spread their habitations over it, and people the whole globe, whereas they were pitching in one place, as if they were not to multiply sufficient to take up any more. But what cared the devil for that? Or, to put it a little handsomer, that was what Satan aimed at, for it was enough to him to bring mankind to act just contrary to what heaven had directed or commanded them in anything, and if possible in everything. But God himself put a stop to this foolish piece of work, and it was time indeed to do so, for a madder thing the devil himself never proposed to them. I say God himself put a stop to this new undertaking, and disappointed the devil. And how was it done? Not in judgment and anger, as perhaps the devil expected and hoped for, but as pitying the simplicity of that dreaming creature, he confused their speech, or as some say, divided and confused their counsels, so that they could not agree with one another, which would be the same thing as not to understand one another. Or he put a new shibboleth upon their tongues, thereby separating them into tribes or families. For by this every family found themselves under a necessity of keeping together, and this naturally increased the differing jargons of language, for at first it might be no more. What a confusion this was to them we all know, by their being obliged to leave off the building, and immediately separating one from another. But what a surprise it was to the old serpent that remains to be considered of, for indeed it belongs to his history. Satan had never met any disappointment in all his wicked attempts till now. For first he succeeded even to triumph upon Eve. He did the like upon Cain, and in short upon the whole world, one man, Noah, excepted, when he blended the sons of God and the daughters of hell, for so the word is understood, together in a promiscuous, voluptuous living as well as generation. As to the deluge, authors are not agreed whether it was a disappointment to the devil or no. It might be indeed a surprise to him, for though Noah had preached of it for 100 years together, yet as he, Satan, daily prompted the people not to heed or believe what that old fellow Noah said to them, and to ridicule his whimsical building a monstrous tub to swim or float in, when the said deluge should come. So I am of the opinion he did not believe it himself, and am positive he could not foresee it, by any insight into futurity that he was master of. 'Tis true the astronomers tell us there was a very terrible comet seen in the air, that it appeared for 180 days before the flood continually, and that as it approached nearer and nearer every day all the while, so that at last it burst and fell down in a continual spout or stream of water, being of a watery substance, and the quantity so great that it was 40 days a falling, so that this comet not only foretold the deluge or drowning of the earth, but actually performed it, and drowned it from itself. But to leave this tale to them that told it, let us consider the devil, surprised and a little amazed at the absorption or inundation, or whatever we are to call it, of the earth in the deluge. Not, I say, that he was much concerned at it, perhaps just the contrary, and if God would drown it again, and as often as he thought fit, I do not see by any thing I meet with in Satan's history, or in the nature of him, that he would be at all disturbed at it. All that I can see in it that could give Satan any concern would be that all his favorites were gone, and he had his work to do over again, to lay a foundation for a new conquest in the generation that was to come. But in this his prospect was fair enough, for why should he be discouraged when he now had 8 people to work upon, who met with such success when he had but 2? And why should he question breaking in now, where nature was already vitiated and corrupted, when he had before conquered the same nature, when in its primitive rectitude and purity, just come out of the hands of its Maker, and fortified with the awe of his high and solemn command just given them, and the threatening of death also annexed to it, if broken? End of Part 1, Chapter 10a. Part 1, Chapter 10b, of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 10b. But I go back to the affair of Babel, this confusion of language or of counsels, take it which way you will, as the first disappointment that I find the devil met with in all his attempts and practices upon mankind, or upon the new creature, which I mentioned above, for now he foresaw what would follow, namely, that the people would separate and spread themselves over the whole surface of the earth, and 1,000 new scenes of action would appear, in which he therefore prepares himself to behave as he should see occasion. How the devil learned to speak all the languages that were now to be used, and how many languages there were, the several ancient writers of the devil's story have not yet determined. Some tell us they were divided only into 15, some into 72, others into 180, and others again into several thousands. It also remains a doubt with me, and I suppose will be so with others also, whether Satan has yet found out a method to converse with mankind without the help of language and words, or not, seeing man has no other medium of conversing, no, not with himself. This I have not time to enter upon here, however. This seems plain to me, viz., that the devil soon learned to make mankind understand him, whatever language he spoke, and no doubt but he found ways and means to understand them, whatever language they spoke. After the confusion of languages, the people necessarily sorted themselves into families and tribes, every family understanding their own particular speech, and that only, and these families multiplying grew into nations. and those nations, wanting room, and seeking habitations, wandered some this way, some that, till they found out countries respectively proper for their settling. And there they became a kingdom, spreading and possessing still more and more land as their people increased, till at last the whole earth was scarce big enough for them. This presented Satan with an opportunity to break in upon their morals at another door, viz., their pride, for men being naturally proud and envious, nations and tribes began to jostle with one another for room. Either one nation enjoyed better accommodations, or had a better soil or a more favorable climate than another, and these being numerous and strong, thrust the other out and encroached upon their land. The other, liking their situation, prepare for their defense, and so began oppression, invasion, war, battle, and blood, Satan all the while beating the drums, and his attendants clapping their hands, as men do when they set dogs on upon one another. The bringing mankind thus to war and confusion, as it was the first game the devil played after the confounding of languages and divisions at Babel, so it was a conquest upon mankind, purely devilish, born from hell, and so exactly tinctured with Satan's original sin, ambition, that it really transformed men into mere devils. For when is man transformed into the very image of Satan himself? When is he turned into a mere devil, if it is not when he is fighting with his fellow creatures, and dipping his hands in the blood of his own kind? Let his picture be considered. The fire of hell flames or sparkles in his eyes, a voracious grin sets upon his countenance, rage and fury disport the muscles of his face, his passion agitate his whole body, and he is metamorphosed from a comely, beauteous, angelic creature into a fury, a satyr, a terrible and frightful monster, nay, into a devil, for Satan himself is described by the same word, which on his very account is changed into a substantive, and the devils are called furies. This sowing the seeds of strife in the world, and bringing nations to fight and make war upon one another, would take up a great part of the devil's history, and abundance of extraordinary things would occur in relating the particulars, for there have been many great conflagrations kindled in the world by the artifice of hell under this head, viz., of making war, in which it has been the devil's masterpiece, and he has indeed shown himself a workman in it, that he has wheedled mankind into strange unnatural notions of things, in order to propagate and support the fighting principle in the world, such as laws of war, fair fighting, behaving like men of honor, fighting at the last drop, and the like, by which killing and murdering is understood to be justifiable. Virtue and a true greatness in spirit is rated now by rules which God never appointed, and the standard of honor is quite different from that of reason and of nature. Bravery is denominated, not from a fearless, undaunted spirit in the just defense of life and liberty, but from a daring defiance of God and man, fighting, killing, and treading under foot his fellow creatures at the ordinary command of the officer, whether it be right or wrong, and whether it be in a just defense of life or our country's life, that is liberty, or whether it be for the support of injury and oppression. A prudent avoiding causeless quarrels is called cowardice, and to take an affront baseness and meanness of spirit. To refuse fighting and putting life at a cast on the point of a sword, a practice forbid by the laws of God and of all good government, is yet called cowardice, and a man is bound to die dueling or live and be laughed at. This trumping up these imaginary things called bravery and gallantry, naming virtue and honor, is all from the devil's new management, and his subtle influencing the minds of men to fly in the face of God and nature, and to act against his senses. Nor but for his artifice in the management could it be possible that such inconsistencies could go down with mankind, or they could pass such absurd things among them for reasoning. For example, A is found in bed with B's wife. B is the person injured, and therefore offended, and coming into the chamber with his sword in his hand, A exclaims loudly, "Why, sir, you won't murder me, will you? As you are a man of honor, let me rise and take my sword." A very good story indeed, fit for nobody but the devil to put into any man's head, but so it is. B, being put in mind, forsooth, that he is a man of honor, starts back and must act the honorable part. So he lets A get up, put on his clothes, and take the sword. Then they fight, and B is killed for his honor. Whereas had the laws of God, of nature, and of reason taken place, the adulterer and the adulteress should have been taken prisoners and carried before the judge, and being taken in the fact should have been immediately sentenced, he to the block and she to the stake, and the innocent abused husband had no reason to have run any risk of his life for being made a cuckold. Why, thus has Satan abused the reason of man. And if a man does me the greatest injury in the world, I must do myself justice upon him, by venturing my life upon an even lay with him, and must fight him upon equal hazard, in which the injured person is as often killed as the person offering the injury. Suppose now it be in the same case as above, a man abuses my wife, and then to give me satisfaction he tells me he will fight me, which the French call doing me reason. No, sir, say I, let me lie with your wife too, and then if you desire it, I may fight you, then I am upon even terms with you. But this is indeed the reasoning which the devil has brought mankind to at this day. But to go back to the subject, viz., the devil bringing the nations to fall out, and to quarrel for room in the world, and so to fight in order to dispossess one another of their settlements, this began at a time when certainly there were places enough in the world for everyone to choose in, and therefore the devil, not the want of elbow-room, must be the occasion of it, and 'tis carried on ever since, as apparently from the same interest and by the same original. But we shall meet with this part again very often in the devil's story, and as we bring him farther on in the management of mankind, I therefore lay it by for the present, and come to the next steps the devil took with mankind after the confusion of languages. And this was the affair of worship. It does not appear yet that ever the devil was so bold as either, 1, to set himself up to be worshipped as a god, or, which was still worse, 2, to persuade man to believe there was no God at all to worship. Both these are introduced since the deluge, one indeed by the devil, who soon found means to set himself up for a god in many parts of the world, and holds to it to this day. But the last is brought in by the invention of man, in which it must be confessed man has outsinned the devil. For to do Satan justice, he never thought it could ever pass upon mankind, or that anything so gross would go down with them, so that, in short, these modern casuists in the reach of our days have, I say, outsinned the devil. And then both these are modern inventions. Satan went on gradually, in being to work upon human nature by stratagem, not by force. It would have been too gross to have set himself up as an object of worship at first. It was done step by step. For example, 1. It was sufficient to bring mankind to a neglect of God, to worship him by halves, and give little or no regard to his laws, and so grow loose and immoral, in direct contradiction to his commands. This would not go down with them at first, so the devil went on gradually. 2. From a negligence in worshipping the true God, he by degrees introduced the worship of false gods, and to introduce this he began with the sun, moon, and stars, called in the holy text the host of heaven. These had greater majesty upon them, and seemed fitter to command the homage of mankind. So it was not the hardest thing in the world to bring men, when they had once forgotten the true God, to embrace the worship of such gods as these. 3. Having thus debauched their principles in worship, and led them from the true and only object of worship to a false, it was the easier to carry them on. So in a few gradations more he brought them to downright idolatry, and even in that idolatry he proceeded gradually too. For he began with awful names, such as were venerable in the thoughts of men, as Baal or Bel, which in Chaldaic and Hebrew signifies Lord or Sovereign, or mighty and magnificent, and this was therefore a name ascribed at first to the true God. But afterwards they descended to make images and figures to represent him, and then they were called by the same name as Baal, Baalim, and afterwards Bel, from which by a hellish degeneracy Saturn brought mankind to adore every block of their own hewing, and to worshipping stocks, stones, monsters, hobgoblins, and every sordid, frightful thing, and at last the devil himself. What notions some people may entertain of the forwardness of the first ages of the world to run into idolatry, I do not inquire here. I know they tell us strange things of its being the product of mere nature, one removed from its primitive state, but I, who pretend to have so critically inquired into Satan's history, can assure you, and that from very good authority, that the devil did not find it so easy a task to obliterate the knowledge of the true God in the minds and consciences of men as those people suggest. It is true he carried things a great length under the patriarchal government of the first ages, but still he was 1600 years bringing it to pass, and though we have reason to believe the old world before the flood was arrived to a very great height of wickedness, and Ovid very nobly describes it by the war of the Titans against Jupiter, yet we do not read that ever Satan was come to such a length as to bring them to idolatry. Indeed, we do read of wars carried on among them, whether it was one nation against another, or only personal, we cannot tell, but the world seemed to be swallowed up in a life of wickedness, that is to say, of luxury and lewdness, rapine and violence. And there were giants among them, and men of renown, that is to say, men famed for their mighty valor, great actions of war, we may suppose, and for their strength, who personally opposed others. We read of no considerable wars indeed, but 'tis not to be doubted but there was such wars, or else it is to be understood that they lived in common a life somewhat like the brutes, the strong devouring the weak, for the text says the whole earth was filled with violence, hunting and tearing one another in pieces, either for dominion or for wealth, either for ambition or for avarice, we know not well which. Thus far the antediluvian world went, and very wicked they were. There is no doubt of that. But we have reason to believe that there was no idolatry. The devil had not brought them to that length yet. Perhaps it would soon have followed, but the deluge intervened. After the deluge, as I have said, he had all his work to do over again, and he went on by the same steps. First he brought them to violence and war, then to oppression and tyranny, then to neglect of true worship, then to false worship, and then idolatry by the mere natural consequence of the thing. Who were the first nation or people that fell from the worship of the true God is something hard to determine. The devil, who certainly of all God's creatures is best able to inform us, having left us nothing upon record upon that subject, but we have reason to believe it was thus introduced. Nimrod was the grandson of Ham, Noah's second son, the same who was cursed by his father for exposing him in his drunkenness. This Nimrod was the first who, it seems, Satan picked out for a hero. Here he inspired him with ambitious thoughts, dreams of empire, and having the government of all the rest, that is to say, universal monarchy, the very same bait with which he has played upon the frailty of princes, and ensnared the greatest of them ever since, even from his most august imperial majesty, King Nimrod I, to his most Christian majesty, Louis XIV, and many a mighty monarch between. When these mighty monarchs and men of fame went off the stage, the world had their memories in esteem many ages after, and as their great actions were no otherwise recorded than by oral tradition, and the tongues and memories of fallible men, time and the custom of magnifying the past actions of kings, men soon fabled up their histories, Satan assisting, into miracle and wonder. Hence their names were had in veneration more and more. Statues and busts representing their persons and great actions were set up in public places, till from heroes and champions they made gods of them. And thus, Satan prompting, the world was quickly filled with idols. This Nimrod is he, according to the received opinion, though I do not find Satan's history exactly concurring with it, was first called Belus, then Baal, and worshipped in most of the eastern country under those names, sometimes with additions of surnames, according to the several countries or people or towns where he was particularly set up, as Baal Peor, Baal Zephon, Baal Phagor, in other places plain Baal, as Jupiter in after times had the like additions, as Jupiter Ammon, Jupiter Capitolinus, Jupiter Pistor, Jupiter Feretrius, and about 10 or 12 Jupiters more. I must acknowledge that I think it was a masterpiece of hell to bring the world to idolatry so soon after they had such an eminent example of the immanent power of the true God, as was seen in the deluge, and particularly in the escape of Noah and the ark, to bring them, even before Noah or his sons were dead, to forget whose hand it was, and give the homage of the world to a name, and that a name of a mortal man dead and rotten, who is famous for nothing when he was alive but blood and war. I say, to bring the world to set up this nothing, this mere name, nay, the very image and picture of him, for a god, it was first a mark of most prodigious stupidity in the whole race of men, a monstrous degeneracy from nature, and even from common sense. And in the next place, 'twas a token of an inexpressible craft and subtlety in the devil, who had now gotten the people into so full and complete a management, that in short he could have brought them, by the same rule, to have worshipped anything, and in a little while more did bring many of them to worship himself, plain devil as he was, and knowing him to be such. As to the antiquity of this horrible defection of mankind, though we do not find the beginning of it particularly recorded, yet we are certain it was not long after the confusion of Babel. For Nimrod, as is said, was no more than Noah's great-grandson, and Noah himself, I suppose, might be alive some years after Nimrod was born. And as Nimrod was not long dead before they forgot that he was a tyrant and a murderer, and made a Baal, that is, a lord or idol of him, I say, he was not long dead, for Nimrod was born in the year of the world 1847, and built Babylon the year 1879. And we find Terah, the father of Abraham, who lived from the year 1879, was an idolater, as was doubtless Bethuel, who was Terah's grandson. For we find Laban, who was Bethuel's son, was so, and all this was during the life of the first post-diluvian family. For Terah was born within 193 years after the flood, and 157 years before Noah was dead. And even Abram himself was 80 and 50 years old before Noah died. And yet idolatry had been then, in all probability, above 100 years' practice in the world. Nota bene. It is worth remark here what a terrible advantage the devil gained by the debauching poor Noah, and drawing him into the sin of drunkenness. For by this, as I said, he silenced and stopped the mouth of the great preacher of righteousness, that father and patriarch of the whole world, who was not able, for the shame of his own foul miscarriage, to pretend to instruct or reprove the world any more. The devil took hold of them immediately, and for want of a prophet to warn and admonish, ran that little of religion which there might be left in Shem and Japhet quite out of the world, and deluged them all in idolatry. How long the whole world may be said to be thus overwhelmed in ignorance and idolatry, we may make some tolerable guess at by the history of Abraham. For it was not till God called him from his father's house that any such thing as a church was established in the world, nor even then except in his own family and successors for almost 400 years after that call. And till God brought the Israelites back out of Egypt, the whole world may be said to be involved in idolatry and devil worship. So absolute a conquest had the devil made over mankind immediately after the flood, and all taking its rise and beginning at the fatal defeat of Noah, who, had he lived untainted and invulnerable, as he had done for 600 years before, would have gone a great way to have stemmed the torrent of wickedness which broke in upon mankind. And therefore the devil, I say, was very cunning, and very much in the right of it, take him as he is a mere devil, to attack Noah personally, and give him a blow so soon. It is true the devil did not immediately raze out the notion of religion and of a God from the minds of men, nor could he easily suppress the principle of worship and homage to be paid to a sovereign being, the author of nature and guide of the world. The devil saw this clearly in the first ages of the New World, and therefore, as I have said, he proceeded politically, and by degrees. That it was so is evident from the story of Job and his 3 friends, who, if we may take it for a history, not a fable, and may judge of the time of it by the length of Job's life, and by the family of Eliphaz the Temanite, who, it is manifest, was at least grandson or great-grandson to Esau, Isaac's eldest son, and by the language of Amalek, king of Gerar, to Abraham, and of Laban to Jacob, both the latter being at the same time idolaters. I say, if we may judge of it by all these, there were still very sound notions of religion in the minds of men, nor could Satan, with all his cunning and policy, deface those ideas and root them out of the minds of the people. And this put him upon taking new measures to keep up his interest and preserve the hold he got on mankind, and his method was like himself, subtle and politic to the last degree, as his whole history makes appear. For seeing he found they could not but believe the being of a God, and that they would needs worship something, it is evident he had no game left him to play but this, namely, to set up wrong notions of worship, and bring them to a false worship instead of a true, supposing the object worshipped to be still the same. To finish this stratagem, he first insinuates that the true God was a terrible, a dreadful, unapproachable being, that to see him was so frightful that it would present death, that to worship him immediately was a presumption which would provoke his wrath, as that he was a consuming fire in himself, so he would burn up those in his anger that dared to offer up any sacrifice to him, but by the interposition of some medium which might receive their adorations in his name. Hence it occurred presently that subordinate gods were to be found out and set up, to whom the people might pay the homage due to the supreme God, and who they might worship in his name. This I take from the most ancient account of idolatry in the world, nor indeed could the devil himself find out any other reason why men should canonize, or rather deify, their princes and men of fame, and worship them after they were dead, as if they could save them from death and calamity, who were not able to save themselves when they were alive. Much less could Satan bring men to swallow so gross, so absurd a thing as the bowing the knee to a stock or a stone, a calf, an ox, a lion, nay, the image or figure of a calf, such as the Israelites made at Mount Sinai, and say, "These be thy gods, O Israel, who brought thee out of the land of Egypt." Having thus, I say, brought them to satisfy themselves that they worshipped the true God and no other, under the figures and appearances which they made to represent him, it was easy after that to worship anything but the true God, and thus in a few ages they worshipped nothing but idols, even throughout the whole world. Nor has the devil lost this hold in some parts of the world, nay, not in most parts of the world to this day. He holds still all the eastern parts of Asia, and the southern parts of Africa, and the northern parts of Europe, and in them the vast countries of China and Tartary, Persia and India, Guinea, Ethiopia, Zanzibar, Congo, Angola, Monomotapa, etc., in all which, except Ethiopia, we find no vestiges of any other worship but that of idols, monsters, and even the devil himself, till after the very coming of our Saviour, and even then, if it be true that the gospel was preached in the Indies and China by St. Thomas, and in other remote countries by other of the apostles, we see that whatever ground Satan lost, he seems to have recovered it again, and all Asia and Africa is at present overrun with paganism or Mohammedanism, which I think of the two is rather the worst. Beside all America, a part of the world, as some say, equal in bigness to all the other, in which the devil's kingdom was never interrupted from its first being inhabited, whenever it was, to the first discovery of it by the European nations in the 16th century. In a word, the devil got what we may call an entire victory over mankind, and drove the worship of the true God in a manner quite out of the world, forcing, as it were, his Maker in a new kind of creation, the old one proving thus ineffectual to recover a certain number by force and mere omnipotence to return to their duty, serve him, and worship him. But of that hereafter. End of Part 1, Chapter 10b. Part 1, Chapter 11a of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 11a. Of God's calling a church out of the midst of a degenerate world, and of Satan's new measures upon that incident, how he attacked them immediately, and his success in those attacks. Satan having, as I have said in the preceding chapter, made, as it were, a full conquest of mankind, debauched them all to idolatry, and brought them at least to worshipping the true God by the wretched medium of corrupt and idolatrous representations. God seemed to have no true servants or worshippers left in the world, but, if I may be allowed to speak so, was obliged, in order to restore the world to their senses again, to call a select number out from among the rest, who he himself undertook should own his Godhead or supreme authority, and worship him as he required to be worshipped. This, I say, God was obliged to do, because 'tis evident it has not been done so much by the choice and counsel of men, for Satan would have overruled that part, as by the power and energy of some irresistible and invincible operation, and this our divines give high names to. But be it what they will, it is the second defeat or disappointment that the devil he met with in his progress in the world. The first I have spoken of already. It is true, Satan very well understood what was threatened to him in the original promise to the woman immediately after the fall, namely, thou shalt bruise his head, etc. But he did not expect it so suddenly, but thought himself sure of mankind till the fullness of time, when the Messiah should come, and therefore it was a great surprise to him to see that Abraham, being called, was so immediately received and established. Though he did not so immediately follow the voice that directed him, yet in him, in his loins, was all God's church at that time contained. In the calling Abraham, it is easy to see that there was no other way for God to form a church, that is to say, to single out a people to himself, as the world was then stated, but by immediate revelation and a voice from heaven. All mankind was gone over to the enemy, overwhelmed in idolatry. In a word, were engaged to the devil. God Almighty, or as the Scripture distinguishes him, the Lord, the true God, was out of the question. Mankind knew little or nothing of him, much less did they know anything of his worship, or that there was such a being in the world. Well might it be said, the Lord appeared to Abraham, Genesis 7:7, for if God had not appeared himself, he must have sent a messenger from heaven, and perhaps it was so, for he had not one true servant or worshipper that we know of then on earth, to send on that errand, no prophet, no preacher of righteousness. Noah was dead, and had been so above 17 years. And if he had not, his preaching, as I observed after his great miscarriage, had but little effect. We are indeed told that Noah left behind him certain rules and orders for the true worship of God, which were called the Precepts of Noah, and remained in the world for a long time, though how written, when neither any letters, much less writing, were known in the world, is a difficulty which remains to be solved. This makes me look upon those laws called the Precepts of Noah to be a modern invention, as I do also the Alphabetum Noachi, which Bochart pretends to give an account of. But to leave that fiction and come back to Abraham, God called him, whether at first by voice without any vision, whether in a dream or night vision, which was very significant in those days, or whether by some awful appearance, we know not. The second time, 'tis indeed said expressly God appeared to him. Be it which way it will, God himself called him, showed him the land of Canaan, gave him the promise of it for his posterity, and withal gave him such a faith that the devil, soon found there was no room for him to meddle with Abraham. This is certain, we do not read what the devil ever so much as attempted Abraham at all. Some will suggest that the command to Abraham to go and offer up his son Isaac was a temptation of the devil, if possible, to defeat the glorious work of God's calling a holy seed into the world. For the first, if Abraham had disobeyed that call, the new favorite had been overcome and made a rebel of; or secondly, if he had obeyed, then the promised seed had been cut off, and Abraham defeated. But as the text is expressed that God himself proposed it to Abraham, I shall not start the suggestions of the critics, in bar of the sacred oracle. Be it one way or other, Abraham showed a hero-like faith and courage, as if the devil had been the author of it. He had seen himself disappointed in both his views: one, by Abraham's ready and bold compliance, as believing it to be God's command; and two, by the divine countermand of the execution, just as the fatal knife was lifted up. But if the devil left Abraham and made no attack upon him, seeing him invulnerable, he made himself amends upon the other branch of his family, his poor nephew Lot, who, notwithstanding he was so immediately under the particular care of heaven, as that angel who was sent to destroy Sodom, could do nothing till he was out of it, and who, though after he had left Zoar, and was retired into a cave to dwell, yet the subtle devil found him out, deluded his 2 daughters, took an advantage of the fright they had been in about Sodom and Gomorrah, made them believe the whole world was burnt too, as well as those cities, and that, in short, they could never have any husbands, etc. And so, in their abundant concern to repeople the world, and that the race of mankind might not be destroyed, they go and lie with their own father, the devil telling them doubtless how to do it, by intoxicating his head with wine, in all which story, whether they were not as drunk as their father, seems to be a question, or else they could not have supposed all the men in the earth were consumed, when they knew that the little city Zoar had been preserved for their sakes. This now is the 3rd conquest Satan obtained by the gust of human appetite, that is to say, once by eating and twice by drinking, or drunkenness. And still the last was the worst and most shameful, for Lot, however his daughters managed him, could not pretend he did not understand what the strength of wine was, and one would have thought after so terrible a judgment as that of Sodom was, which was, as we may say, executed before his face, his thoughts should have been too solemnly engaged in praising God for sparing his life, to be made drunk, and that 2 nights together. But the devil played his game sure. He set his 2 daughters to work, and as the devil's instruments seldom fail, so he secured his by that hellish stratagem of deluding the daughters to think all the world was consumed but they 2 and their father. To be sure, the old man could not suspect that his daughter's design was so wicked as indeed it was, or that they intended to debauch him with wine and make him drink till he knew not what he did. Now the devil, having carried his game here, gained a great point, for as there were but 2 religious families in the world before, from whence a 2-fold generation might be supposed to rise religious and righteous like their parents, viz., that of Abraham and this of Lot, this crime ruined the hopes of one of them. It could no more be said that just Lot was in being, who vexed his righteous soul from day to day with the wicked behavior of the people of Sodom. Righteous Lot was degenerated into drunken, incestuous Lot, Lot fallen from what he was, to be a wicked and unrighteous man, no pattern of virtue, no reprover of the age, but a poor, fallen, degenerate patriarch, who could now no more reprove or exhort, but look down and be ashamed, and nothing to do but to repent, and see the poor mean excuses of all the 3. Eve says, "The serpent beguiled me, and I did eat." Noah says, "My grandson beguiled me," or "the wine beguiled me, and I did drink." Lot says, "My daughters beguiled me, and I also did drink." It is observable that, as I said above, Noah was silenced, and his preaching at an end, after that one action, so the like may be said of Lot, and in short you never hear one word more of either of them after it. As for mankind, both were useless to them, and as to themselves, we never read of any of their repentance, nor have we much reason to believe they did repent. From this attack of the devil upon Lot, we hear no more of the devil being so busily employed as he had been before in the world. He had indeed but little to do, for all the rest of the world was his own, lulled asleep under the witchcraft of idolatry, and are so still. But it could not be long that the devil lay idle. As soon as God called himself a people, the devil could not be at rest till he attacked them. Wherever God sets up a house of prayer, the devil always builds a chapel there. Abraham indeed went off the stage free, and so did Isaac too. They were a kind of first-rate saints. We do not so much read of any failing they had, or of anything the devil had ever the face to offer to them, nor with Jacob either, if you will excuse him for beguiling his brother Esau of both his birthright and his blessing. But he was busy enough with all his children. For example, he sent Judah to his shepherd shearing, and placed a whore, Tamar, in his way, in the posture of temptation, so made him commit incest and whoredom both together. He sent incestuous Reuben to lie with his father's concubine, Bilhah. He sent Dinah to the ball, to dance with the Shimeite ladies and play the whore with their master. He enraged Simeon and Levi at the supposed injury, and then prompted them to revenge, for which their fathers heartily cursed them. He set them all together to fall upon poor Joseph, first to murder him intentionally, and then actually sell him to the Midianites. He made them show the party-colored coat and tell a lie to their father, to make the poor old man believe Joseph was killed by a lion, etc. He sent Potiphar's wife to attack Joseph's chastity, and filled her with rage at the disappointment. He taught Joseph to swear by the life of Pharaoh. In a word, he debauched the whole race, except Benjamin, and never man had such a set of sons, so wicked and so notorious, after so good an introduction into the world as they all had of them. To be sure, for Jacob, no doubt, gave them as good instruction as the circumstances of his wandering condition would allow him to do. We must now consider the devil and his affairs in a quite differing situation. When the world first appeared, peopled by the creating power of God, he had only Adam and Eve to take care of, and I think he played his time with them to purpose enough. After the deluge, he had Noah only to pitch upon, and quickly conquered him by the instigation of his grandson. At the building of Babel, he guided them by their acting all in a body as one man, so that in short he managed them with ease, taking them as a body politic, and we find they came into his snare as one man. But now the children of Israel multiply in the land of their bondage, and God seeming to show a particular concern for them, the devil was obliged to new measures, stand at a distance and look on for some time. The Egyptians were plagued even without his help. Nor though the cunning artist, as I said, stood and looked on, yet he durst not meddle, nor could he make a few lice, the least and meanest of the armies of insects raised to afflict the Egyptians. However, when he perceived that God resolved to bring the Israelites out, he prepared to attend them, to watch them, and be at hand upon all the wicked occasions that might offer, as if he had been fully satisfied such occasions would offer, and that he should not fail to have an opportunity to draw them into some snare or another, and that therefore it was his business not to be out of the way, but to be ready, as we say, to make his market of them in the best manner he could. How many ways he attempted them, nay, how many times he conquered them in their journey, we shall see presently. First he put in them a fright at Baal-zephon, where he thought he had drawn them into a noose, and where he sent Pharaoh and his army to block them up between the mountains of Piharoth and the Red Sea. But there indeed Satan was outwitted by Moses, so far as it appeared to be a humane action, for he little thought of their going dry-footed through the sea, but depended upon having them all cut in pieces the next morning by the Egyptians. An eminent proof, by the way, that the devil has no knowledge of events or any insight into futurity, nay, that he is not so much as a second sight, or knows today what his Maker intends to do tomorrow. For had Satan known that God intended to ford them over the sea, if he had not been able to have prevented the miracle, he would certainly have prevented the escape by sending out Pharaoh and his army time enough to have taken the strand before them, and so have driven them to the necessity of traveling on foot round the north point of that sea, by the wilderness of Eton, where he would have pursued and harassed them with his cavalry, and in all probability have destroyed them. But the blind, short-sighted devil, perfectly in the dark and unacquainted with futurity, knew nothing of the matter, was as much deceived as Pharaoh himself, stood still flattering himself with the hopes of his booty, and the revenge he should take upon them the next morning, till he saw the frightened waves in an uproar, and to his utter astonishment and confusion saw the passage laid open, and Moses leading his vast army in full march over the dry space. Nay, even then 'tis very probable Satan did not know that if the Egyptians followed them, the sea would return upon and overwhelm them. For I can hardly think so hard of the devil himself, that if he had, he would have suffered, much less prompted Pharaoh to follow the chase at such an expense. So that either he must be an ignorant and unforeseeing devil, or a very ungrateful false devil to his friends the Egyptians. I am inclined also to the more charitable opinion of Satan too, because of the escape of the Israelites was really a triumph over himself, for the war was certainly his, or at least he was auxiliary to Pharaoh. It was a victory over hell and Egypt together, and he would never have suffered the disgrace if he had known it beforehand. That is to say, though he could not have prevented the escape of Israel, or the dividing the water, yet he might have warned the Egyptians and cautioned them not to venture in after them. But we shall see a great many weak steps taken by the devil in the affairs of this very people and their 40 years' wandering in the wilderness. And though he was in some ways successful and wheedled them into many foolish and miserable murmurings and wranglings against God and mutinies against poor Moses, yet the devil was oftentimes balked and disappointed. And 'tis for this reason that I choose to finish the first part of his history with the particular relation of his behavior among the Jews, because also we do not find any extraordinary things happening anywhere else in the world for above 1,500 years. No variety, no revolutions. All the rest of mankind lay still under his yoke, quietly submitted to his government, did just as he bade them, worshipped every idol he set up, and in a word he had no difficulty with any body but the Jews. And for this reason, I say, this part of the story will be the more useful and instructing. To return, therefore, to Moses and his dividing the Red Sea, that the people went over or through it, that we have the sacred history for. But how the devil behaved, that you must come to me for. Or I know not where you will find a true account of it, at least not in print. 1. It was in the night they marched through. Whether the devil saw it in the dark or no, that's not my business. But when he had daylight for it, and viewed the next day's work, I make no question but all hell felt the surprise, the prey being thus snatched out of their hands unexpectedly. 'Tis true the Egyptians' host was sent to him in their room, but that was not what he aimed at, for he was sure enough of them his own way. And if it was not just at that time, yet he knew what and who they were. But as he had devoured the whole Israelitish host in his imagination, to the tune of at least 1.5 million souls, men, women, children, it was no doubt a great disappointment to the devil to miss of his prey, and to see them all triumphing on the other side in safety. It is true, Satan's annals do not mention this defeat, for historians are generally backward to register their own misfortunes. But as we have an account of the facts from other hands, so as we cannot question the truth of it, the nature of the thing will tell us it was a disappointment to the devil, and a very great one. I cannot but observe here that I think this part of the devil's story very entertaining, because of the great variety of incidents which appear in every part of it. Sometimes he is like a hunted fox, curvetting and counter-running to avoid his being pursued and found out, while at the same time he is carrying on his secret designs to draw the people he pretends to manage into some snare or other to their hurt. At another time, though, the comparison is a little too low for his dignity, like a monkey that has done mischief, and who, making his own escape, sits and chatters at a distance, as if he had triumphed in what he had done. So Satan, when he had drawn them in to worship a calf, to offer strange fire, to set up a schism and the like, and so bring the divine vengeance upon them, leaving them in their distress, kept at a distance, as if he looked on with satisfaction to see them burnt, swallowed up, swept away, and the like, as the several stories relate. His indefatigable vigilance is, on the other hand, a useful caveat, as well as an improving view to us. No sooner is he routed and exposed, defeated and disappointed in one enterprise, but he begins another, and like a cunning gladiator, warily defends himself and boldly attacks his enemy at the same time. Thus we see him up and down, conquering and conquered, through this whole part of his story, till at last he receives a total defeat, of which you shall hear in its place. In the meantime, let us take up his story again at the Red Sea, where he received a great blow, instead of which he expected a complete victory, for doubtless the devil and the king of Egypt too thought of nothing but conquest at Piriaroth. However, though the triumph of the Israelites over the Egyptians must needs be a great mortification to the devil, and exasperated him very much, yet the consequence was only this, viz., that Satan, like an enemy who is balked and defeated, but not overcome, redoubles his rage, and reinforces his army. And what the Egyptians could not do for him, he resolves to do for himself, in order then to take his opportunity for what mischief might offer, being defeated and provoked, I say, at the slur that was put upon him. He resolves to follow them into the wilderness, and many a vile prank he played them there, as first he straightens them for water, and makes them murmur against God, and against Moses, within a very few days, nay, hours, of their great deliverance of all. Nor was this, but in less than 1 year more we find them, at his instigation too, setting up a golden calf, and making all the people dance about it at Mount Sinai, even when God himself had but just before appeared to them in the terrors of a burning fire upon the top of the mountain. And what was the pretense? Truly nothing but they had lost Moses, who used to be their guide, and he had hid himself in the mount, and had not been seen in 40 days, so that they could not tell what was become of him. This put them all into confusion, a poor pretense indeed to turn them all back to idolatry. But the watchful devil took the hint, pushed the advantage, and insinuated that they should never see Moses again, that he was certainly devoured by venturing too near the flashes of fire in the mount, and presuming upon the liberty he had taken before. In a word, that God had destroyed Moses, or he was starved to death for want of food, having been 40 days and 40 nights absent. All these were, it's true, in themselves most foolish suggestions, considering Moses was admitted to the vision of God, and that God had been pleased to appear to him in the most intimate manner, that as they might depend, God would not destroy his faithful servant, so they might have concluded he was able to support his being without food as long as he thought fit. But to a people so easy to believe anything, what could be too gross for the devil to persuade them to? A people who could dance round a calf and call it their god might do anything, that could say to one another that this was the great Jehovah that brought them out of the land of Egypt, and that within so few days after God's miraculous appearance to them and for them. I say, such a people were really fitted to be imposed upon. Nothing could be too gross for them. This was indeed his first considerable experiment upon them as a people, or as a body, and the truth is his affairs required it, for Satan, who had been a successful devil in most of his attempts upon mankind, could hardly doubt his success in anything after he had carried his point at Mount Sinai, to bring them to idolatry in the very face of their deliverer, and just after their deliverance. It was more astonishing in the man that even their passing the Red Sea, in a word, the devil's whole history, does not furnish us with a story equally surprising. And how was poor Aaron bewildered in it too, he that was Moses' partner in all the great things that Moses did in Pharaoh's sight, and that was appointed to be his assistant and oracle, or orator rather, upon all public occasions, that he, above all the rest, should come into this absurd and ridiculous proposal, he that was singled out for the sacred priesthood, for him to defile his holy hands with a polluted, abominable sacrifice, and with making the idol for them too, for 'tis plain that he made it. How monstrous it was! And see what an answer he gives to his brother Moses. How weak, how simple. I did so and so, indeed. I bade them bring the earrings, etc., and I cast the gold into the fire, and it came out this calf. Ridiculous, as if the calf came out by mere fortuitous adventure, without a mold to cast it in, which could not be supposed. And if it had not come out so without a mold, Moses would certainly have known of it. Had Aaron been innocent, he would have answered after quite another manner, and told Moses honestly that the whole body of the people came to him in a fright, that they forced him to make an idol, which he did, by making first a proper mold to cast it in, and then taking the proper metal to cast it from, that indeed he had sinned in so doing, but that he was mobbed into it, and the people terrified him. Perhaps they threatened to kill him, and if he had added that the devil, prompting his fear, beguiled him, he had said nothing but was certainly true, for if it was in Satan's power to make the people insolent and outrageous enough to threaten and bully the old venerable prophet, for he was not yet a priest, who was the brother of their oracle Moses, and had been partner with him in so many of his commissions, I say, if he could bring up the passions of the people to a height to be rude and unmannerly to him, Aaron, and perhaps to threaten and insult him, he may be easily supposed to be able to intimidate Aaron and terrify him into compliance. See this cunning agent, when he has man's destruction in his view, how securely he acts. He never wants a handle. The best of men have one weak place or other, and he always finds it out, takes the advantage of it, and conquers them by one artifice or another. Only take it with you as you go. 'Tis always by stratagem, never by force, a proof that he is not empowered to use violence. He may tempt, and he does prevail, but 'tis all legerdemain. 'Tis all craft and artifice. He is still diabole, the calumniator and deceiver, that is, the misrepresenter. He misrepresents man to God, and misrepresents God to man. Also he misrepresents things. He puts false colors, and then manages the eye to see them with an imperfect view, raising clouds and fogs to intercept our sight. In short, he deceives all our senses, and imposes upon us things which otherwise would be the easiest to discern and judge of. This indeed is in part the benefit of the devil's history, to let us see that he has used the same method all along, and that ever since he has had anything to do with mankind, he has practised upon them with stratagem and cunning. Also 'tis observable that he has carried his point better that way than he would have done by fury and violence, if he had been allowed to make use of it. For by his power indeed he might have laid the world desolate, and made a heap of rubbish of it long ago. But, as I have observed before, that would not have answered his ends half so well, for by destroying men he would have made martyrs, and sent abundance of good men to heaven, who would much rather have died than yield it to serve him, and as he aimed to have it, to fall down and worship him, I say he would have made martyrs, and that not a few. But this was none of Satan's business. His design lies quite another way. His business is to make men sin, not to make them suffer, to make devils of them, not saints, to delude them and draw them away from their Maker, not send them away to him, and therefore he works by stratagem, not by force. We are now come to his story as it relates to the Jewish church in the wilderness, and to the children of Israel and their traveling circumstances. And this was the first scene of public management that the devil had upon his hands in the world. For, as I have said, till now he dealt with mankind either in their separate condition, one by one, or else carried all before him, engrossing whole nations in his systems of idolatry, and overwhelming them in an ignorant destruction. But having now a whole people, as it were, snatched away from him, taken out of his government, and, which was still worse, having a view of a kingdom being set up independent of him, and superior to his authority, it is not to be wondered at if he endeavored to overthrow them in the infancy of their constitution, and tried all possible arts to bring them back into his own hands again. He found them not only carried away from the country where they were even in his clutches, surrounded with idols, and where we have reason to believe the greatest part of them were polluted with the idolatry of the Egyptians. For we do not read of any stated worship which they had of their own, or if they did worship the true God, we scarce know in what manner they did it. They had no law given them, nothing but the covenant of circumcision, and even Moses himself had not strictly observed that till he was frightened into it. We read of no sacrifices among them, no feasts were ordained, no solemn worship appointed, and how or in what manner they performed their homage, we know not. The Passover was not ordained till just after their coming away, so that there was not much religion among them, at least that we have any account of, and we may suppose the devil was pretty easy with them all the while they were in the house of their bondage. But now to have 1,000,000 of people fetched out of his hands, as it were, all at once, and to have the immediate power of heaven engaged in it, and that Satan saw evidently God had singled them out in a miraculous manner to favor them, and call them his own, this alarmed him at once, and therefore he resolves to follow them, lay close siege to them, and take all the measures possible to bring them to rebel against and disobey God, that he might be provoked to destroy them, and how near he went to bring it to pass, we shall see presently. End of Part 1, Chapter 11a. Part 1, Chapter 11b of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 1, Chapter 11b. This making a calf and paying an idolatrous worship to it, for they acted the heathens and idolaters, not in the setting up the calf only, but in the manner of their worshipping, viz. Dancing and music, things they had not been acquainted with in the worship of the true God. I mention here to observe how the devil not only imposed upon their principles, but upon their senses too, as if the awful majesty of heaven, whose glory they had seen in Mount Sinai, where they stood, and whose pillar of cloud and fire was their guide and protection, would be worshipped by dancing round a calf, and that not a living creature, or a real calf, but the mere image of a calf, cast in gold, or, as some think, in brass gilded over. But this was the devil's way with mankind, namely, to impose upon their senses, and bring them into the grossest follies and absurdities, and then having first made them fools, it was much the easier to make them offenders. In this very manner he acted with them through all the course of their wilderness travels, for as they were led by the hand like children, defended by omnipotence, fed by miracles, instructed immediately from heaven, and all things had Moses for their guide, they had no room to miscarry, but by acting the greatest absurdities and committing the greatest follies in nature, and even these the devil brought them to be guilty of in a surprising manner. One, as God himself relieved them in every exigence and supplied them in every want, one would think 'twas impossible they should ever be brought to question either his willingness or his ability, and yet they really objected against both, which was indeed very provoking, and I doubt not that when the devil had brought them to act in such a preposterous manner, he really hoped and believed God would be provoked effectually. The testimonies of his care of him, and ability to supply them, were miraculous and undeniable. He gave them water from the rock, bread from the air, sent the fowls to feed them with flesh, and supported them all the way by miracles. Their health was preserved, none were sick among them, their clothes did not wear out, nor their shoes grow old upon their feet. Could anything be more absurd than to doubt whether he could provide for them, who had never let them want for so many years? But the devil managed them in spite of miracles, nor did he ever give them over till he had brought 600,000 of them to provoke God so highly that he would not suffer above 2 of them to go into the land of promise, so that, in short, Satan gained his point as to that generation, for all their carcasses fell in the wilderness. Let us take but a short view to what a height he brought them, and in what a rude, absurd manner they acted. How he set them upon murmuring upon every occasion, now for water, then for bread. Nay, they murmured at their bread when they had it. Our soul loathes this light bread. He sowed the seeds of church rebellion in the sons of Aaron, and made Nadab and Abihu offer strange fire till they were strangely consumed by fire for the doing it. He set them a complaining at Taberah, and a lusting for flesh at the first 3 days' journey from Mount Sinai. He planted envy in the hearts of Miriam and Aaron against the authority of Moses, to pretend God had spoke by them as well as by him, till he humbled the father and made a leper of the daughter. He debauched 10 of the spies, frightened them with sham appearances of things when they went out to search the land, and made them fright the whole people out of their understanding as well as duty, for which 600,000 of their carcasses fell in the wilderness. He raised the rebellion of Korah and the 250 princes till he brought them to be swallowed up alive. He put Moses into a passion at Meribah, and ruffled the temper of the meekest man upon earth, by which he made both him and Aaron forfeit their share of the promise, and be shut out from the Holy Land. He raised a mutiny among them when they travelled from Mount Hor, till they brought fiery serpents among them to destroy them. He tried to make Balaam the prophet curse them, but there the devil was disappointed. However, he brought the Midianites to debauch them with women, as in the case of Zimri and Cosbi. He tempted Achan with the wedge of gold and the Babylonish garment, that he might take of the accursed thing and be destroyed. He tempted the whole people, not effectually to drive out the cursed inhabitants of the land of promise, that they might remain and be goads in their sides, till at last they often oppressed them for their idolatry, and, which was worse, debauched them to idolatry. He prompted the Benjamites to refuse satisfaction to the people, in the case of the wickedness of the men of Gibeah, to the destruction of the whole tribe, 400 men, except in the rock Rimmon. At last he tempted them to reject the theocracy of their Maker, and call upon Samuel to make them a king, and most of those kings he made plagues and sorrows to them in their time, as you shall hear in their order. Thus he plagued the whole body of the people continually, making them sin against God, and bring judgments upon themselves, to the consuming some millions of them, first and last, by the vengeance of their Maker. As he did with the whole congregation, so he did with their rulers, and several of the judges, who were made instruments to deliver the people, yet were drawn into snares by this subtle serpent, to ruin themselves or the people they had delivered. He tempted Gideon to make an ephod, contrary to the law of the tabernacle, and made the children of Israel go to whoring, that is, a worshipping after it. He tempted Samson to debauch himself with a harlot, and betray his own happy secret to a whore, at the expense of both his eyes and that last of his life. He tempted Eli's sons to lie with the women in the very doors of the tabernacle, when they came to bring their offerings to the priest, and he tempted poor Eli to connive at them, or not sufficiently reprove them. He tempted the people to carry the ark of God into the camp, that it might fall into the hands of the Philistines, and he tempted Uzzah to reach out his hand to hold it up, as if he that preserved it in the house of Dagon, the idol of the Philistines, could not keep it from falling out of the cart. When the people had gotten a king, he immediately set to work in diverse ways to bring that king to load them with plagues and calamities, not a few. He tempted Saul to spare the king of Amalek, contrary to God's express command. He not tempted Saul only, but possessed him with an evil spirit, by which he was left to wayward dispositions, and was forced to have it fiddled out of him with a minstrel. He tempted Saul with a spirit of discontent, and with a spirit of envy at poor David, to hunt him like a partridge upon the mountains. He tempted Saul with a spirit of divination, and sent him to a witch to inquire of Samuel for him, as if God would help him when he was dead, that had forsaken him when he was alive. After that he tempted him to kill himself, on the pretense that he might not fall into the hands of the uncircumcised, as if self-murder was not half so bad, either for sin against God or disgrace among men, as being taken prisoner by a Philistine, a piece of madness none but the devil could have brought mankind to submit to, though some ages after that he made it a fashion among the Romans. After Saul was dead and David came to the throne, By how much he was a man chosen and particularly favored by heaven, the devil fell upon him with the more vigor, attacked him so many ways, and conquered him so very often, that as no man was so good a king, so hardly any good king was ever a worse man. In many cases one would have almost thought the devil had made sport with David, to show him easily he could overthrow the best man God could choose for the whole congregation. He made him distrust his benefactor, so much as to feign himself mad before the king of Gath when he had fled to him for shelter. He made him march with his 400 cutthroats to cut off poor Nabal and all his household, only because he would not send him the good cheer he had provided for his honest sheep shearers. He made him, for his word's sake, give Ziba half his master's estate for his treachery, after he knew he had been the traitor, and betrayed poor Mephibosheth for the sake of it, in which the good old king, it seems, was very loath to break his word, and therefore broke his oath. Then he tempted him to the ridiculous project of numbering the people, though against God's express command, a thing Joab himself was not wicked enough to do, till David and the devil forced him to it. And to make him completely wicked, he carried him to the top of his house, and showed him a naked lady bathing herself in her garden, in which it appeared that the devil knew David too well, and what was the particular sin of his inclination, and so took him by the right handle, drawing him at once into the sins of murder and adultery. Then, that he might not quite give him over, though David's repentance for the last sin kept the devil off for a while, when he could attack him no farther personally, he fell upon him and his family, and made him as miserable as he could desire him to be in his children, 3 of whom he brought to destruction before his face, and another after his death. First he tempted Ammon to ravage his sister Tamar, so there was an end of her, poor girl, as to this world, for we never hear any more of her. Then he tempted Absalom to murder his brother Amnon, in revenge for Tamar's maidenhead. Then he made Joab run Absalom through the body, contrary to David's command. And after David's death, he brought Adonijah, weak man, to the block for usurping King Solomon's throne. As to Absalom, he tempted him to rebellion, and raising war against his father, to the turning him shamefully out of Jerusalem, and almost out of the kingdom. He tempted him, for David's farther mortification, to lie with his father's wives in the face of the whole city, and had Achitophel's honest counsel been followed, he had certainly sent him to sleep with his fathers, long before his time, but there Satan and Achitophel were both outwitted together. Through all the reigns of the several successors of David, the devil took care to carry on his own game, to the continual insulting the measures which God himself had taken for the establishing his people in the world, and especially as a church, till at last he so effectually debauched them to idolatry, that crime which all others was most provoking to God, as it was carrying the people away from their allegiance, and transposing the homage they owed God their Maker to a contemptible block of wood, or an image of a brute beast. In this how sordid and brutish soever it was in itself, yet so did his artifice prevail among them, that first or last he brought them all into it, the 10 tribes as well as the 2 tribes, till at last God himself was provoked to unchurch them, gave them up to their enemies, and the few that were left of them, after incredible slaughters and desolation, were hurried away, some into Tartary, and others into Babylon, from whence very few of that same few that were carried away ever found their way home again, and some, when they might have come, would not accept of it, but continue there to the very coming of the Messiah. See Epistles of St. James and of St. Peter at the beginning. But to look a little back upon this part, for it cannot be omitted, it makes so considerable a part of the devil's history, I mean his drawing God's people, kings and all, into all the sins and mischiefs which gradually contributed to their destruction. First, for he began immediately with the very best and wisest of the race. He drew in King Solomon, in the midst of all his zeal for the building God's house, and for the making the most glorious and magnificent appearance for God's worship that ever the world saw. I say, in the middle of all this, he drew him into such immoderate and insatiable an appetite for women, as to set up the first and perhaps the greatest seraglio of whores that ever any prince in the world had or pretended to before. Nay, and to bring whoring so much into reputation, that, as the text says, 700 of them were princesses, that is to say, ladies of quality, not as the grand seigneurs and great moguls other princes of the Eastern world have since practiced, namely, to pick up their most beautiful slaves, but these, it seems, were men of rank, king's daughters, as Pharaoh's daughter, and the daughters of the princes, and prime men among the Moabites, Ammonites, Zidonians, Hittites, etc. 1 Kings 11:1. Nor was this all, but as he drew him into the love of these forbidden women, for such they were, as to their nation as well as number, so he ensnared him by those women to a familiarity with their worship, and by degrees brought that famous prince, famous for his wisdom, to be the greatest and most imposed upon old fool in the world, bowing down to those idols by the enticing of his whores, whom he had abhorred and detested in his youth, as dishonoring that God for whom and for whose worship he had finished and dedicated the most magnificent building and temple in the world. Nothing but the invincible subtlety of this arch-devil could ever have brought such a man as Solomon to such a degeneracy of manners, and to such meannesses. No, not the devil himself, without the assistance of his whores, nor the whores themselves without the devil to help them. As to Solomon, Satan had made conquest enough there. We need hear no more of him. The next advance he made was in the person of his son Rehoboam. Had not the devil prompted his pride and tyrannical humor, he would never have given the people such an answer as he did. And when he saw a fellow at the head of them, too, whom he knew wanted and waited for an occasion to raise a rebellion, and had ripened up the people's humor to the occasion, well might the text call it, listening to the counsel of the young heads, that it was indeed with a vengeance. But those young heads, too, were acted by an old devil, who for his craft is called, as I have observed, the old serpent. Having thus paved the way, Jeroboam revolts. So far God had directed him, for the text says expressly, speaking in the first person of God himself, "This thing is of me." But though God might appoint Jeroboam to be king, that is to say of 10 tribes, yet God did not appoint him to set up the 2 calves in the 2 extreme parts of the land, viz., in Dan and in Bethel. That was Jeroboam's own doing, and done on purpose to keep the people from falling back to Rehoboam by being obliged to go to Jerusalem to the public worship. And the text adds, Jeroboam made Israel to sin. This was indeed a masterpiece of the devil's policy, and it was effectual to answer the end. Nothing could have been more to the purpose. What reason he had to expect the people would so universally come into it, and be so well satisfied with a couple of calves, instead of the true worship of God at Jerusalem? Of what arts in management he, Satan, made use of afterwards, to bring the people in, to join with such a delusion that we find but little of in all the annals of Satan. Not is it much to the case. 'Tis certain the devil found a strange kind of propensity to worshipping idols rooted in the temper of that whole people, even from their first breaking away from the Egyptian bondage, so that he had nothing to do but to work upon the old stock, and propagate the crime that he found was so natural to them. And this is Satan's general way of working, not with them only, but with us also, and with all the world, even then and ever since. When he had thus secured Jeroboam's revolt, we need not trace him among his successors, for the same reason of state that held for the setting up the calves at Bethel and Dan, held good for the keeping them up to all Jeroboam's posterity, nor had they one good king ever after. Even Jehu, who called his friends to come and see his zeal for the Lord, and who fulfilled the threatenings of God upon Ahab and his family, and upon Queen Jezebel and her offspring, he knew all the while that he was executing the judgment of the true God upon an idolatrous race. Yet he would not part with his calves, but would have thought it to have been parting with his kingdom, and that as the people would have gone up to Jerusalem to worship, so they would at the same time have transferred their civil obedience to the king of Judah, whose right it really was as far as they could claim by birth and right line. So that, by the way, Satan, any more than any other politicians, is not for the jus divinum of lineal succession, or what we call hereditary right, any farther than serves for his purpose. Thus Satan ridded his hands of 10 of the 12 tribes. Let us now see how he went on with the rest, for his work was now brought into a narrower compass. The Church of God was now reduced to 2 tribes, except a few religious people, who separated from the schism of Jeroboam, and came and planted themselves among the tribes of Judah and Benjamin. The first thing the devil did after this was to foment a war between the 2 kings, while Judah was governed by a boy, or youth, Abijah by name, and he none of the best neither, but God's time was not yet come, and the devil received a great disappointment when Jeroboam was so entirely overthrown that, if the records of those ages do not mistake, no less than 500,000 men of Israel were killed, such a slaughter that one would think the army of Judah, had they known how to improve as well as gain a victory, might have brought all the rest back again, and have entirely reduced the house of Jeroboam and the 10 tribes that followed him to their obedience. Nay, they did take a great deal of the country from them, and among the rest Bethel itself, and yet so cunningly did Satan manage that the king of Judah, who was himself a wicked king, and perhaps an idolater in his heart, did not take down the golden calf that Jeroboam had there, no, nor destroy the idolatry itself, so that, in short, his victory signified nothing. From hence to the captivity we find the devil busy with the kings of Judah, especially the best of them. As for such as Manasseh, and those who transgressed by the general tenor of their lives, those he had no great trouble with, but such as Asa, Jezushabat, Hezekiah, and Josiah, he hung about them in their courts, till he brought every one of them into some mischief or another. At first, good King Asa, of whom the Scripture says his heart was perfect all his days, yet this subtle spirit that could break in upon him nowhere else tempted him, when the king of Israel came out against him, to send to hire Benhadad, the king of Syria, to help him, as if God, who had before enabled him to conquer the Ethiopians with an army of 100,000 men, could not have saved him from the king of the 10 tribes. In the same manner he tempted Jehoshaphat. But such as Asa, Jehoshaphat, Hezekiah, and Josiah, he hung about them in their courts, till he brought every one of them into some mischief or another. In the same manner he tempted Jehoshaphat to join with that wicked king Ahab against the king of Syria, and also to marry his son to Ahab's daughter, which was fatal to Jehoshaphat and to his posterity. Again he tempted Hezekiah to show all his riches to the king of Babylon's messengers, and who can doubt but that he, Satan, is to be understood by the wicked spirit which stood before the Lord, 2 Chronicles 18:20, and offered his service to entice Ahab, the king of Israel, to come out to battle to his ruin, by being a lying spirit in the mouths of all his prophets, and who for that time had a special commission, as he had another time in the case of Job. Here there is a question mark. And indeed it was a commission fit for nobody but the devil. Thou shalt entice him, and thou shalt also prevail. Go out and do even so. Verse 21. Even good Josiah himself, of whom it is recorded that like him there was no king before him, neither after him arose there any like him. 2 Kings 23:26. Yet the devil never left him with his machinations, till finding he could not tempt him to anything wicked in his government, he tempted or moved him to a needless war with the king of Egypt, in which he lost his life. From the death of this good king the devil prevailed so with the whole nation of the Jews, and brought them to such an incorrigible pitch of wickedness, that God gave them up, forsook his habitation of glory, the temple, which he suffered to be spoiled first, then burnt and demolished, destroying the whole nation of the Jews, except a small number that were left, and those the enemy carried away into captivity. Nor was he satisfied with this general destruction of the whole people of Israel, for the 10 tribes were gone before, But he followed them even into their captivity, those that fled away to Egypt, which they tell us were 70,000. He first corrupted, and then they were destroyed there upon the overthrow of Egypt by the same king of Babylon. Also he went very near to have them rooted out, young and old, man, woman, and child, who were in captivity in Babylon, by the ministry of that true agent of hell, Haman, the Agagite. But there Satan met with a disappointment too, as in the story of Hester, which was but the fourth that he had met with in all his management since the creation. I say there he was disappointed, and his prime minister Haman was exalted as he deserved. Having thus far traced the government and dominion of the devil, from the creation of man to the captivity, I think I may call upon him to set up his standard of universal empire at that period. It seemed just then as if God had really forsaken the earth, and given the entire dominion of mankind up to his outrageous enemy, the devil. For excepting the few Israelites which were left in the territories of the king of Babylon, and they were but a few, I say, except among them there was not one corner of the world left where the true God was called upon, or his dominion so much as acknowledged. All the world was buried in idolatry, and that of so many horrid kinds that one would think the light of reason should have convinced mankind that he who exacted such bloody sacrifices as that of Moloch, and such a bloody cutting themselves with knives as the priest of Baal did, could not be a god, a good and beneficent being, but must be a cruel, voracious, and devouring devil, whose end was not the good, but the destruction of his creatures. But to such a height was the blind, demented world arrived to at that time, that in these sordid and corrupt ways they went on worshipping dumb idols, and offering human sacrifices to them, and, in a word, committing all the most horrid and absurd abominations that they were capable of, or that the devil could prompt them to, till heaven was again put, as it were, to the necessity of bringing about a revolution in favor of his own forsaken people by miracle and surprise, as he had done before. We come, therefore, to the restoration or return of the captivity. Had Satan been able to have acted anything by force, as I have observed before, all the princes and powers of the world having been, as they really were, at his devotion, he might easily have made use of them, armed all the world against the Jews, and prevented the rebuilding the temple, and even the return of the captivity. But now the devil's power manifestly received a check, and the hand of God appeared in it, and that he was resolved to re-establish his people, the Jews, and to have a second temple built. The devil, who knew the extent of his own power too well, and what limitations were laid upon him, stood still, as it were, looking on, and not daring to oppose the return of the captivity, which he very well knew had been prophesied, and would come to pass. He did indeed make some little opposition to the building, and to the fortifying the city, but as it was to no purpose, so he was soon obliged to give it over. And thus the captivity being returned and the temple rebuilt, the people of the Jews increased and multiplied to an infinite number and strength, and from this time we may say the power of the devil rather declined and decreased than went on with success as it had done before. It is true the Jews fell into sects and errors and divisions of many kinds after the return from the captivity, and no doubt the devil had a great hand in those divisions, but he could never bring them back to idolatry, and his not being able to do that made him turn his hand so many ways to plague and oppress them, as particularly by Antiochus the Great, who brought the abomination of desolation into the holy place, and there the devil triumphed over them for some time. But they were delivered many ways, till at last they came peacefully under the protection rather than the dominion of the Roman Empire, when Herod the Great governed them as a king, and re-edified, nay, almost rebuilt their temple, with so great an expense and magnificence, that he made it, as some say, greater and more glorious than that of Solomon's, though that I take to be a great fable, to say no worse of it. In this condition the Jewish church stood, when the fullness of time, as 'tis called in Scripture, was come, and the devil was kept at bay, though he made some encroachments upon them, as above, for there was a glorious remnant of saints among them, such as old Zacharias, the father of John the Baptist, and old Simeon, who waited for the salvation of Israel. I say, in this condition the Jewish Church stood when the Messiah came into the world, which was such another mortal stab to the thrones and principalities infernal as that of which I have spoken already in chapter 3, at the creation of man. And therefore with this I break off the antiquities of the devil's history, or the ancient part of his kingdom. For from hence downward we shall find his empire has declined gradually, and though by his wonderful address, his prodigious application, and the vigilance and fidelity of his instruments, as well human as infernal and diabolical, and of the human as well as the ecclesiastic as the secular, he has many times retrieved what he has lost, and sometimes bid fair for recovering the universal empire he once possessed over mankind. Yet he has been still defeated again, repulsed and beaten back, and his kingdom has greatly declined in many parts of the world, and especially in the northern parts, except Great Britain, and how he has politically maintained his interest and increased his dominion among the wise and righteous generation that we cohabitate with and among, will be the subject of the modern part of Satan's history, and of which we are next to give an account. End of Part 1, Chapter 11b.
Part 2, Chapter 1 of the History of the Devil.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 1. I have examined the antiquities of Satan's history in the former part of this work, and brought his affairs down from the creation, as far as to our blessed Christian times, especially to the coming of the Messiah, when one would think the devil could have nothing to do among us. I have indeed but touched at some things which might have admitted of a farther description of Satan's affairs, and the particulars of which we may all come to a farther knowledge of hereafter. Yet I think I have spoken to the material part of his conduct as it relates to his empire in this world. What has happened to his more sublimated government, and his angelic capacities, I shall have an occasion to touch at in several solid particulars as we go along. The Messiah was now born. The fullness of time was come, that the old serpent was to have his head broken, that is to say, his empire or dominion over man, which he gained by the fall of our first father and mother in paradise, received a downfall or overthrow. It is worth observing, in order to confirm what I have already mentioned of the limitation of Satan's power, that not only his angelic strength seems to have received a farther blow upon the coming of the Son of God into the world, but he seems to have had a blow upon his intellects, his serpentine craft, and devil-like subtlety seems to have been circumscribed and cut short, and instead of his being so cunning a fellow as before, when, as I said, 'tis evident he outwitted all mankind, not only Eve, Cain, Noah, Lot, and all the patriarchs, but even nations of men, and that in their public capacity, and thereby led them into absurd and ridiculous things, such as the building of Babel, and deifying and worshipping their kings, when dead and rotten, idolizing beasts, stocks, stones, any thing, and even nothing, and in a word, when he managed mankind just as he pleased. Now and from this time forward, he appeared a weak, foolish, ignorant devil compared to what he was before. He was upon almost every occasion resisted, disappointed, balked, and defeated, especially in all his attempts to thwart or cross the mission and ministry of the Messiah while he was upon earth, and sometimes upon other and very mean occasions too. And first, how foolish a project was it, and how below Satan's celebrated artifice in like cases, to put Herod upon sending to kill the poor, innocent children in Bethlehem, in hopes to destroy the infant. For I take it for granted it was the devil put into Herod's thoughts that execution, how simple and foolish soever, now we must allow him to be very ignorant of the nativity himself, or else he might easily have guided his friend Herod to the place where the infant was. This shows that either the devil is in general ignorant, as we are, of what is to come in the world, before it is really come to pass, and consequently can foretell nothing, no, not so much as our famous old Merlin or Mother Shipton did, or else that great event was hid from him by an immediate power superior to his, which I cannot think, neither, considering how much he was concerned in it, and how certainly he knew that it was once to come to pass. But be that as it will, 'tis certain the devil knew nothing where Christ was born, or when, nor was he able to direct Herod to find him out, and therefore put him upon that foolish as well as cruel order to kill all the children, that he might be sure to destroy the Messiah among the rest. The next simple step that the devil took, and indeed the most foolish one that he could ever be charged with, unworthy the very dignity of a devil, and below the understanding that he always was allowed to act with, was that of coming to tempt the Messiah in the wilderness. It is certain, and he owned it himself afterwards, upon many occasions, that the devil knew our Saviour to be the Son of God, and 'tis as certain that he knew that as such he could have no power or advantage over him. How foolish then was it in him to attack him in that manner? If thou beest the Son of God. Why, he knew him to be the Son of God well enough. He said so afterwards. I know thee who thou art, the Holy One of God. How then could he be so weak a devil as to say, if thou art, then do so and so? The case is plain. The devil, though he knew him to be the Son of God, did not fully know the mystery of the Incarnation, nor did he know how far the inanition of Christ extended, and whether, as man, he was not subject to fall as Adam was, though his reserved Godhead might be still immaculate and pure, and upon this foot, as he would leave no method untried, he attempts him 3 times, one immediately after another, but then, finding himself disappointed, he fled. This evidently proves that the devil was ignorant of the great mystery of godliness, as the text calls it, God manifest in the flesh, and therefore made that foolish attempt upon Christ, thinking to have conquered his human nature as capable of sin, which it was not. And at this repulse hell groaned. The whole army of regimented devils received a wound, and felt the shock of it. 'Twas a second overthrow to them. They had had a long chain of success, carried a devilish conquest over the greatest part of the creation of God, but now they were cut short. The seed of the woman was now come to break the serpent's head, that is, to cut short his power, to contract the limits of his kingdom, and in a word, to dethrone him in the world. No doubt the devil received a shock, for you find him always afterward crying out in a horrible manner whenever Christ met with him, or else very humble and submissive, as when he begged leave to go into the herd of swine, a thing he has often done since. Defeated here, the first stratagem I find him concerned in after it was his entering into Judas, and putting him upon betraying Christ to the chief priest. But here again he was entirely mistaken, for he did not see, as much a devil as he was, what the event would be. But when he came to know that if Christ was put to death, he would become a propitiatory, and be the great sacrifice of mankind, so to rescue the fallen race from that death they had incurred the penalty of by the fall, that this was the fulfilling of all Scripture prophecy, and that thus it was that Christ was to be the end of the law. I say, as soon as he perceived this, he strove all he could to prevent it, and disturbed Pilate's wife in her sleep, in order to set her upon her husband, to hinder his delivering him up to the Jews. For then, and not till then, he knew how Christ was to vanquish hell by the power of his cross. Thus the devil was disappointed and exposed in every step he took, and as he now plainly saw his kingdom declining, and even the temporal kingdom of Christ rising up upon the ruins of his, Satan's, power, he seemed to retreat into his own region, the air, and to consult there with his fellow devils what measures he should take next to preserve his dominion among men. Here it was that he resolved upon that truly hellish thing called persecution, by which, though he proved a foolish devil in that too, he flattered himself he should be able to destroy God's church, and root out its professors from the earth, even almost as soon as it was established, whereas, on the contrary, heaven counteracted him there too, and though he armed the whole Roman Empire against the Christians, that is, say the whole world, and they were fallen upon everywhere with all the fury and rage of some of the most flaming tyrants that the world ever saw, of whom Nero was the first. Yet in spite of hell, God made all the blood, which the devil caused to be spilt, to be semen ecclesiae, and the devil had the mortification to see that the number of Christians increased, even under the very means he made use of to root them out and destroy them. This was the case through the reign of all the Roman emperors for the first 300 years after Christ. Having thus tried all the methods that best suited his inclination, I mean those of blood and death, complicated with tortures and all kinds of cruelty, and that for so long a stage of time is above, the devil, all on a sudden, as if glutted with blood and satiated with destruction, sits still and becomes a peaceable spectator for a good while, as if he either found himself unable or had no disposition to hinder the progress of Christianity in the first ages of its settlement in the world. In this interval, the Christian Church was established under Constantine. Religion flourished in peace, and under the most perfect tranquillity. The devil seemed to be at a loss what he should do next, and things began to look as if Satan's kingdom was at an end. But he soon let them see that he was the same indefatigable devil that ever he was, and the prosperity of the church gave him a large field of action. For knowing the disposition of mankind to quarrel and dispute, the universal passion rooted in nature, especially among the churchmen for precedency and dominion, he fell to work with them immediately, so that turning the tables, and reassuming the subtlety and craft, which, I say, he seemed to have lost in the former 400 years, he gained more ground in the next ages of the church, and went farther towards restoring his power and empire in the world, and towards overthrowing that very church which was so lately established, than all he had done by fire and blood before. His policy now seemed to be edged with resentment for the mistakes he had made, as if the devil, looking back with anger at himself, to see what a fool he had been to expect to crush religion by persecution, rejoiced for having discovered that liberty and dominion was the only way to ruin the church, not fire and faggot, and that he had nothing to do but to give the zealous people their utmost liberty in religion, only sowing error and variety of opinion among them, and they would bring fire and faggot in fast enough among themselves. It must be confessed these were devilish politics, and so sure was the aim, and so certain was the devil to hit his mark by them, that we find he not only did not fail then, but the same hellish methods have prevailed still, and will do so to the end of the world. Nor had the devil ever a better game to play than this, for the ruin of religion, as we shall have room to show in many examples, besides that of the dissenters in England, who were evidently weakened by the late toleration. Whether the devil had any hand in baiting his hook with an A of Parliament or no, history is silent, but 'tis too evident he has catched the fish by it, and if the honest Church of England does not, in pity and Christian charity to the dissenters, straighten her hand a little, I cannot but fear the devil will gain his point, and the dissenter will be undone by it. Upon this new foot of politics, the devil began with the emperors themselves. Arius, the father of the heretics of that age, having broached his opinions, and Athanasius, the orthodox bishop of the East, opposing him, the devil no sooner saw the door open to strife and imposition, but he thrust himself in, and raising the quarrel up to a suited degree of rage and spleen, he involved the good emperor himself in it first, and Athanasius was banished and recalled again several times, as error ran high, and as the devil either got or lost ground. After Constantine, the next emperor was a child of his own, Arian, and then the court came all into the quarrel, as courts often do, and then the Arians and the Orthodox persecuted one another as furiously as the pagans persecuted them all before. To such a height the devil brought his conquest in the very infancy of the question, and so much did he prevail over the true Christianity of the primitive church, even before they had enjoyed the liberty of the pure worship 20 years. Flushed with this success, the devil made one push for the restoring paganism, and bringing on the old worship of the heathen idols and temples. But like our King James II, he drove too hard, and Julian had so provoked the whole Roman Empire, which was generally at that time become Christian, that had the apostate lived, he would not have been able to have held the throne. And as he was cut off in his beginning, paganism expired with him, and the devil himself might have cried out, as Julian did, and with much more propriety, Vicisti Galilean. Jovian, the next emperor, being a glorious Christian, and a very good and great man, the devil abdicated for a while, and left the Christian armies to re-establish the orthodox faith, nor could he bring the Christians to a breach again among themselves a great while after. However, time and a diligent devil did the work at last, and when the emperors concerning themselves one way or other did not appear sufficient to answer his end, he changed hands again, and went to work with the clergy, to set the doctors effectually together by the ears. He threw in the new notion of primacy among them, for a bone of contention. The bait took, the priests swallowed it eagerly down, and the devil, a cunninger fisherman than ever St. Peter was, struck them, as the anglers call it, with a quick hand, and hung them fast upon the hook. Having them thus in his clutches, and they being now, as we may say, his own, they took their measures afterwards from him, and most obediently followed his directions. Nay, I will not say but he may have had pretty much the management of the whole society ever since, of what profession or party soever they may have been, with exception only to the reverend and right reverend among ourselves. The sacred, as above, being thus hooked in, and the devil being at the head of their affairs, matters went on most gloriously his own way. First, the bishops fell to bandying and party-making for the superiority, as heartily as ever temporal tyrants did for dominion, and took as black and devilish methods to carry it on, as the worst of those tyrants ever had done before them. At last, Satan declared for the Roman pontiff, and that upon excellent conditions, in the reign of the Emperor Mauritius, for Boniface, who had long contended for the title of supreme, fell into a treaty with Phocas, captain of the Emperor's guards. Whether the bargain was from hell or not, let any one judge. The conditions absolutely entitle the devil to the honor of making the contract. That is to say, that Phocas, first murthering his master, the emperor, and his sons, Boniface should countenance the treason and declare him emperor, and in return Phocas should acknowledge the primacy of the Church of Rome, and declare Boniface universal bishop. A blessed compact, which at once set the devil at the head of affairs in the Christian world, as well spiritual as temporal, ecclesiastic and civil. Since the conquest over Eve in paradise, by which death and the devil, hand in hand, established their first empire upon earth, the devil never gained a more important point than he gained at this time. He had indeed prospered in his affairs tolerably well for some time before this, and his interest among the clergy had got ground for some ages, but that was indeed a secret management, was carried on privately and with difficulty, as in sowing discord and faction among the people, perplexing the counsels of their princes, and secretly wheedling in with the dignified clergy. Also, he had raised abundance of little church rebellions by setting up heretics of several kinds, and raising them favorers among the clergy, such as Abion, Carinthius, Pelagius, and others. He had drawn in the bishops of Rome to set up the ridiculous pageantry of the key, and while he, the devil, set open the gates of hell to them all, set them upon locking up the gates of heaven, and giving the bishop the key, a cheat which, as gross as it was, the devil so gilded over, or so blinded the age to receive it, that like Gideon's ephod, all the Catholic world went a-whoring after the idol, and the Bishop of Rome sent more fools to the devil by it than ever he pretended to let into heaven, though he opened the door as wide as his key was able to do. The story of this key being given to the Bishop of Rome by St. Peter, who, by the way, never had it himself, and of its being lost by somebody or other, the devil, it seems, did not tell them who, and its being found again by a Lombard soldier in the army of King Antares, who, attempting to cut it with his knife, was miraculously forced to direct the wound to himself and cut his own throat, that King Antares and his nobles happened to see the fellow do it, and were converted to Christianity by it, and that the king sent the key with another made like it to Pope Pelagius, then Bishop of Rome, who thereupon assumed the power of opening and shutting heaven's gates, and he afterwards setting a price or toll upon the entrance, as we do here at passing a turnpike. These fine things, I say, were successfully managed for some years before this I am now speaking of, and the devil got a great deal of ground by it too. But now he triumphed openly, and having set up a murderer upon the temporal throne, and a church emperor upon the ecclesiastic throne, and both of his own choosing, the devil may be said to begin his new kingdom from this epocha, and call it the Restoration. Since this time, indeed, the devil's affairs went very merrily on, and the clergy brought so many gewgaws into their worship, and such devilish principles were mixed with that which we called the Christian faith, that in a word, from this time the Bishop of Rome commenced whore of Babylon, in all the most express terms that could be imagined. Tyranny of the worst sort crept into the pontificate, errors of all sorts into the profession, and they proceeded from one thing to another, till the very popes, for so the Bishop of Rome was now called, by way of distinction, I say, the popes themselves, their spiritual guides, professed openly to confederate with the devil, and to carry on a personal and private correspondence with him at the same time, taking upon them the title of Christ's vicar, and the infallible guide of the consciences of Christians. This we have sundry instances of in some merry popes, who, if fame lies not, were sorcerers, magicians, had familiar spirits, in immediate conversation with the devil, as well visibly as invisibly, and by this means became what we call devils incarnate. Upon this account it is that I have left the conversation that passes between devils and men to this place, as well because I believe it differs much now in his modern state, from what it was in his ancient state, and therefore that which most concerns us belongs rather to this part of his history, as also because, as I am now writing to the present age, I choose to bring the most significant parts of his history, especially as they relate to ourselves, into that part of time that we are most concerned in. The devil had once, as I observed before, the universal monarchy or government of mankind in himself, and I doubt not but in that flourishing state of his affairs he governed them like what he is, that is to say, an absolute tyrant. During this theocracy of his, for Satan is called the god of this world, he did not familiarize himself to mankind so much as he finds occasion to do now. There was not then so much need of it. He governed then with an absolute sway. He had his oracles, where he gave audience to his votaries like a deity, and he had his sub-gods, who under his several dispositions received the homage of mankind in their names. Such were all the rabble of the heathen deities, from Jupiter the Supreme to the Lares or household gods of every family. These, I say, like residents, received the prostrations, but the homage was all Satan's. The devil had the substance of it all, which was the idolatry. During this administration of hell, there was less witchcraft, less true literal magic than there has been since. There was indeed no need of it. The devil did not stoop to the mechanism of his more modern operations, but ruled as a deity, and received the vows and the bows of his subjects in more state and with more solemnity, whereas since that he is content to employ more agents and take more pains himself too. Now he runs up and down, hackney in the world, more like a drudge than a prince, and much more than he did then. Hence, all those things we call apparitions and visions of ghosts, familiar spirits, and dealings with the devil, of which there is so great a variety in the world at this time, were not so much known among the people in those first ages of the devil's kingdom. In a word, the devil seems to be put to his shifts, and to fly to art and stratagem for the carrying on his affairs, much more now than he did then. One reason for this may be that he has been more discovered and exposed in these ages than he was before. Then he could appear in the world in his own proper shapes, and yet not be known. When the sons of God appeared at the divine summons, Satan came along with them. But now he has played so many scurvy tricks upon men, and they know him so well, that he is obliged to play quite out of sight and act in disguise. Mankind will allow nothing of his doing, and hear nothing of his saying, in his own name. And if you propose any thing to be done, and it be but said the devil is to help in the doing it, or if you say of any man he deals with the devil, or the devil has a hand in it, everybody flies him and shuns him as the most frightful thing in the world. Nay, if any thing strange and improbable be done or related to be done, we presently say the devil was at the doing it. Thus, the great ditch at Newmarket Heath is called the Devil's Ditch. So the devil built Crowland Abbey, and the Whispering Place in Gloucester Cathedral. nay, the cave at Castleton, only because there's no getting to the farther end of it, is called the Devil's A, and the like. The poor people of Wiltshire, when you ask them how the great stones at Stonehenge were brought thither, they'll all tell you the devil brought them. If any mischief extraordinary befalls us, we presently say the devil was in it, and the devil would have it so. In a word, the devil has got an ill name among us, and so he is fain to act more in tenebris, more incognito than he used to do, play out of sight himself, and work by the sap, as the engineers call it, and not openly and avowedly in his own name and person, as formerly, though perhaps not with less success than he did before. And this leads me to inquire more narrowly into the manner of the devil's management of his affairs since the Christian religion began to spread in the world, which manifestly differs from his conduct in more ancient times, in which, if we discover some of the most consummate fool's policy, the most profound simple craft, and the most subtle shallow management of things that can by our weak understandings be conceived, we must only resolve it into this, that in short, it is the devil. And Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of the History of the Devil.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rick Vina.
The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 2. Of Hell, as it is represented to us, and how the devil is to be understood as being personally in hell, when at the same time we find him at liberty ranging over the world. It is true, as that learned and pleasant author, the inimitable Dr. Brown, says, the devil is his own hell. One of the most constituting parts of his infelicity is, that he cannot act upon mankind brevi manu, by his own inherent power, as well as rage, that he cannot unhinge this creation, which, as I have observed in its place, he had the utmost aversion to from its beginning, as it was a stated design in the Creator to supply his place in heaven with a new species of beings called man, and fill the vacancies occasioned by his degeneracy and rebellion. This filled him with rage inexpressible, and horrible resolutions of revenge, and the impossibility of executing those resolutions torments him with despair. This, added to what he was before, makes him a complete devil, with a hell in his own breast, and a fire unquenchable burning about his heart. I might enlarge here, and very much to the purpose, in describing spherically and mathematically that exquisite quality called a devilish spirit, in which it would naturally occur to give you a whole chapter upon the glorious articles of malice and envy, and especially upon that luscious, delightful, triumphant passion called revenge. How natural to man, nay, even to both sexes, how pleasant in the very contemplation, though there be not just at that time a power of execution. how palatable it is in itself, and how well it relishes when dished up with its proper sauces, such as plot, contrivance, scheme, and confederacy, all leading on to execution. How it possesses a human soul in all the most sensible parts, how it empowers mankind to sin in imagination, as effectually to all future intents and purposes, damnation as if he had sinned actually. How safe a practice it is, too, as to punishment in this life, namely, that it empowers us to cut throats clear of the gallows, to slander virtue, reproach innocence, wound honor, and stab reputation, and in a word, to do all the wicked things in the world out of the reach of the law. It would also require some few words to describe the secret operations of those nice qualities when they reach the human soul, how effectually they form a hell within us, and how imperceptibly they assimilate and transform us into devils, mere human devils, as really devils as Satan himself, or any of his angels, and that therefore 'tis not so much out of the way, as some imagine, to say such a man is an incarnate devil, for as crime made Satan a devil, who was before a bright immortal seraph, or angel of light, how much more easily may the same crime make the same devil, though every way meaner and more contemptible, of a man or a woman either. But this is too grave a subject for me at this time. The devil being thus, I say, fired with rage and envy, in consequence of his jealousy upon the creation of man, his torment is increased to the highest by the limitation of his power, and his being forbid to act against mankind by force of arms. This is, I say, part of his hell, which, as above, is within him, and which he carries with him wherever he goes. Nor is it so difficult to conceive of hell, or of the devil, either under this just description, as it is by all the usual notions that we are taught to entertain of them, by the old women, our instructors, for every man may, by taking but a common view of himself, and making a just scrutiny into his own passions, on some of their particular excursions, see a hell within himself, and himself a mere devil, as long as the inflammation lasts, and that as really, and to all intents and purposes, as if he had the angel Satan before his face, in his locality and personality, that is to say, all devil and monster in his person, and an immaterial but intense fire flaming about and from within him, at all the pores of his body. The notions we receive of the devil as a person, being in hell as a place, are infinitely absurd and ridiculous. The first, we are certain, is not true in fact, because he has a certain liberty, however limited, that is not to the purpose, is daily visible, and to be traced in his several attacks upon mankind, and has been so ever since his first appearance in paradise. As to his corporal visibility, that is not the present question neither. 'Tis enough that we can hunt him by the foot, that we can follow him as hounds do a fox upon a hot scent. We can see him as plainly by the effect, by the mischief he does, and more, by the mischief he puts us upon doing, I say, as plainly as if we saw him by the eye. It is not to be doubted but the devil can see us when and where we cannot see him, and as he has a personality, though it be spirituous, he and his angels too may be reasonably supposed to inhabit the world of spirits, and to have free access from thence to the regions of life, and to pass and repass in the air as really, though not perceptible to us, as the spirits of men do after their release from the body, pass to the place, wherever that is, which is appointed for them. If the devil was confined to a place, hell, as a prison, he could then have no business here, and if we pretend to describe hell as not a prison, but that the devil has liberty to be there, or not be there as he pleased, then he would certainly never be there, or hell is not such a place as we are taught to understand it to be. Indeed, according to some, hell should be a place of fire and torment to the souls that are cast into it, but not to the devils themselves, who we make little more or less than keepers and turnkeys to hell, as a goal, that they are sent about to bring souls thither, lock them in when they come, and then away upon the scent to fetch more. That one sort of devils are made to live in the world among men, and to be busy, continually debauching and deluding mankind, bringing them, as it were, to the gates of hell. And then another sort are porters and carriers to fetch them in. This is, in short, little more or less than the old story of Pluto, of Cerberus, and of Charon, only that our tale is not half so well told, nor the parts of the fable so well laid together. In all these notions of hell and devil, the torments of the first, and the agency of the last tormenting, we meet with not one word of the main and perhaps only accent of horror which belongs to us to judge of about hell. I mean the absence of heaven, expulsion and exclusion from the presence and face of the chief ultimate, the only eternal and sufficient good, and this loss sustained by a sordid neglect of our concern in that excellent part, in exchange for the most contemptible and justly condemned trifles, and all this eternal and irrecoverable. These people tell us nothing of the eternal reproaches of conscience, the horror of desperation, and the anguish of a mind hopeless of ever seeing the glory which alone constitutes heaven, and which makes all other places dreadful, and even darkness itself. And this brings me directly to the point in hand, that is to say, the state of that hell which we ought to have in view when we speak of the devil as in hell. This is the very hell which is the torment of the devil. In short, the devil is in hell, and hell is in the devil. He is filled with this unquenchable fire. He is expelled the place of glory, banished from the regions of light. Absence from the life of all beatitude is his curse. Despair is the reigning passion in his mind, and all the little constituent parts of his torment, such as rage, envy, malice, and jealousy, are consolidated in this to make his misery complete. That is to say, the duration of it all, the eternity of his condition, that he is without hope, without redemption, without recovery. If any thing can inflame this hell and make it hotter, 'tis this only, and this does add an inexpressible horror to the devil himself, namely, the seeing man, the only creature he hates, placed in a state of recovery, a glorious establishment of redemption formed for him in heaven, and the scheme of it perfected on earth, by which this man, though even the devil by his art may have deluded him and drawn him into crime, is yet in a state of recovery, which the devil is not, and that it is not in his, Satan's, power to prevent it. Now take the devil as he is, in his own nature, angelic, a bright, immortal seraph, heaven born, and having tasted the eternal beatitude which these are appointed to enjoy, the loss of that state to himself, the possession of it granted to his rival, though wicked like and as himself. I say, take the devil as he is, having a quick sense of his own perdition, and a stinging sight of his rival's felicity. 'Tis hell enough, and more than enough, even for an angel to support. Nothing we can conceive can be worse. As to any other fire than this, such and so immaterially intense as to torment a spirit, which is itself fire also, I will not say it cannot be, because to infinite everything is possible, but I must say I cannot conceive rightly of it. I will not enter here into the wisdom or reasonableness of representing the torments of hell to be fire, and that fire to be a commixture of flame and sulphur. It has pleased God to let the horror of those eternal agonies about a lost heaven be laid before us by those similitudes or allegories which are most moving to our senses and to our understandings. Nor will I dispute the possibility, much less will I doubt but that there is to be a consummation of misery to all the objects of misery, when the devil's kingdom in this world, ending with the world itself, that liberty he has now may be farther abridged, when he may be returned to the same state he was in between the time of his fall and the creation of the world, with perhaps some additional vengeance on him, such as at present we cannot describe, for all that treason and those high crimes and misdemeanors which he has been guilty of here in his conversation with mankind. As his infelicity will be then consummated and completed, so the infelicity of that part of mankind who are condemned with him may receive a considerable addition from those words in their sentence, to be tormented with the devil and his angels. For as the absence of the supreme good is a complete hell, so the hated company of the deceiver, who was the great cause of his ruin, must be a subject of additional horror, and he will be always saying, as a Scots gentleman who died of his excesses said to the famous Dr. P., who came to see him on his deathbed, but had been too much his companion in his life, O tu fundamenta jesisti. I would not treat the very subject itself with any indecency, nor do I think my opinion of that hell, which I say consists in the absence of him, in whom is heaven, one jot less solemn than theirs who believe it all fire and brimstone. But I must own that to me nothing can be more ridiculous than the notions that we entertain and fill our heads with about hell, and about the devil's being there, tormenting of souls, broiling them upon gridirons, hanging them up upon hooks, carrying them upon their backs, and the like, with the several pictures of hell, represented by a great mouth with horrible teeth, gaping like a cave on the sides of a mountain. Suppose that appropriated to Satan in the peak, which indeed is not much unlike it, with a stream of fire coming out of it, as there is of water, and smaller devils going and coming continually in and out to fetch and carry souls the Lord knows whither, and for the Lord knows what. These things, however intended for terror, are indeed so ridiculous that the devil himself, to be sure, mocks at them, and a man of sense can hardly refrain doing the like. Only I avoid it, because I would not give offence to weaker heads. However, I must not compliment the brains of other men at the expense of my own, or talk nonsense because they can understand no other. I think all these notions and representations of hell and of the devil to be as profane as they are ridiculous, and I ought no more to talk profanely than merrily of them. Let us learn to talk of these things, then, as we should do, and as we really cannot describe them to our reason and understanding, why should we describe them to our senses? We had, I think, much better not describe them at all, that is to say, not attempt it. The blessed apostle St. Paul was, as he said himself, carried up, or caught up into the third heaven. Yet when he came down again, he could neither tell what he heard or describe what he saw. All he could say of it was, that what he heard was unutterable, and what he saw was inconceivable. It is the same thing as to the state of the devil in those regions which he now possesses, and where he now more particularly inhabits. My present business, then, is not to enter into those grave things so as to make them ridiculous, as I think most people do that talk of them. But as the devil, let his residence be where it will, has evidently free leave to come and go, not into this world only, I mean the region of our atmosphere, but for aught we know, to all the other inhabited worlds which God has made, wherever they are, and by whatsoever names they are, or may be known or distinguished. For if he is not confined in one place, we have no reason to believe he is excluded from any place, heaven only excepted, from whence he was expelled for his treason and rebellion. His liberty then being thus ascertained, three things seem to be material for us to give an account of, in order to form this part of his history. 1. What his business is on this globe of earth, which we vulgarly call the world, how he acts among us, what affairs mankind and he have together, and how far his conduct here relates to us and ours, is or may be influenced by him. 2. Where his principal residence is, and whether he has not a particular empire of his own, to which he retreats upon proper occasions, where he entertains his friends when they come under his particular administration, and where, when he gets any victory over his enemies, he carries his prisoners of war. 3. What may probably be the great business this black emperor has at present upon his hands, either in this world or out of it, and by what agents he works. As these things may perhaps run promiscuously through the course of this whole work, and frequently be touched at under other branches of the devil's history, so I do not propose them as heads of chapters or particular sections, for the order of discourse to be handled apart. For, by the way, as Satan's actings have not been the most regular things in the world, so in our discourse about him it must not be expected that we can always tie ourselves down to order and regularity, either as to time or place or persons. For Satan, being hic and ubique, a loose, ungoverned fellow, we must be content to trace him where we can find him. It is true, in the foregoing chapter, I showed you the devil entread into the herd ecclesiastic, and gave you some account of the first successful step he took with mankind since the Christian epocha, how having secretly managed both temporal and spiritual power apart, and by themselves, he now united them in point of management, and brought the church usurpation and the army's usurpation together, the Pope to bless the general in deposing and murdering his master, the emperor, and the general to recognize the Pope in dethroning his master, Christ Jesus. From this time forward, you are to allow the devil a mystical empire in this world, not an action of moment done without him, not a treason but he has a hand in it, not a tyrant but he prompts him, not a government but he has a in it, not a fool but he tickles him, not a knave but he guides him. He has a finger in every fraud, a key to every cabinet, from the divan at Constantinople to the Mississippi in France, and to the South Sea cheats at from the first attack upon the Christian world in the person of the Romish Antichrist, down to the bull Unigenitus, and from the mixture of St. Peter and Confucius in China, to the Holy Office in Spain, and down to the Emlins and Dodwells of the current age. How he is managed and does manage, and how in all probability he will manage till his kingdom shall come to a period, and how at last he will probably be managed himself, inquire within, and you shall know farther. End of Part 2, Chapter 2.
Part 2, Chapter 3 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from LibriVox. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe, Part 2, Chapter 3. Of the manner of Satan's acting and carrying on his affairs in this world, and particularly of his ordinary workings in the dark, by possession and agitation. The devil being thus reduced to act upon mankind by stratagem only, it remains to inquire how he performs, and which way he directs his attacks. The faculties of man are a kind of a garrison in a strong castle, which, as they defend it, on the one hand under the command of the reasoning power of man's soul, so they are prescribed on the other hand, and can't sally out without leave, for the governor of a fort does not permit his soldiers to hold any correspondence with the enemy without special order and direction. Now the great inquiry before us is, how comes the devil to a parley with us? How does he converse with our senses and with the understanding? How does he reach us? Which way does he come at the affections, and which way does he move the passions? 'Tis a little difficult to discover this treasonable correspondence, and that difficulty is indeed the devil's advantage. and for aught I see, the chief advantage he has over mankind. It is also a great inquiry here, whether the devil knows our thoughts or no. If I might give my opinion, I am with the negative. I deny that he knows anything of our thoughts, except of those thoughts which he puts us upon thinking, for I will not doubt but he has the art to inject thoughts, and to revive dormant thoughts in us. It is not so wild a scheme as some take it to be, that Mr. Milton lays down to represent the devil injecting corrupt desires and wandering thoughts into the head of Eve by dreams, and that he brought her to dream whatever he put into her thoughts by whispering to her vocally when she was asleep. And to this end he imagines the devil laying himself close to her ear in the shape of a toad when she was fall asleep. I say this is not so wild a scheme, seeing even now, if you can whisper anything close to the ear of a person in a deep sleep, so as to speak distinctly to the person, and yet not awaken him, as has been frequently tried, the person sleeping shall dream distinctly of what you say to him, nay, shall dream the very words you say. We have then no more to ask, but how the devil can convey himself to the ear of a sleeping person, and it is granted then that he may have power to make us dream what he pleases. But this is not all, for if he can so forcibly, by his invisible application, cause us to dream what he pleases, why can he not with the same facility prompt our thoughts, whether sleeping or waking? To dream is nothing else but to think sleeping, and we have abundance of deep-headed gentlemen among us who give us ample testimony that they dream waking. But if the devil can prompt us to dream, that is to say, to think, yet if he does not know our thoughts, how then can he tell whether the whisper had its effect? The answer is plain. The devil, like the angler, baits the hook. If the fish bite his lies ready to take the advantage, he whispers to the imagination, and then waits to see how it works. As Naomi said to Ruth, chapter 3, verses 5 and 18, "Sit still, my daughter, until thou know how the matter will fall, for the man will not be at rest until we have finished the thing." Thus, when the devil had whispered to Eve in her sleep, according to Milton, and suggested mischief to her imagination, he only sat still to see how the matter would work, for he knew if it took with her he should hear more of it, and then by finding her alone the next day, without her ordinary guard, her husband, he presently concluded she had swallowed the bait, and so attacked her afresh. A small deal of craft, and less by far than we have reason to believe the devil is master of, will serve to discover whether such and such thoughts as he knows he has suggested having taken place, or no. The action of the person presently discovers it, at least to him that lies always upon the watch, and has every word, every gesture, every step we take subsequent to his operation open to him. It may therefore, for aught we know, be a great mistake, and what most of us are guilty of, to tell our dreams to one another in the morning, after we have been disturbed with them in the night. For if the devil converses with us so insensibly as some are of the opinion he does, that is to say, if he can hear as far as we can see, we may be telling our story to him indeed, when we think we are only talking to one another. This brings me most naturally to the important inquiry whether the devil can walk about the world invisibly or no. The truth is, this is no question to me, for as I have taken away his visibility already, and have denied him all prescience of futurity too, and have proved he cannot know our thoughts, nor can any force upon persons or actions, if we should take away his invisibility too, we should undevil him quite, to all intents and purposes, as to any mischief he could do. Nay, it would banish him the world, and he might e'en go and seek his fortune somewhere else. For if he could neither be visible or invisible, neither act in public or in private, he could neither have business or being in this sphere, nor could he be in any way concerned with him. The devil therefore most certainly has a power and liberty of moving about in this world after some manner or another. This is verified as well by way of allegory as by way of history, in the scripture itself, and as the first strongly suggests and supposes it to be so, the last positively asserts it, and not to crowd this work with quotations from a book which we have not much to do with in the Devil's story, at least not much to his satisfaction, I only hint his personal appearance to our Saviour in the wilderness, where it is said the devil taketh him up to an exceeding high mountain, and in another place the devil departed from him. What shape or figure he appeared in we do not find mentioned, but I cannot doubt his appearing to him there, any more than I can his talking to our Saviour in the mouse, and with the voices of the several persons who were under the terrible affliction of an actual possession. These things leave us no room to doubt of what is advanced before, namely, that he, the devil, has a certain residence or liberty of residing in and moving about upon the surface of this earth, as well as in the compass of the atmosphere, vulgarly called the air, in some manner or other, that is the general. It remains to inquire into the manner, which I resolve into two kinds. One, ordinary, which I suppose to be his inevitable motions as a spirit, under which consideration I suppose him to have an unconfined, unlimited, unrestrained liberty as to the manner of acting, and this either in persons by possession or in things by agitation. 2. Extraordinary, which I understand to be his appearances in borrowed shapes and bodies, or shadows rather of bodies, assuming speech, figure, posture, and several powers of which we can give little or no account, in which extraordinary manner of speeches he is either limited by a superior power, or limits himself politically, as being not the way most for his interest or purpose to act in his business, which is more effectually done in his state of obscurity. Hence we must suppose the devil has it very much in his own choice whether to act in one capacity or in the other, or in both, that is to say, of appearing and not appearing as he finds for his purpose. In this state of invisibility, and under the operation of these powers and liberties, he performs all his functions and offices, as devil, as prince of darkness, as god of this world, as tempter, accuser, deceiver, and all whatsoever other names of office or titles of honour he is known by. Now, taking him in this large, unlimited, or little limited state of action, he is well called the god of this world, for he has very much of the attribute of omnipresence, and may be said, either by himself or his agents, to be everywhere and see everything, that is to say, everything that is visible, for I cannot allow him any share of omniscience at all. That he ranges about everywhere is with us, and sometimes in us, sees when he is not seen, hears when he is not heard, comes in without leave, and goes out without noise, is neither to be shut in or shut out, that when he runs from us we can't catch him, and when he runs after us we can't escape him, is seen when he is not known, and is known when he is not seen. All these things and more we have knowledge enough about to convince us of the truth of them, so that, as I have said before, he is certainly walking to and fro through the earth, etc., after some manner or other, and in some figure or other, visible or invisible, as he finds occasion. Now, in order to make our history of him complete, the next question before us is, how and in what manner he acts with mankind, how his kingdom is carried on, and by what methods he does his business, for he certainly has a great deal of business to do. He is not an idle spectator, nor is he walking about incognito, and clothed in mist and darkness, purely in kindness to us, that we should not be frightened at him, but 'tis in policy, that he may act undiscovered, that he may see and not be seen, may play his game in the dark and not be detected by his roguery, that he may prompt mischief, raise tempests, blow up coals, kindle strife, embroil nations, use instruments, and not be known to have his hand in anything, when at the same time he really has a hand in everything. Some are of the opinion, and I amongst the rest, that if the devil was personally and visibly present among us, and we conversed with him face to face, we should be so similar with him in a little time, that his ugly figure would not affect us at all, that his terrors would not fright us, or that we should any more trouble ourselves about him than we did with the last great comet in 1678, which appeared so long and so constantly without any particular known event, that at last we took no more notice of it than of the other ordinary stars which had appeared before we or our ancestors were born. Nor indeed should we have much reason to be frightened at him, or at least none of those silly things could be said of him which we now amuse ourselves about, and by which we set him up like a scarecrow to fright children and old women, to fill up old stories, make songs and ballads, and in a word carry on the low-prized buffoonery of the common people. We should either see him in his angelic form, as he was from the original, or if he has any deformities entailed upon him by the supreme sentence, and in justice to the deformity of his crime, they would be of a superior nature, and fitted more for our contempt as well as honour, than those weak fancied trifles contrived by our ancient devil-raisers and devil-makers to feed the wayward fancies of old witches and sorcerers, who cheated the ignorant world with a devil of their own making, set forth in terrorem, with bat's wings, horns, cloven foot, long tail, forked tongue, and the like. In the next place, be his frightful figure what it would, and his legions as numerous as the host of heaven, we should see him still as the prince of devils, though monstrous as a dragon, flaming as a comet, tall as a mountain, yet dragging his chain after him equal to the utmost of his supposed strength, always in custody of his jailers the angels, his power overpowered, his rage cowed and abated, or at least awed and under correction, limited and restrained. In a word, we should see him a vanquished slave, his spirit broken, his malice, though not abated, yet handcuffed and overpowered, and he not able to work anything against us by force, so that he would be to us but like the lions in the tower, encaged and locked up, unable to do the hurt he wishes to do, and that we fear, or indeed any hurt at all. From hence 'tis evident that 'tis not his business to be public, or to walk up and down in the world visibly, and in his own shape. His affairs require a quite different management, as might be made apparent from the nature of things, and the manner of our actings as men, either with ourselves or to one another. Nor could he be serviceable in his generation as a public person as now he is, or answer the end of his party who employ him, and who, if he was to do their business in public as he does in private, would not be able to employ him at all. As in our modern meetings for the propagation of impudence and other virtues, there would be no entertainment and no improvement for the good of the age if the people did not all appear in mask and concealed from the common observation, so neither could Satan, from whose management those more happy assemblies are taken up as copies of a glorious original, perform the usual and necessary business of his profession if he did not appear wholly in covert and under needful disguises. How, but for the convenience of his habit, could he call himself into so many shapes, act on so many different scenes, and turn so many wheels of state in the world as he has done? As a mere professed devil he could do nothing. Had he been obliged always to act the mere devil in his own clothes, and with his own shape, and appearing uppermost in all cafes and places, so he could never have preached in so many pulpits, presided in so many councils, voted in so many committees, sat in so many courts, and influenced so many parties and factions in church and state, as we have reason to believe he has done in our nation, and in our memories too, as well as in other nations and in more ancient times. The share Satan has had in all the weighty confusions of the times, ever since the first ages of Christianity in the world, has been carried on with so much secrecy, and so much with an air of cabal and intrigue, that nothing can have been managed more subtly and closely, and in the same manner as he acted in our times, in order to conceal his interest and conceal the influence he has had in the councils of the world. Had it been possible for him to have raised the flames of rebellion and war so often in this nation, as he certainly has done? Could he have agitated the parties on both sides, and inflamed the spirits of three nations, if he had appears in his own dress, a mere naked devil? It is not the devil as a devil that does the mischief, but the devil in masquerade, Satan in full disguise, and acting at the head of civil confusion and distraction. If history may be credited, the French court at the time of our old confusions was made the scene of Satan's politics, and prompted both parties in England and in Scotland also to quarrel. And how was it done? Will any man offer to scandalize the devil so much as to say, or so much as to suggest, that Satan had no hand in it all? Did not the devil, by the agency of Cardinal Richelieu, send 400,000 crowns at one time and 600,000 at another to the Scots, to raise an army and march boldly into England? And did not the same devil at the same time, by other agents, remit 800,000 crowns to the other party, in order to raise an army to fall upon the Scots? Nay, did not the devil with the same subtlety send down the Archbishop's order to impose a service book upon the people in Scotland, and at the same time raise a mob against it in the great church at St. Giles? Nay, did not he actually, in the person of an old woman, his favourite instrument, throw the three-legged stool at the service book, and animate the zealous people to take up arms for religion and turn rebellions for God's sake? All these happy and successful undertakings, though 'tis no more to be doubted they were done by the agency of Satan, and in a very surprising manner too, yet were all done in secret by what I call possession and injection, and by the agency and contrivance of such instruments, or by the devil in the disguise of such servants as he found out fitted to be employed in his work, and who he took a more effectual care in concealing of. But we shall have occasion to touch all this part over again when we come to discourse of the particular habits and disguises which the devil has made use of all along in the world, the better to cover his actions and to conceal his being concerned in them. In the meantime, the cunning or artifice the devil makes use of in all these things is in itself very considerable. 'Tis an old practice of his using, and he has gone on in divers measures for the better concealing himself in it, which measures, though he varies sometimes, as his extraordinary affairs require, yet they are in all ages much the same, and have the same tendency, namely, that he may get all his business carried on by the instrumentality of fools, that he may make mankind agents in their own destruction, and that he may have all his work done in such a manner as that he may seem to have no hand in it. Nay, he contrives so well that the very name devils is put upon his opposite party, and the scandal of the black agent lies all upon them. In order then to look a little into his conduct, let us inquire into the common mistakes about him, see what use is made of them to his advantage, and how far mankind is imposed upon in those particulars, and to what purpose. End of Part 2, Chapter 3.
Part 2, Chapter 5 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 5. Of the Devil's Management in the Pagan Hierarchy by Omens, Entrails, Augurs, Oracles, and such like pageantry of hell, and how they went off the stage at last by the introduction of true religion. I have adjourned, not finished, my account of the devil's secret management by possession, and shall reassume it in its place. But I must take leave to mention some other parts of his retired scheme, by which he has hitherto managed mankind, and the first of these is by that fraud of all frauds called Oracle. Here his trumpet yielded an uncertain sound for some ages, and, like what he was, and according to what he practiced from the beginning, he delivered out falsehood and delusion by retail. The priests of Apollo acted this farce for him to a great nicety at Delphos. There were divers others at the time, and some, which, to give the devil his due, he had very little hand in, as we shall see presently. There were also some smaller, some greater, some more, some less famous places where those oracles were seated, and audience given to the inquirers, in all which the devil, or somebody for him, permissu superiorum, for either vindictive or hidden ends and purposes, was allowed to make at least a pretension to the knowledge of things to come. But as public cheats generally do, they acted in masquerade, and gave such uncertain and inconsistent responses that they were obliged to use the utmost art to reconcile events to the prediction, even after things were come to pass. Here the devil was a lying spirit in a particular and extraordinary manner, in the mouths of all the prophets, and yet he had the cunning to express himself so that whatever happened, the oracle was supposed to have meant as it fell out, and so all their augurs, omens, and voices, by which the devil amused the world, not at that time only but since, have likewise been interpreted. Julian the apostate dealt mightily in these amusements, but the devil, who neither wished his fall or presaged it to him, evidenced that he knew nothing of Julian's fate. For that as he sent almost to all the oracles of the East, and summoned all the priests together to inform him of the success of his Persian expedition, they all, like Ahab's prophets, having a lying spirit in them, encouraged him and promised him success. Nay, all the ill omens which disturbed him they presaged good from. For example, he was at a prodigious expense when he was at Antioch to buy up white beasts and white fowls for sacrifices, and for predicting from the entrails, from whence the Antiochians in contempt called him Victimarius. But whenever the entrails foreboded evil, the cunning devil made the priests put a different construction upon them, and promise him good. When he entered into the temple of Janij to offer sacrifice, one of the priests dropped down dead. This, had it any signification more than a man falling dead of an apoplectic, would have signified something fatal to Julian, who made himself a brother sacrist or priest. Whereas the priest turned it presently to signify the death of his colleague, the consul Sallust, which happened just at the same time, though 800 miles off. So in another case, Julian thought it ominous that he, who was Augustus, should be named with two other names of persons, both already dead. The case was thus. The style of the emperor was Julianus Felix Augustus, and two of his principal officers were Julianus and Felix. Now both Julianus and Felix died within a few days of one another, which disturbed him much, who was the third of the three names. But his flattering devil told him it all imported good to him, viz., that though Julianus and Felix should die, Augustus should be immortal. Thus whatever happened, and whatever was foretold, and how much soever they differed from one another, the lying spirit was sure to reconcile the prediction and the event, and make them at least seem to correspond in favor of the person inquiring. Now we are told oracles are ceased, and the devil is farther limited for the good of mankind, not being allowed to vent his delusions by the mouths of the priests and augurs as formerly. I will not take upon me to say how far they are really ceased, more than they were before. I think 'tis much more reasonable to believe there was never any reality in them at all, or that any oracle ever gave out any answers but what were the invention of the priests and the delusions of the devil. I have a great many ancient authors on my side in this opinion, as Eusebius, Tertullian, Aristotle, and others, who as they lived so near the pagan times, and when even some of those rites were yet in use, they had much more reason to know, and could probably pass a better judgment upon them. Nay, Cicero himself ridicules them in the openest manner. Again, other authors descend to particular and shew how the cheat was managed by the heathen sacrists and priests, and in what enthusiastic manner they spoke, namely by going into the hollow images, such as the brazen bull and the image of Apollo, and how subtly they gave out dubious and ambiguous answers, that when the people did not find their expectation answered by the event, they might be imposed upon by the priests, and confidently told they did not rightly understand the oracle's meaning. However, I cannot say but that indeed there are some authors of good credit too, who will have it that there was a real prophetic spirit in the voice or answers given by the oracles, and that ofttimes they were miraculously exact in those answers. And they give that of the Delphic oracle answering the question which was given about Croesus, for an example, viz. What Croesus was doing at that time, to wit, that he was boiling a lamb and the flesh of a tortoise together in a brass vessel, or boiler, with a cover of the same metal, that is to say, in a kettle with a brass cover. To affirm, therefore, that they were all cheats, a man must encounter with antiquity, and set his private judgment up against an established opinion. But 'tis no matter for that. If I do not see anything in that received opinion capable of evidence, much less of demonstration, I must be allowed still to think as I do. Others may believe as they list. I see nothing hard or difficult in the thing. The priests, who are always historically informed of the circumstances of the inquirer, or at least something about them, might easily find some ambiguous speech to make, and put some double entendre upon them, which upon the event solved the credit of the oracle, were it one way or other, and this they certainly did, or we have room to think the devil knows less of things now than he did in former days. It is true that by these delusions the priests got infinite sums of money, and this makes it still probable that they would labor hard and use the utmost of their skill to uphold the credit of their oracles. And 'tis a full discovery, as well of the subtlety of the sacrists, as of the ignorance and stupidity of the people in those early days of Satan's witchcraft, to see what merry work the devil made with the world, and what gross things he put upon mankind. Such was the story of the Dordanon oracle in Epirus, viz., that 2 pigeons flew out of Thebes, and it was the Egyptian Thebes, from the temple of Belus, erected there by the ancient sacrists, and that one of these fled eastward into Libya and the deserts of Africa, and the other into Greece, namely to Dordana, and these communicated the divine mysteries to one another, and afterwards gave mystical solutions to the devout inquirers. First, the Dordanian pigeon, perching upon an oak, spoke audibly to the people there, that the gods commanded them to build an oracle, or temple, to Jupiter, in that place, which was accordingly done. The other pigeon did the like on the hill in Africa, where it commanded them to build another to Jupiter, Ammon, or Hammon. Wise Cicero condemned all this, and, as authors tell us, ridiculed the answer, which, as I have hinted above, the oracle gave to Croesus, proving that the oracle itself was a liar, that it could not come from Apollo, for that Apollo never spoke Latin. In a word, Cicero rejected them all. And Demosthenes also mentions the cheats of the oracles. When speaking of the oracle of Apollo, he said Pythia Philippist, that is, that when the priests were bribed with money, they always gave their answers in favor of Philip of Macedon. But that which is most strange to me is that in this dispute about the reality of oracles, the heathen who made use of them were the people who expose them, and who insist most positively upon their being cheats and impostors, as in those particular mentioned above, while the Christians who reject them yet believe they did really foretell things, answer questions, and see, only with this difference, that the heathen authors who oppose them insist 'tis all delusion and cheat, and charge it upon the priests, and the Christian opposers insist that it was real, but that the devil, not the gods, gave the answers, and that he was permitted to do it by a superior power, to magnify that power in the total silencing them at last. But as I said before, I am with the heathen here, against the Christian writers, for I take it all to be a cheat and illusion. I must give my reason for it, or I do nothing. My reason is this. I insist Satan is as blind in matters of futurity as we are, and can tell nothing of what is to come. These oracles, often pretending to predict, could be nothing else therefore but a cheat formed by the money-getting priests to amuse the world, and bring grist to their mill. If I meet with anything in my way to open my eyes to a better opinion of them, I shall tell it you as I go on. On the other hand, whether the devil really spake in those oracles, or set the cunning priests to speak for him, whether they predicted or only made the people believe they predicted, whether they gave answers which came to pass, or prevailed upon the people to believe that what was said did come to pass, it was much at one and fully answered the devil's end, namely, to amuse and delude the world, and as to do, or cause to be done, is the same part of speech. So whoever did it, the devil's interest was carried on by it, and his government preserved, and all the mischief he could desire was effectually brought to pass, so that every way they were the devil's oracles. That's out of the question. Indeed, I have wondered sometimes why, since by this society the devil performed such wonders, that is, played so many tricks in the world, and had such universal success, he should set up no more of them. But there might be a great many reasons given for that, too long to tire you with that at present. 'Tis true there were not many of them, and yet considering what a great deal of business they dispatched, it was enough. For 6 or 8 oracles were more than sufficient to amuse all the world. The chief oracles we meet with in history are among the Greeks and the Romans, viz., that of Jupiter Ammon in Libya as above, the Dordanon in Epirus, Apollo Delphicus in the country of Phocis in Greece, Apollo Clavius in Asia Minor, Seriphus in Alexandria in Egypt, Trophimus in Boeotia, Sibylla Camea in Italy, Diana at Ephesus, Apollo Dephanus at Antioch, besides many of lesser note in several other places as I have mentioned before. I have nothing to do here with the story mentioned by Plutarch of a voice being heard at sea from some of the islands called the Echinides, and calling upon one Thamus, an Egyptian, who was on board a ship, bidding him, when he came to the Pleiades, other islands in the Ionian seas, tell them there that the great god Pan was dead. And when Thamus performed it, great groanings and howlings and lamentation were heard from the shore. This tale tells but indifferently, though indeed it looks more like a Christian fable than a pagan, because it seems as if made to honor the Christian worship and blast all the pagan idolatry, and for that reason I reject it, the Christian profession needing no such fabulous stuff to confirm it. Nor is it true, in fact, that the oracles did cease immediately upon the death of Christ. But, as I noted before, the sum of the matter is this: the Christian religion spreading itself universally as well as miraculously, and that too by the foolishness of preaching, into all parts of the world, the oracles ceased, that is to say, their trade ceased, their rogueries were daily detected, the deluded people, being better taught, came no more after them, and being ashamed as well as discouraged, they sneaked out of the world as well as they could. In short, the customers fell off, and the priests, who were the shopkeepers having no business to do, shut up their shops, broke, and went away. The trade and the tradesmen were hissed off the stage together, so that the devil, who it must be confessed, got infinitely by the cheat, became bankrupt, and was obliged to set other engines at work, as other cheats and deceivers do, who when one trick grows stale, and will serve no longer, are forced to try another. Nor was the devil to seek in new measures, for though he could not give out his delusive trash as he did before, in pomp and state, with the solemnity of a temple and a set of enthusiasts called priests, who planned 1,000 tricks to amuse the world, he then had recourse to his old Egyptian method, which indeed was more ancient than that of oracles, and that was by magic, sorcery, familiars, witchcraft, and the like. Of this we find the people of the south, that is, of Arabia and Chaldea, were the first, from whence we are told of the wise men, that is to say magicians, were called Chaldeans and Southsayers. Hence also we find Ahaziah, the king of Israel, sent to Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, to inquire whether he should live or die. This some think was a kind of an oracle, though others think it was only some overgrown magician who counterfeited himself to be a devil, and obtained upon that idle hunting age to make a cunning man of him, and for that purpose he got himself made a priest of Beelzebub, the god of Ekron, and gave out answers in his name. Thus those merry fellows in Egypt, Jannes and Jambres, are said to mimic Moses and Aaron, when they work the miraculous plagues upon the Egyptians. And we have some instances in Scripture that support this, such as the witch of Endor, the king of Manassas, who dealt with the devil openly and had a familiar, the woman mentioned Acts 26, who had a spirit of divination, and who got money by playing the oracle, that is, answering doubtful questions, and see which spirit or devil the apostles cast out. Now, though it is true that the old women in the world have filled us with tales, some improbable, others impossible, some weak, some ridiculous, and that this puts a general discredit upon all the graver matrons who entertain us with stories better put together. Yet 'tis certain, and I must be allowed to affirm, that the devil does not disdain to take into his service many troops of good old women, and old women men too, who he finds 'tis for his service to keep in constant pay. To these he is found frequently to communicate his mind, and ofttimes we find them such proficients that they know much more than the devil can teach them. How far our ancient friend Merlin, or the grave matron his, Satan's, most trusty and well-beloved cousin and counselor, Mother Shipton, were commissioned by him to give out their prophetic oracles, and what degree of possession he may have arrived to in them upon their midnight excursions, I will not undertake to prove, but that he might be acquainted with them both, as well as with several of our modern gentlemen, I will not deny neither. I confess it is not very incongruous with the devil's temper, or the nature of his business, to shift hands. Possibly he found that he tried the world with oracular cheats, that men began to be forfeited with them, and grew sick of the frauds which were so frequently detected, that it was time to take new measures, and contrive some new trick to bite the world, that he might not be exposed to contempt, or perhaps he saw the approach of light, which the Christian doctrine bringing with it began to spread in the minds of men, that it would outshine the dim burning ignis fatuus with which he had so long cheated mankind and was afraid to stand it, lest he should be mobbed off the stage by his own people when their eyes should begin to open, that upon this foot he might in policy withdraw from those old retreats the oracles, and restrain those responses before they lost all their credit. For we find the people seemed to be at a mighty loss for some time for the want of them, so that it made them run up and down to conjurers and man-gossips, to brazen heads, speaking calves, and innumerable simple things, so gross that they are scarce fit to be named, to satisfy the itch of having their fortunes told them, as we call it. Now as the devil is very seldom blind to his own interest, and therefore thought fit to quit his old way of imposing upon the world by his oracles, only because he found the world began to be too wise to be imposed upon that way. So on the other hand, finding there was still a possibility to delude the world, though by other instruments, he no sooner laid down his oracles and the solemn pageantry, magnificent appearances, and other frauds of his priests and votaries in their temples and shrines, but he set up a new trade, and having, as I have said, agents and instruments sufficient for any business that he could have to employ them in, he begins in corners, as the learned and merry Dr. Brown says, and exercises his minor trumperies by way of his own contriving, lifting a great number of new-found operators, such as witches, magicians, diviners, figure-casters, astrologers, and such inferior seducers. Now it is true, as that doctor says, this was running into corners, as if he had been expelled his more triumphant way of giving audience in form, which for so many ages had been allowed him. Yet I must add that as it seemed to be the devil's own doing from a right judgment of his affairs, which had taken a new turn in the world upon the shining of new lights from the Christian doctrine, so it must be acknowledged the devil made himself amends upon mankind by the various methods he took and the multitude of instruments he employed, and perhaps deluded mankind in a more fatal and sensible manner than he did before, though not so universally. He had indeed before more pomp and figure put upon it, and he had cheated mankind then in a way of magnificence and splendor. But this was not in above 8 or 10 principal places, and not 50 places in all, public or private, whereas now 50,000 of his angels and instruments, visible and invisible, hardly may be said to suffice for one town or one city. But in short, as his invisible agents fill the air, and are at hand for mischief on every emergence, so his visible fools swarm in every village, and you have scarce a hamlet or a town but his emissaries are at hand for business, and which is still worse, in all places he finds business, nay, even where religion is planted and seems to flourish, Yet he keeps his ground and pushes his interest according to what has been said elsewhere upon the same subject, that wherever religion plants, the devil plants close by it. Nor, as I say, does he fail of success. Delusion spreads like a plague, and the devil is sure of votaries. Like a true mountebank, he can always bring a good crowd about his stage, and that sometimes faster than other people. What I observe upon this subject is this, that the world is at a strange loss for want of the devil. If it was not so, what's the reason that upon the silencing the oracles in religion telling them that miracles are ceased, and that God has done speaking by prophets, they never inquire whether heaven has established any other new way of revelation, but away they ran with their doubts and difficulties to these dreamers of dreams, tellers of fortunes, and personal oracles to be resolved, as if when they acknowledged the devil is dumb, these could speak. And as if the wicked spirit could do more than the good, the diabolical more than the divine, or that the heaven, taking away the devil's voice, had furnished him with an equivalent by allowing scolds, termagants, and old, weak, and superannuated wretches to speak for him. For these are the people we go to now in our doubts and emergencies. While this blindness continues among us, 'tis nonsense to say that oracles are silenced, or the devil is dumb, for the devil gives audience still by his deputies. Only as Jeroboam made priests of the meanest of the people, so he is grown a little humble, and makes of us meaner instruments than he did before. For whereas the priests of Apollo and of Jupiter were splendid in their appearance, of grave and venerable aspect, and sometimes of no mean quality, now he makes use of scoundrels and rabbles, beggars and vagabonds, old hags, superannuated miserable hermits, gypsies and strollers, the pictures of envy and ill luck. Either the devil is grown an ill master, and gives but mean wages that he can get no better servants, or else common sense is grown very low prized and contemptible, that such as these are fit tools to continue the succession of fraud and carry on the devil's interest in the world. For were not the passions and temper of mankind deeply pre-engaged in favor of this dark prince, we could never suffer ourselves to accept his favors by the hands of such contemptible agents as these. How do we receive his oracles from an old witch of particular eminence, and who we believe to be more than ordinarily inspired from hell? I say we receive the oracle with reverence, that is to say, with a kind of horror, with regard to the black prince it comes from, and at the same time turn our faces away from the wretch that mumbles out the answers, lest she should cast an evil eye, as we call it, upon us, and put a devil into us when she plays the devil before us. How do we listen to the cant of those worst of vagabonds, the gypsies, when at the same time we watch our hedges and hen roosts for fear of their thieving? Either the devil uses us more like fools than he did our ancestors, or we really are worse fools than those ages produced, for they were never deluded by such low-priced devils as we are, by such despicable bridewell devils that are fitter for a whipping post than an altar, and instead of being received as the voice of an oracle, should be sent to the house of correction for pickpockets. Nor is this accidental, and here and there one of these wretches to be seen, but in short, if it has been in other nations as it is with us, I do not see the devil was able to get any better people into his pay, or at least very rarely. Where have we seen anything above a tinker turn wizard, and where have we had a witch of quality among us, Mother J.G.S. excepted? And if she had not been more of something else than a witch, 'twas thought she had never got so much money by her profession. Magicians, soothsayers, devil-raisers, and such people we have heard much of, but seldom above the degree of the meanest of the mean people, the lowest of the lowest rank. Indeed, the word wise men, which the devil would fain have had his agents honored with, was used while in Egypt and in Persia among the Chaldeans, but it continued but a little while, and never reached so far northward as our country. Nor, however, the devil has managed it, have many of our great men, who have been most acquainted with him, ever been able to acquire the title of wise men. I have heard that in older times, I suppose in good Queen Bess's days or beyond, for little is to be said here for anything on this side of her time, there were some counselors and statesmen who merited the character of wise in the best sense, that is to say, good and wise, as they stand in conjunction, but as to what has happened since that, or, as we may call it, from that queen's funeral to the late Revolution, I have little to say. But I'll tell you what an honest Andrew Marvell said of those times, and by what you may, if you please, make your calculation or let it alone. 'Tis all one. To see a white staff-maker, a beggar, a lord, and scarce a wise man at a long council board. But I may be told this relates to wise men in another constitution, or wise men as they are opposed to fools, whereas we are talking of them now under another class, namely as wise men or magicians, soothsayers, &c., such as were in former times called by that name. But to this I answer, take them in which sense you please, it may be the same. For if I were to ask the devil the character of the best statesman he had employed among us for many years past, I'm apt to think that though oracles are ceased, he would honestly, according to the old ambiguous way, when I asked if they were Christians, answer they were his privy councillors. It is but a little while ago that I happened, in conversation, to meet with a long list of magistrates of that age in a neighboring country, that is to say, the men of fame among them. And it was a very diverting thing to see the judgment which was passed among them a great deal of good company. It is not for me to tell you how many white slaves, golden keys, marshal's batoons, cordon bleu, cordon rouge, and cordon blanc there were among them, or by what titles, as dukes, counts, marquis, abbot, bishop, or justice, they were to be distinguished. But the marginal notes I found upon most of them were, being marked with an asterism, as follows: such a duke, such eminent offices added to his titles, asterisk in the margin, blank, no saint. Such an arch, blank, with the title of noble added, blank, no archangel. Such an eminent statesman and prime minister, blank, no witch. Such a ribbon with a set of great letters added, blank, no conjurer. It presently occurred to me that though oracles were deceased, and we had now no more double entendre in such a degree as before, yet that ambiguous answers were not at an end, and that whether those negatives were meant so by the writers or not, 'twas certain custom led the readers to conclude them to be satyrs, and that they were to be rung backwards like the bells when the town's on fire, though in short, I durst not read them backward anywhere, but as speaking of foreign people, for fear of raising the devil I am talking of. But to return to the subject, to such mean things as the devil now reduced in his ordinary way of carrying on business in the world, that his oracles are delivered now by the bellman and the chimney sweepers, by the meanest of those that speak in the dark, and if he operates by them, you may expect it accordingly. His agents seem to me as if the devil had singled them out by their deformity, or that there was something in particular required in their aspect to qualify them for their employment, whence it is become proverbial, when our looks are very dismal and frightful, to say, I look like a witch, or in other cases to say, as ugly as a witch, in other case to look as envious as a witch. Now whether there is anything particularly required in the looks of the devil's modern agents, which is assisting in the discharge of their offices, and which make their answers appear more solemn, this the devil has not yet revealed, at least not to me. And therefore why it is that he singles out such creatures as are fit only to fright the people that come to them with their inquiries, I do not take upon me to determine. Perhaps it is necessary they should be thus extraordinary in their aspect, that they might strike an awe into the minds of their votaries, as if they were Satan's true and real representatives, and that the said votaries may think, when they speak to the witches, they are really talking to the devil. Or perhaps 'tis necessary to the witches themselves that they should be so exquisitely ugly that they might not be surprised at whatever figure the devil makes when he first appears to them, being certain they can see nothing uglier than themselves. Some are of the opinion that the communication with the devil, or between the devil and those creatures his agents, has something assimilating in it, and if they were tolerable before, they are, ipso facto, turned into devils by talking with them. I will not say but that a tremor in the limbs, a horror in the aspect, and a surprising stare in the eyes may seize upon some of them when they really see the devil, and that the frequent repetition may make those distortions, which we so constantly see in their faces, becomes natural to them, by which if it does not continue always upon the countenance, they can at least, like the posture masters, cast themselves into such figures and frightful dislocations of the line and features in their faces, and so assume a devil's face suitable to the occasion, or as may serve the term for which they take it up, and as often as they have any use for it. But be it which of these the inquirer pleases, 'tis all one to the case in hand. This is certain, that such deformed devil-like creatures, most of those we call hags and witches, are in their shapes and aspects, and that they give out their sentences and frightful messages with an air of revenge for some injury received, for witches are famed chiefly for doing mischief. It seems the devil has always picked out the most ugly and frightful old women to do his business. Mother Shipton, our famous English witch or prophetess, is very much wronged in her picture if she was not of the most terrible aspect imaginable. And if it be true that Merlin, the famous Welsh fortune-teller, was a frightful figure, it will seem the more rational to believe, if we credit another story, viz., that he was begotten by the devil himself, of which I shall speak by itself. But to go back to the devil's instruments being so ugly, it may be observed, I say, that the devil has always dealt in such sort of cattle, the Sibyls, of whom so many strange prophetic things are recorded, whether true or no is not to the question, are, if the Italian painters may have any credit given them, all represented as very old women, and as if ugliness were a beauty to old age. They seem to paint them out as ugly and frightful, as not they the painters, but even as the devil himself can make them. Not that I believe there are original pictures of them really extant, but it is not unlikely that the Italians might have some traditional knowledge of them, or some remaining notions of them, or particularly that ancient Sibyl named Annas, who sold the fatal book to Tarquin. 'Tis said of her that Tarquin supposed she doted with age. I had thoughts indeed here to have entered into a learned disquisition of the excellency of old women in all diabolical operations, and particularly of the necessity of having the recourse to them for Satan's more exquisite administration, which also may serve to solve the great difficulty in the natural philosophy of hell, namely, why it comes to pass that the devil is obliged for want of old women, properly so called, to turn so many ancient fathers, grave counselors of both laws and state, and especially civilians or doctors of the law, into old women, and how the extraordinary operation is performed. But this as a thing of great consequence in Satan's management of humane affairs, and particularly as it may lead us into the necessary history, as well as characters of some of the most eminent of these sects among us, I have purposely reserved for a work by itself, to be published, if Satan hinders not, in 15 volumes in folio, wherein I shall in the first place define the most exact manner possible what is to be understood by a male old woman, of what heterogeneous kind they are produced, give to you the monstrous anatomy of the parts, and especially those of the head, which being filled with innumerable globules of a sublime nature, and which being of a fine contexture without, particularly hollow in the cavity, defines most philosophically that ancient paradoxical saying, viz., being full of emptiness, and makes it very consistent with nature and common sense. I shall likewise spend some time, and it must be labor too, I assure you, when 'tis done, in determining whether this new species of wonderfuls are not derived from that famous old woman Merlin, which I prove to be very reasonable for us to suppose, because of the many several judicious authors who affirm the said Merlin, as I hinted before, to have been begotten by the devil. As to the deriving of his gift of prophecy from the devil by that pretended generation, I shall omit that part, because, as I have all along insisted upon it, that Satan himself has no prophetic or predicting powers of his own, it is not very clear to me that he could convey it to his posterity, nil dat quod not habet. However, in deriving this so much magnified prophet in a right line from the devil, much may be said of his ugly face, in which it was said he was very remarkable. For it is no new thing for a child to be like the father, but all these weighty things I adjourn for the present, and proceed to the affair at hand, namely, the several branches of the devil's management since his quitting the temples and oracles. End of Part 2, Chapter 5.
Part 2, Chapter 6 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe, Part 2, Chapter 6. Of the extraordinary appearance of the devil, and particularly of the cloven foot. Some people would fain have us treat this tale of the devil's appearing with a cloven foot with more solemnity than I believe the devil himself does. For Satan, who knows how much of a cheat it is, must certainly ridicule it in his own thoughts to the last degree. But as he is glad of any way to hoodwink the understandings and bubble the weak part of the world, so if he sees men willing to take every scarecrow for a devil, it is not his business to undeceive them. On the other hand, he finds it his interest to foster the cheat, and serve himself of the consequence. Nor could I doubt but the devil, if any mirth be allowed him, often laughs at the many frightful shapes and figures we dress him up in, and especially to see how willing we are first to paint him as black, and make him appear as ugly as we can, and then stare and start at the spectrum of our own making. The truth is that among all the horribles that we dress up Satan in, I cannot but think we show the least of invention in this of a goat, or a thing with a goat's foot, of all the rest. For though a goat is a creature made use of by our Saviour in the allegory of the Day of Judgment, and is said there to represent the wicked rejected party, yet it seems to be only on account of their similitude to the sheep, and so to represent the just fate of hypocrisy and hypocrites, and in particular to form the necessary antithesis in the story. For else, our whimsical fancies accepted, a sheep or a lamb has a cloven foot as well as a goat. Nay, if the Scripture be of any value in the case, 'tis to the devil's advantage, for the dividing the hoof was the distinguishing character or mark of a clean beast, and how the devil can be brought into that number is pretty hard to say. One would have thought, if we had intended to have given a just figure of the devil, it would have been more apposite to have ranked him among the cat kind, and given him a foot, if he is to be known by his foot, like a lion, or like a red dragon, being the same creatures which he is represented by in the text, and so his claws would have had some terror in them as well as his teeth. But neither is the goat a true representative of the devil at all, for we do not rank the goats among the subtle or cunning part of the brutes. He is counted a fierce creature indeed of his kind, though nothing like those other above mentioned, and he is emblematically used to represent a lustful temper, but even that part does not fully serve to describe the devil, whose operation lies principally another way. Besides, it is not the goat himself that is made use of, 'tis the cloven hoof, only, and that so particularly, that the cloven foot of a ram or a swine, or any other creature, may serve as well as that of a goat, only that history gives us some cause to call it the goat's foot. In the next place, 'tis understood by us not as a bare token to know Satan by, but as if it were a brand upon him, and that, like the mark God put upon Cain, it was given him for a punishment, so that he cannot get leave to appear without it, nay, cannot conceal it, whatever other dress or disguise he may put on, and as if it was to make him as ridiculous as possible, they will have it be, that whenever Satan has occasion to dress himself in any humane shape, be it of what degree soever, from the king to the beggar, be it of a fine lady or of an old woman, the latter, it seems, he oftenest assumes. Yet still he not only must have this cloven foot about him, but he is obliged to show it too. Nay, they will not allow him any dress, whether it be a prince's robes, a Lord Charblancar's gown, or a lady's hoop and long petticoats, but the cloven foot must be showed from under them. They will not so much as allow him an artificial shoe or a jack boot, as we often see contrived to conceal a club foot or a wooden leg, but that the devil may be known wherever he goes, he is bound to show his foot. They might as well oblige him to set a bill upon his cap, as folks do upon a house to be let, and have it written in capital letters, I am the devil. It must be confessed this is very particular, and would be very hard upon the devil if it had not another article in it, which is some advantage to him, and that is, that the fact is not true, but the belief of this is so universal that all the worlds run away with it, by which mistake the good people miss the devil many times where they look for him, and meet him as often where they did not expect him, and when for want of this cloven foot they do not know him. Upon this very account I have sometimes thought, not that this has been put upon him by mere fancy and the cheat of a heavy imagination, propagated by fable and chimney-corner divinity, but that it has been a contrivance of his own, and that, in short, the devil raised this scandal upon himself, that he might keep his disguise the better, and might go visiting among his friends without being known. For were it really so, that he could go nowhere without this particular brand of infamy, he could not come into company, could not dine with my Lord Mayor, nor drink tea with the ladies, could not go to the drawing-room. R could not have gone to Fontainebleau, to the King of France's wedding, or to the Diet of Poland, to prevent the grandees there coming to an agreement. Nay, which would be still worse than all, he could not go to the masquerade, nor to any of our balls. The reason is plain, he would be always discovered, exposed, and forced to leave the good company, or which would be as bad, the company would all cry out the devil, and run out of the room as if they were frighted. Nor could all the help of invention do him any service. No dress he could put on would cover him. Not all our friends at Tavistock Corner could furnish him with a habit that would disguise or conceal him. This unhappy foot would spoil it all. Now this would be a loss to him, that I question whether he could carry on any of his most important affairs in the world without it. For though he has access to mankind in his complete disguise, I mean that of his invisibility, yet the learned very much agree in this, that his corporal presence in the world is absolutely necessary upon many occasions to support his interest and keep up his correspondences, and particularly to encourage his friends when numbers are requisite to carry on his affairs. But this part I shall have occasion to speak of again, when I come to consider him as a gentleman of business in his locality, and under the head of visible apparition. But I return to the foot. As I have thus suggested that the devil himself has politically spread about this notion concerning his appearing with a cloven foot, so I doubt not that he has thought it for his purpose to paint this cloven foot so lively in the imaginations of many of our people, and especially of those clear-sighted folks who see the devil when he is not to be seen, that they would make no scruple to say, nay, and to make affidavit to, even before Satan himself, whenever he sat upon the bench, that they had seen his worship's foot at such and such a time. This I advance the rather because 'tis very much for his interest to do this, for if we had not many witnesses viva voce to testify it, we should have had some obstinate fellows always among us, who would have denied the fact, or at least have spoken doubtfully of it, and so have raised disputes and objections against it as impossible, or at least as improbable, buzzing one ridiculous notion or other into our ears, as if the devil was not so black as he was painted, that he had no more a cloven foot than a pope whose apostolical toes have so often been reverentially kissed by kings and emperors. But now, alas, this part is out of the question, not the man in the moon, nor the groaning board, not the speaking of Friar Bacon's brazen head, not the inspiration of Mother Shipton, nor the miracles of Dr. Faustus. Things as certain as death and taxes can be more firmly believed. The devil not have a cloven foot? I doubt not, but I could in a short time bring you 1,000 old women together that would as soon believe there was no devil at all. Nay, they will tell you he could not be a devil without it, any more than he could come into the room and the candles not burn blue, or go out and not leave a smell of brimstone behind him. Since then the certainty of the thing is so well established, and there are so many good and substantial witnesses ready to testify that he has a cloven foot, and that they have seen it too, nay, and that we have antiquity on our side, for we have this truth confirmed by the testimony of many ages, why should we doubt it any longer? We can prove that many of our ancestors have been of this opinion, and divers learned authors have left it upon record, as particularly that learned familiarist Mother Hazel, whose writings are to be found in manuscript in the famous library at Pye Corner, also the admired Joan of Amesbury, the history of the Lancashire witches, and the Reverend Exorcist of the Devils of London, whose history is extant among us to this day. All these and many more may be quoted, and their writings referred to for the confirmation of the antiquity of this truth, but there seems to be no occasion for farther evidence. 'Tis enough Satan himself, if he did not raise the report, yet tacitly owns the fact. At least he appears willing to have it believed and be received as a general truth for the reasons above. But besides all this, and as much just as some unbelieving people would have this story pass for, who knows but that if Satan is empowered to assume any shape or body, and to appear to us visibly as if really so shaped, I say, who knows but he may by the same authority be allowed to assume the addition of the cloven foot, or 2 or 4 cloven feet, if he pleased, and why not a cloven foot as well as any other foot, if he thinks fit? For if the devil can assume a shape, and can appear to mankind in a visible form, it may, I doubt not, with as good authority be advanced that he is left at liberty to assume what shape he pleases, and to choose what case of flesh and blood he'll please to wear, whether real or imaginary. And if this liberty be allowed him, it is an admirable disguise for him to come generally with his cloven foot, that when he finds it for his purpose, on special occasions, to come without it. As I said above, he may not be suspected, but take this with you as you go, that all of this is upon a supposition that the devil can assume a visible shape and make a real appearance, which, however, I do not yet think fit to grant or deny. Certain it is, the first people who bestowed a cloven foot upon the devil were not so despicable as you may imagine, but were real favourites of heaven, for did not Aaron set up the devil of a calf in the congregation, and set the people a dancing about it for a god? Upon which occasion, expositors tell us, that particular command was given, Leviticus 17:7, they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils after whom they have gone a whoring. Likewise King Jeroboam set up the 2 calves, one at Dan and the other at Bethel, and we find them charged afterwards with setting up the worship of devils instead of the worship of God. After this we find some nations actually sacrifice to the devil in the form of a ram, and others of a goat, from which, and that above of the calves at Horeb, I doubt not the story of the cloven foot first derived. And it is plain that the worship of that calf at Horeb is meant in the scripture quoted above, Leviticus 17:7, thou shalt no more offer sacrifices unto devils. The original is Sennirim, that is, rough and hairy goats or calves. And some think also in this shape the devil most ordinarily appeared to the Egyptians and Arabians, from whence it was derived. Also in the old writings of the Egyptians, I mean their hieroglyphic writing, before the use of letters was known, we are told this was the mark that he was known by, and the figure of a goat was the hieroglyphic of the devil. Some will affirm that the devil was particularly pleased to be so represented. How they came by their information, and whether they had it from his own mouth or not, authors have not yet determined. But be that as it will, I do not see that Satan could have been at a loss for some extraordinary figure to have bantered mankind with, though this had not been thought of. But thinking of the cloven foot first, and the matter being indifferent, this took place, and easily rooted itself in the bewildered fancy of the people, and now 'tis riveted too fast for the devil himself to remove it if he was disposed to try. But as I said above, 'tis none of his business to solve doubts or remove difficulties out of our heads, but to perplex us with more, as much as he can. Some people carry this matter a great deal higher still, and will have the cloven foot be like the great stone which the Brazilian conjurers use to solve all difficult questions upon, after having used a great many monstrous and barbarous gestures or distortions of their bodies, and cut certain marks or magical figures upon the stone. So I say they will have this cloven foot be a kind of a conjuring stone, and tell us that in former times, when Satan drove a greater trade with mankind in public than he has done of late, he gave this cloven foot as a token to his particular favourites to work wonders with, and to conjure by, and that witches, fairies, hobgoblins, and such things, of which the ancients had several kinds, at least in their imagination, had all a goat's leg with a cloven foot to put on upon extraordinary occasions. It seems this method is of late grown out of practice, and so, like the melting of marble and the painting of glass, 'tis laid aside among the various useful arts which history tells us are lost to the world. What may be practised in the fairy world, if such a place there be, we can give no particular account at present. But neither is this all, for other would be wise people take upon them to make farther and more considerable improvements upon this doctrine of the cloven foot, and treat it as a most significant instrument of Satan's private operation, and that as Joseph is said to divine, that is to say, to conjure by his golden cup, which was put into Benjamin's sack, so the devil has managed several of his secret operations and possessions and other hellish mechanisms upon the spirits as well as bodies of men by the medium or instrumentality of the cloven foot. Accordingly, it had a kind of an hellish inspiration in it, and a separate and magical power by which he wrought his infernal miracles. That the cloven foot had a superior signification, and was not only emblematic and significative of the conduct of men, but really guided their conduct in the most important affairs of life, and that the agents the devil employed to influence mankind and to delude them and draw them into all the snares and traps that he lays continually for their destruction were equipped with this foot in aid of their other powers for mischief. Here they read us learned lectures upon the sovereign operations which the devil is at present master of in the government of human affairs, and how the cloven foot is an emblem of the true double entendre or divided aspect, which the great men of the world generally act with, and by which all their affairs are directed, from whence it comes to pass that there is no such thing as a single-hearted integrity, or an upright meaning to be found in the world, that mankind worse than the ravenous brutes preys upon his own kind and devours them by all the laudable methods of flattery, wine, cheat, and treachery, crocodile-like, weeping over those it will devour, destroying those it smiles upon, and in a word devours its own kind, which the very beasts refuse, and that by all the ways of fraud and allurement that hell can invent, holding out a cloven divided hoof or hand, pretending to save, when the very pretence is made use of to ensnare and destroy. Thus the divided hoof is the representative of a divided double tongue and heart, an emblem of the most exquisite hypocrisy, the most fawning and fatally deceiving flattery. And here they give us very diverting histories, though tragical in themselves, of the manner which some of the devil's inspired agents have managed themselves under the especial influence of the cloven foot, how they have made war under the pretence of peace, murdered garrisons under the most sacred capitulations, massacred innocent multitudes after surrenders to mercy. Again, they tell us the cloven foot has been made use of in all treasons, plots, assassinations, and secret as well as open murders and rebellions. Thus Joab, under the treason of an embrace, showed how dexterously he could manage the cloven foot, and struck Abner under the fifth rib. Thus David played the cloven foot upon poor Uriah, when he had a mind to lie with his wife. Thus Brutus played it upon Caesar, and to come nearer home, we have had a great many retrograde motions in this country by this magical implement the foot, such as that of the Earl of Essex fate beheading the Queen of Scots, and divers others in Queen Elizabeth's time, that of the Earl of Shrewsbury, and Sir Thomas Overbury, Gondomar, and Sir Walter Raleigh, and many others in King James the First's time, in all which, if the cloven foot had not been dexterously managed, those murderers had not been so dexterously managed, or the murderers have so well been screened from justice, for which and the imprecated justice of heaven unappeased, some have thought the innocent branches of the royal house of Stuart did not fare the better in the ages which followed. It must be confessed the cloven foot was in its full exercise in the next reign, and the generation that rose up immediately after them arrived to the most exquisite skill for management of it. Here they fasted and prayed, there they plundered and murdered, here they raised war for the king, and there they fought against him, cutting throats for God's sake, and deposing both king and kingly government according to law. Nor was the cloven foot unemployed on all sides, for 'tis the main excellency of this instrument of hell, that it acts on every side. It is its denominating quality, and is for that reason called a cloven or divided hoof. This mutilated apparition has been so public in other countries too, that it seems to convince us the devil is not confined to England only, but that as his empire extended to all the sublunary world, so he gives them all room to see he is qualified to manage them his own way. What abundant use did the prince of dissemblers Charles V make of this foot? 'Twas by the help of this apparition of the foot that he baited his hook with the city of Milan, and tickled Francis of France so well with it, that when he passed through France, and was in that king's power, he let him go, and never get the bait off of the hook neither. It seems the foot was not on King Francis's side at that time. How cruelly did Philip II of Spain manage this foot in the murder of the nobility of the Spanish Netherlands, the assassination of the Prince of Orange, and at last in that of his own son Don Carlos, infant of Spain. And yet such was the devil's craft, and so nicely did he bestir his cloven hoof, that this monarch died consolated, though impenitent, in the arms of the church, and with the benediction of the clergy too, those second best managers of the said hoof in the world. I must acknowledge I agree with this opinion thus far, namely, that the devil, acting by this cloven foot as a machine, has done great things in the world for the propagating his dark empire among us, and history is full of examples, besides the little low prized things done among us, for we are come to such a kind of degeneracy and folly that we have even dishonored the devil, and put this glorious engine, the cloven foot, to such mean uses, that the devil himself seems to be ashamed of us. But to return a little to foreign history, besides what has been mentioned above, we find flaming examples of most glorious mischief done by this weapon, when put into the hands of kings and men of fame in the world. How many games have the kings of France played with this cloven foot, and that within a few years of one another? First, Charles IX played the cloven foot upon Gaspar Coligny, Admiral of France, when he caressed him, complimented him, invited him to Paris to the wedding of the King of Navarre, called him father, kissed him, and when he was wounded, sent his own surgeons to take care of him, and yet 3 days after ordered him to be assassinated and murdered, used with 1,000 indignities, and at last thrown out of the window into the street to be insulted by the rabble. Did not Henry III in the same country play the cloven foot upon the Duke of Guise, when he called him to council and caused him to be murdered as he went in at the door? The Guises again played the same game back upon the king, when they sent out a Jacobin friar to assassinate him in his tent as he lay at the siege of Paris. In a word, this opera and the cloven foot has been acted all over the Christian world, ever since Judas betrayed the Son of God with a kiss. Nay, our Saviour says expressly of him, "One of you is a devil," and the sacred text says in another place, "The devil entered into Judas." It would take up a great deal of time and paper, too, to give you a full account of the travels of this cloven foot, its progress into all the courts of Europe, and with what most accurate hypocrisy Satan has made use of it upon many occasions, and with what success. But as in the elaborate work of which I just now gave you a specimen, I design one whole volume upon this subject, and which I shall call the Complete History of the Cloven Foot, I say for that reason, and divers others, I shall say but very little more to it in this place. It remains to tell you that this merry story of the cloven foot is very essential to the history which I am now writing, as it has been all along the great emblem of the devil's government in the world, and by which all his most considerable engagements have been answered and executed. For as he is said not to be able to conceal this foot, but that he carries it always with him, it imports most plainly that the devil would be no devil if he was not a dissembler, a deceiver, and carried a double entendre in all he does or says, that he cannot but say one thing and mean another, promise one thing and do another, engage and not perform, declare and not intend, and act like a true devil as he is, with a countenance that is no index of his heart. I might indeed go back to originals and derive this cloven foot from Satan's primitive state as a cherubim, or a celestial being, which cherubims, as Moses is said to have seen them about the throne of God in Mount Sinai, and as the same Moses from the original represented them afterwards covering the ark, had the head and face of a man, wings of an eagle, body of a lion, and legs and feet of a calf. But this is not so much to our present purpose, for as we are to allow that whatever Satan had of heavenly beauty before the fall, he lost it all when he commenced devil, so to fetch his original so far up would be only to say that he retained nothing but the cloven foot, and that all the rest of him was altered and deformed, become frightful and horrible as the devil. But his cloven foot, as we now understand it, is rather mystical and emblematic, and describes him only as the fountain of mischief and treason, and the prince of hypocrites, and as such we are now to speak of him. 'Tis from this original all the hypocritic world copy. He wears the foot on their account, and from this model they act. This made our blessed Lord tell them, "The works of your father ye will do," meaning the devil, as he had expressed it just before. Nor does he deny the use of the foot to the meaner class of his disciples in the world, but decently equips them all, upon every occasion, with a needful proportion of hypocrisy and deceit, that they may hand on the power of promiscuous fraud through all his temporal dominions, and wear the foot always about them, as a badge of their professed share in whatever is done by that means. Thus every dissembler, every false friend, every secret cheat, every bearskin jobber has a cloven foot, and so far hands on the devil's interest by the same powerful agency of art as the devil himself uses to act when he appears in person, or would act if he was just now upon the spot. For this foot is a machine which is to be wound up and wound down, as the cause it appears for requires. And there are agents and engineers to act in it by directions of Satan, the grand engineer, who lies still in his retirement, only issuing out his orders as he sees convenient. Again, every class, every trade, every shopkeeper, every peddler, nay, that meanest of tradesmen, that church peddler, the Pope, has a cloven foot with which he was upon the world, wishes them all well, and at the same time cheats them, wishes them all fed, and at the same time starves them, wishes them all in heaven, at the same time marches before them directly to the devil, à la mode de cloven foot. Nay, the very bench, the ever-living foundation of justice in the world, how often has it been made the tool of violence, the refuge of oppression, the seat of bribery and corruption, by this monster in masquerade, and that everywhere, our own country always excepted, they had much better wipe out the picture of justice blinded, and having the sword and scales in her hand, which in foreign countries is generally painted over the seat of those who sit to do justice, and place instead thereof a naked unarmed cloven hoof, a proper emblem of that spirit that influences the world, and of the justice we often see administered among them. Human imagination cannot form an idea more suitable, nor the devil propose an engine more or better qualified for an operation of justice by the influence of bribery and corruption. It is this magnipotent instrument in the hands of the devil, which under the closest disguise agitates every passion, bribes every affection, blackens every virtue, gives a double face to words and actions, and to all persons who have any concern in them, and in a word makes us all devils to one another. Indeed, the devil has taken but a dark emblem to be distinguished by, for this of a goat was said to be a creature hated by mankind from the beginning, and that there is a natural antipathy in mankind against them. Hence the scapegoat was to bear the sins of the people, and to go into the wilderness with all that burthen upon him. But we have a saying among us, in defence of which we must inquire into the proper sphere of action, which may be assigned to this cloven foot as hitherto described. The proverb is this: every devil has not a cloven foot. This proverb, instead of giving us some more favorable thoughts of the devil, confirms what I have said already, that the devil raised this scandal upon himself. I mean the report that he cannot conceal or disguise his devil's foot or hoof, but that it must appear under whatever habit he shows himself. And the reason I gave holds good still, namely, that he may be more effectually concealed when he goes abroad without it. For if the people were fully persuaded that the devil could not appear without this badge of his honor or mark of his infamy, take it as you will, and that he was bound also to show it upon all occasions, it would be natural to conclude that whatever frightful appearances might be seen in the world, if the cloven foot did not also appear, we had no occasion to look for the devil, or so much as to think of him, much less to apprehend he was near us. And as this might be a mistake, and that the devil might be there while we thought ourselves so secure, it might on many occasions be a mistake of very ill consequence, and in particular as it would give the devil room to act in the dark and not be discovered, where it might be most needful to know him. From this short hint, thus repeated, I draw a new thesis, namely, that devil is most dangerous that has no cloven foot, or if you will have it in words more to the common understanding, the devil seems to be most dangerous when he goes without his cloven foot. And here a learned speculation offers itself to our debate, and which indeed I ought to call a council of casuists and men learned in the devil's politics, to determine whether it is most hurtful to the world, the devil walking about without his cloven foot, or the cloven foot walking about without the devil. It is indeed a nice and difficult question, and merits to be well inquired into, for which reason, and divers others, I have referred it to be treated with some decency, and as a dispute of dignity sufficient to take up a chapter by itself. End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7a of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 7a. Whether is most hurtful to the world, the devil walking about without his cloven foot, or the cloven foot walking about without the devil? In discussing this most critical distinction of Satan's private motions, I must, as the pulpit gentlemen direct us, explain the text, and let you know what I mean by several dark expressions in it, that I may not be understood to talk as the devil walks in the dark. 1. As to the devil's walking about. 2. His walking without his cloven foot. 3. The cloven foot walking about without the devil. Now, as I study brevity and yet would be understood too, you may please to understand me as I understand myself thus. 1. That I must be allowed to suppose the devil really has a full intercourse in and through and about this globe, with egress and regress for the carrying on his special affairs when, how, and where, to his majesty, in his great wisdom, it shall seem meet, that sometimes he appears and becomes visible, and that, like a mastiff without his clog, he does not always carry his cloven foot with him. This will necessarily bring me to some debate upon the most important question of apparitions, hauntings, walkings, etc., whether of Satan in human shape, or of human creatures in the devil's shape, or in any other manner whatsoever. 2. I must also be allowed to tell you that Satan has a great deal of wrong done him by the general embracing vulgar errors, and that there is a cloven foot oftentimes without a devil, or in short, that Satan is not guilty of all the simple things, no, or of all the wicked things we charge him with. These 2 heads well settled will fully explain the title of this chapter, answer the query mentioned in it, and at the same time correspond very well with, and give us a farther prospect into the main and original design of this work, namely, the history of the devil. We are so fond of and pleased with the general notion of seeing the devil that I am loath to disoblige my readers so much as calling in question his visibility would do, nor is it my business any more than it is his to undeceive them, where the belief is so agreeable to them, especially since upon the whole 'tis not one farthing matter, either on one side or on the other, whether it be so or no, or whether the truth of fact be ever discovered or not. Certain it is, whether we see him or no, here he is, and I make no doubt but he is looking on, while I am writing this part of his story, whether behind me or at my elbow or over my shoulder is not material to me, nor have I once turned my head about to see whether he is there or no, for if he be not in the inside, I have so mean an opinion of all his extravasated powers, that it seems of very little consequence to me what shape he takes up, or in what posture he appears. Nor indeed can I find in all my inquiry that ever the devil appeared, qua devil, in any of the most dangerous or important of his designs in the world, the most of his projects, especially of the significant part of them, having been carried on another way. However, as I am satisfied nobody will be pleased if I should dispute the reality of his appearance, and the world runs away with it as a received point, and that admits no dispute, I shall most readily grant the general, and give you some account of the particulars. History is fruitful of particulars. Whether invention has supplied them or not, I will not say, where the devil is brought upon the stage in plain and undeniable apparition. The story of Samuel being raised by the witch of Endor I shall leave quite out of my list, because there are so many scruples and objections against that story, and as I shall not dispute with the Scripture, so on the other hand I have so much deference for the dignity of the devil as not to determine rashly how far it may be in the power of every old witch woman to call him up whenever she pleases, and that he must come, whatever the pretence is, or whatever business of consequence he may be engaged in, as often as 'tis needful for her to paw for half a crown, or perhaps less than half the money. Nor will I undertake to tell you, till I have talked farther with him about it, how far the devil is concerned to discover frauds, detect murders, reveal secrets, and especially to tell where any money is hid, and show folks where to find it. 'Tis an odd thing that Satan should think it of consequence to come and tell us where such a miser hid a strong box, or where such an old woman buried her chamber pot full of money, the value of all which is perhaps but a trifle, when at the same time he lets so many veins of gold, so many unexhausted mines, nay, mountains of silver, as we may depend upon it, are hid in the bowels of the earth, and which would be so much to the good of whole nations to discover, lie still there, and never say one word of them to anybody. Besides, how does the devil's doing things so foreign to himself, and so out of his way, agree with the rest of his character, namely, showing a kind of a friendly disposition to mankind, or doing beneficent things? This is so beneath Satan's quality, and looks so little, that I scarce know what to say to it. But that which is still more pungent in the case is, these things are so out of his road and so foreign to his calling, that it shocks our faith in them, and seems to clash with all the just notions we have of him, and of his business in the world. The like is to be said of those little merry turns we bring him in acting with us, upon trifling and simple occasions, such as tumbling chairs and stools about house, setting pots and vessels bottom upward, tossing the glass and crockery ware about without breaking, and such like mean foolish things, beneath the dignity of the devil, who in my opinion is rather employed in setting the world with the bottom upward, tumbling kings and crowns about, and dashing the nations one against another, raising tempests and storms, whether at sea or on shore, and in a word, doing capital mischiefs suitable to his nature, and agreeable to his name devil, and suited to that circumstance of his condition which I have fully represented in the primitive part of his exiled state. But to bring in the devil playing at push-pin with the world, or like Domitian catching flies, that is to say, doing nothing to the purpose, this is not only deluding ourselves, but putting a slur upon the devil himself, and I say I shall not dishonor Satan so much as to suppose anything in it. However, as I must have a care to how I take away the proper materials of winter evening frippery, and leave the good wives nothing of the devil to fright the children with, I shall carry the weighty point no farther. No doubt the devil and Dr. Faustus were very intimate. I should rob you of a very significant proverb, if I should so much as doubt it. No doubt the devil showed himself in the glass to that fair lady, who looked in it to see where to place her patches. But then it should follow, too, that the devil is an enemy to the ladies wearing patches, and that has some difficulties in it which we cannot so easily reconcile. But we must tell the story, and leave out the consequences. But to come to more remarkable things, and in which the devil has thought fit to act in a figure more suitable to his dignity, and on occasions consistent with himself, take the story of the appearance of Julius Caesar, or the devil assuming that murdered emperor to the great Marcus Brutus, who, notwithstanding all the good things said to justify it, was no less than a king-killer and an assassinator, which we in our language call by a very good name, and peculiar to the English tongue, a ruffian. The spectre had certainly the appearance of Caesar, with his wounds bleeding fresh, as if he had just received the fatal blow. He had reproached him with his ingratitude, with a tu Brute, tu quoque mi fili, what thou Brutus, thou my adopted son. Now history seems to agree universally, not only in the story itself, but in the circumstances of it. We have only to observe that the devil has certainly power to assume, not a human shape only, but the shape of Julius Caesar in particular. Had Brutus been a timorous, conscious, harried, weak-headed wretch, had he been under the horror of the guilt, and terrified with the dangers that were before him at that time, we might suggest that he was overrun with the vapours, that the terrors which were upon his mind disordered him, that his head was delirious and prepossessed, and that his fancy only placed Caesar so continually in his eye that it realized him to his imagination, and he believed he saw him, with many other suggested difficulties to invalidate the story and render the reality of it doubtful. But the contrary to an extreme was the case of Brutus. His known character placed him above the power of all hypochondriacs or fanciful delusions. Brutus was of a true Roman spirit, a bold hero of an intrepid courage, one that scorned to fear even the devil, as the story allows. Besides, he gloried in the action. There could be no terror of mind upon him. He valued himself upon it as done in the service of liberty and the cause of his country, and was so far from being frighted at the devil in the worst shape, that he spoke first to him and asked him, "What art thou?" and when he was cited to see him again at Philippi, answered with a gallantry that knew no fear, "Well, I will see thee there." Whatever the devil's business was with Brutus, this is certain, according to all the historians who give us the account of it, that Brutus discovered no fear. He did not, like Saul at Endor, fall to the ground in a swoon. 1 Samuel 28:20. Then Saul fell all along upon the earth, and there was no strength in him, and was sore afraid. In a word, I see no room to charge Brutus with being overrun with a hypo, or with vapours, or with fright and terror of mind. But he saw the devil, that's certain, and with eyes open, his courage not at all daunted, his mind resolute, and with the utmost composure spoke to him, replied to his answer, and defied his summons to death, which indeed he feared not, as appeared afterward. I come next to an instance as eminent in history as the other. This was in Charles VI of France, surnamed the Beloved, who, riding over the forest near Mans, a ghastly, frightful fellow, that is to say, the devil, so clothed in human visor, came up to his horse, and taking hold of his bridle, stopped him with the addition of these words, "Stop, king! Whither go you? You are betrayed," and immediately disappeared. It is true the king had been distempered in his head before, and so he might have been deceived, and we might have charged it to the account of a whimsical brain, or the power of his imagination, but this was in the face of his attendants, several of his great officers, courtiers, and princes of the blood being with him, who all saw the man, heard the words, and immediately, to their astonishment, lost sight of the spectre, who vanished from them all. 2 witnesses will convict a murderer. Why not a traitor? This must be the old gentleman, emblematically so called. Who must it be? Nay, who else could it be? His ugliness is not the case, though ugly as the devil is a proverb in his favor, but vanishing out of sight is an essential to a spirit, and to an evil spirit in our times especially. These are some of the devil's extraordinaries, and it must be confessed they are not the most agreeable to mankind, for sometimes he takes upon him to disorder his friends very much on these occasions, as in the above case of Charles VI of France. The king, they say, was really demented ever after. That is, as we vulgarly, but not always improperly, express it, he was really frighted out of his wits. Whether the malicious devil intended it so or not is not certain, though it was not so foreign to his particular disposition if he did. But where he is more intimate, we are told he appears in a manner less disagreeable, and there he is more properly a familiar spirit, that is, in short, a devil of their acquaintance. It is true the ancients understood the word, a familiar spirit, to be one of the kinds of possession, but if it serves our turn as well under the denomination of an intimate devil, or a devil visitant, it must be acknowledged to be as near in the literal sense and acceptation of the word as the other. Nay, it must be allowed 'tis a very great piece of familiarity in the devil to make visits, and show none of his disagreeables, not appear formidable or in the shape of what he is, respectfully withholding his dismal part, in compassion to the infirmities of his friends. It is true Satan may be obliged to make different appearances, as the several circumstances of things call for it. In some cases he makes his public entry, and then he must show himself in his habit of ceremony. In other cases he comes upon private business, and then he appears in disguise. In some public cases he may think fit to be incog, and then he appears dressed à la masque. So they say he appeared at the famous St. Bartholomew wedding at Paris, where he came in dressed up like a trumpeter, danced in his habit, sounded a levet, and then went out and rung the alarm bell, which was the signal to begin the massacre, half an hour before the time appointed, lest the king's mind should alter and his heart fail him. If the story be not made upon him, for we should not slander the devil, it should seem he was not thoroughly satisfied in King Charles IX's steadiness in his cause. For the king, it seems, had relaxed a little once before, and Satan might be afraid he would fall off again, and so prevent the execution. Others say the king did relent immediately after the ringing the alarm bell, but that then it was too late. The work was begun, and the rage of blood having been let loose among the people, there was no recalling the order. If the devil was thus brought to the necessity of a secret management, it must be owned he did it dexterously, but I have not authority enough for the story to charge him with the particulars, so I leave it au crook. I have much better vouchers for the story following, which I had so solemnly confirmed by one that lived in the family, that I never doubted the truth of it. There lived in the parish of St. Bennet Fink, near the Royal Exchange, an honest poor widow woman, who, her husband being lately dead, took lodgers into her house. That is, she let out some of her rooms in order to lessen her own charge of rent. Among the rest, she let her garrets to a working watch-wheel maker, or one some way concerned in making the movement of watches, and who worked to those shopkeepers who sell watches, as is usual. It happened that a man and woman went up to speak with this movement maker upon some business which related to his trade, and when they were near the top of the stairs, the garret door where he usually worked being wide open, they saw the poor man, the watchmaker or wheelmaker, had hanged himself upon a beam which was left open in the room a little lower than the plaster or ceiling. Surprised at the sight, the woman stopped and cried out to the man who was behind her on the stairs that he should run up and cut the poor creature down. At that very moment comes a man hastily from another part of the room, which they upon the stairs could not see, bringing a joint stool in his hand, as if in great haste, and sets it down just by the wretch that was hanged, and getting up as hastily upon it, pulls a knife out of his pocket, and taking hold of the rope with one of his hands, beckoned to the woman and the man behind her with his head, as if to stop and not come up, showing them the knife in his other hand, as if he was just going to cut the poor man down. Upon this the woman stopped a while, but the man who stood on the joint stool continued with his hand and knife, as if fumbling at the knot, but did not yet cut the man down, at which the woman cried out again, and the man behind her called to her. "Go up," says he, and help the man upon the stool, supposing something hindered. But the man upon the stool made signs to them again to be quiet and not come on, as if saying, "I shall do it immediately." Then he made 2 strokes with his knife, as if cutting the rope, and then stopped again, and still the poor man was hanging, and consequently dying. Upon this the woman on the stairs cried out to him, "What ails you? Why don't you cut the poor man down?" And the man behind her, having no more patience, thrust her by, and said to her, "Let me come, I'll warrant you I'll do it." And with that he runs up and forward into the room to the man. But when he came there, behold, the poor man was there hanging, but no man with a knife or joint stool or any such thing to be seen. All that was spectre and delusion, in order, no doubt, to let the poor creature that had hanged himself perish and expire. The man was so frighted and surprised that with all the courage he had before, he dropped on the floor as one dead, and the woman at last was fain to cut the poor man down with a pair of scissors, and had much to do to effect it. As I have no room to doubt the truth of this story, which I had from persons on whose honesty I could depend, so I think it needs very little trouble to convince us who the man upon the stool must be, and that it was the devil who placed himself there in order to finish the murder of the man who he had, devil-like, tempted before, and prevailed with to be his own executioner. Besides, it corresponds so well with the devil's nature and with his business, viz., that of a murderer, that I never questioned it, nor can I think we wrong the devil at all to charge him with it. Note well, I cannot be positive in remaining part of this story, viz., whether the man was cut down soon enough to be recovered, or whether the devil carried his point, and kept off the man and woman till it was too late. But be it which it will, 'tis plain he did his devilish endeavour, and stayed till he was forced to abscond again. We have many solid tales, well attested, as well in history as in the reports of honest people, who could not be deceived, intimating the devil's personal appearance, some in one place, some in another, as also sometimes in one habit or dress, and sometimes in another. And it is to be observed that in none of those which are most like to be real, and in which there is least of fancy and vapour, you have any mention of the cloven foot, which rather seems to be a mere invention of men, and perhaps chiefly of those who had a cloven understanding. I mean a shallow kind of craft, the effect of an empty and simple head, thinking by such a well-meant though weak fraud to represent the devil to the old women and children of the age, with some addition suitable to the weakness of their intellects and suited to making them afraid of him. I have another account of a person who travelled upwards for 4 years with the devil in his company, and conversed most intimately with him all the while. Nay, if I may believe the story, he knew most part of the time that he was the devil, and yet conversed with him, and that very profitably, for he performed many very useful services for him, and constantly preserved him from the danger of wolves and wild beasts, which the country he travelled through was intolerably full of. Where, by the way, you are to understand that the wolves and bears in those countries knew the devil, whatever disguise he went in, or that the devil has some way to fright bears and such creatures more than we know of, nor could this devil ever be prevailed upon to hurt him or any of his company. This account has an innumerable number of diverting incidents attending it, but they are equal to all the rest in bulk, and therefore too long for this book. I find, too, upon some more ordinary occasions, the devil has appeared to several people at their call. This indeed shows abundance of good humour in him, considering him as a devil, and that he was mighty complacent. Nay, some, they tell us, have a power to raise the devil whenever they think fit. This I cannot bring the devil to a level with, unless I should allow him to be servus servarum, as another devil in disguise calls himself, subjected to ever old wizard's call, or that he is under a necessity of appearing on such or such particular occasions, whoever it is that calls him, which would bring the devil's circumstances to a pitch of slavery, which I see no reason to believe of them. Here also I must take notice again that though I say the devil when I speak of all these apparitions, whether of a greater or lesser kind, yet I am not obliged to suppose Satan himself in person is concerned to show himself, but that some of his agents, deputies, and servants are sent to that purpose, and directed what disguise of flesh and blood to put on, as may be suitable to the occasion. This seems to be the only way to reconcile all those simple and ridiculous appearances which not Satan, but his emissaries, which we old women called imps, sometimes make, and the mean and sorry employment they are put to. Thus fame tells us of a certain witch of quality, who called the devil once to carry her over a brook, where the water was swelled with a hasty rain, and lashed him soundly with her whip for letting her ladyship fall into the water before she was quite over. Thus also, as fame tells us, she set the devil to work, and made him build Crowland Abbey, where there was no foundation to be found, only for disturbing the workmen a little who were first set about it. So it seems another laborious devil was obliged to dig the great ditch across the country, from the fen country to the edge of Suffolk and Essex, which whoever he has preserved the reputation of, and where it crosses Newmarket Heath, 'tis called Devil's Ditch to this day. Another piece of punishment, no doubt it was, when the devil was obliged to bring the stones out of Wales into Wiltshire to build Stonehenge. How this was ordered in those days, when it seems they kept Satan to hard labour, I know not. I believe it must be registered among the ancient pieces of art which are lost in the world, such as melting of stone, painting of glass, etc. Certainly they had the devil under correction in those days, that is to say, those lesser sorts of devils. But I cannot think that the muckle thief devil, as they call him in the north, the grand seigneur devil of all, was ever reduced to discipline. What devil it was that Dunstan took by the nose with his red-hot tongs, I have not yet examined antiquity enough to be certain of, any more than I can what devil it was that St. Francis played so many warm tricks with, and made him run away from him so often. However, this I take upon me to say in the devil's behalf, that it could not be our Satan, the arch-devil of all devils, of whom I have been talking so long. Now is it unworthy the occasion to take notice that we really wrong the devil, and speak of him very much to his disadvantage, when we say of such a great lord, or of such a lady of quality, I think the devil is in your grace? No, Satan has other business. He very rarely possesses F.L.S. Besides, some are so far from having the devil in them, that they are really transmigrated into the very essence of the devil themselves, and others again not transmigrated or assimilated, but indeed and in truth show us that they are to have mere native devils in every part and parcel of them, and that the rest is only mask and disguise. Thus, if rage, envy, pride, and revenge can constitute the parts of a devil, why should not a lady of such quality, in whom all those extraordinaries abound, have a right to the title of being a devil really and substantially, and to all intents and purposes, in the most perfect and absolute sense, according to the most exquisite descriptions of devils already given by me or anybody else, and even just as Joan of Arc or Joan Queen of Naples were, who were both sent home to their native country as soon as it was discovered that they were real devils, and that Satan acknowledged them in that quality. Nor does my Lady D. S.'s wearing sometimes a case of humanity about her, called flesh and blood, at all alter the case, for so 'tis evident, according to our present hypothesis, Satan has been always allowed to do upon urgent occasions, ay, and to make his personal appearance as such, among even the sons and daughters of God too, as well as among the children of men, and therefore her grace may have appeared in the shape of a fine lady, as long as she has been supposed to do, without any impeachment of her just claim to the title of devil, which being her true and natural original, she ought not, nor indeed shall not by me, be denied her shapes of honour, whenever she pleases to declare for a reassumption. And farther, to give every truth its due illustration, this need not be thought so strange, and is far from being unjust. Her grace, as she, it may be, is now styled, has not acted, at least that I never heard of, so unworthy her great and illustrious original, that we should think she has lost anything by walking about the world so many years in apparition. But to give her the due homage of her quality, she has acted as consonant to the essence and nature of devil, which she has such a claim to, as was consistent with the needful reserve of her present disguise. Nor shall we lead the reader into any mistake concerning this part of our work, as if this was or is meant to be a particular satyr upon the D.S.S. of blank, and upon her only, as if we had no devils among us in the phenomena of fair ladies but this one. If Satan would be so honest to us as he might be, and 'twould be very ingenious in him, that must be acknowledged, to give us a little of his illumination in this case, we should soon be able to unmask a great many notable figures among us, to our real surprise. Indeed, 'tis a point worth our further inquiry, and would be a discovery many ways to our advantage, were we blessed with it, to see how many real devils we have walking up and down the world in mask, and how many hoop petticoats complete the entire mask that disguises the devil in the shape of that thing called woman. As for the men, nature has satisfied herself in letting them be their own disguise, and in suffering them to act the old women, as old women are vulgarly understood in matters of counsel and politics. But if at any time they have occasion for the devil in person, they are obliged to call him to their aid in such shape as he pleases, to make use of pro hac vice, and of all those shapes the most agreeable to him seems to be that of a female of quality, in which he has infinite opportunity to act to perfection what part soever he is called in for. How happy are those people who, they say, have the particular quality or acquired habit called the second sight, one sort of whom, they tell us, are able to distinguish the devil in whatever case or outside of flesh and blood he is pleased to put on, and consequently could know the devil wherever they met him. Were I blessed with this excellent and useful accomplishment, how pleasant would it be, and how would it particularly gratify my spleen, and all that which I, in common with my fellow creatures, carry about me, called ill nature, to stand in the mall or at the entrance to any of our assemblies of beauties, and point them out as they pass by, with this particular mark: that's a devil, that fine young toast is a devil, there's a devil dressed in a new habit for the ball, there's a devil in a coach and six, cum alias. In short, it would make a merry world among us, if we could but enter upon some proper method of such discriminations. But Lord, what a hurricane would it raise, if, like who they say scourged the devil so often that he durst not come near him in any shape whatever, we could find some new method out to make the devil unmasked, like the angel Uriel, who, Mr. Milton says, had an enchanted spear, with which, if he did but touch the devil, in whatever disguise he had put on, it obliged him immediately to start up and show himself in his true original shape, mere devil as he was. This would do nicely, and as I, who am originally a projector, have spent some time upon this study, and doubt not in a little time to finish my engine, which I am contriving to screw the devil out of everybody or anybody, I question not when I have brought it to perfection, but I shall make most excellent discoveries by it. And besides the many extraordinary advantages of it to human society, I doubt not but it will make good sport in the world too. Wherefore, when I publish my proposals, and divide it into shares, or as other less useful projects have been done, I question not, for all the severe act lately passed against bubbles, but I shall get subscribers enough, etc. End of Part 2, Chapter 7a.
Part 2, Chapter 9 of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Farah Iftikhar. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 9. Of the tools the devil works with, witches, wizards or warlocks, conjurers, magicians, divines, astrologers, interpreters of dreams, tellers of fortunes, and above all the rest, his particular modern privy councillors called wits and fools. Though, as I have advanced in the foregoing chapter, the devil has very much changed hands in his modern management of the world, and that instead of the rabble and long train of implements reckoned up above, he now walks about in beaux, beauties, wits, and fools. Yet I must not omit to tell you that he has not dismissed his former regiments, but like officers in time of peace, he keeps them all in half pay, or like extraordinary men at the custom house. They are kept at a call, to be ready to fill up vacancies, or to employ when he is more than ordinarily full of business, and therefore it may not be amiss to give some brief account of them from Satan's own memoirs, their performance being no inconsiderable part of his history. Nor will it be an unprofitable digression to go back a little to the primitive institution of all these orders, for they are very ancient, and I assure you it requires great knowledge of antiquity to give a particular of their original. I shall be very brief in it. In order then to this inquiry, you must know that it was not for want of servants that Satan took this sort of people into his pay. He had, as I have observed in its place, millions of diligent devils at his call. Whatever business and however difficult, he had for them to do. But as I have said above, that our modern people are forwarder than even the devil himself can desire them to be, and that they come before they are called, run before they are sent, and crowd themselves into his service. So it seems it was in those early days, when the world was one universal monarchy under his dominion, as I have at large described in its place. In those days, the wickedness of the world keeping a just pace with their ignorance, this inferior sort of low-prized instruments did the devil's work mighty well. They drudged on in his black art so laboriously, and with such good success, that he found it was better to employ them as tools to delude and draw in mankind, than to send his invisible implements about, and oblige them to take such shapes and dresses as were necessary upon every trifling occasion, which perhaps was more cost than worship, more pains than pay. Having then a set of these volunteers in his service, the true devil had nothing to do but to keep an exact correspondence with them, and communicate some needful powers to them, to make them be and do something extraordinary, and give them a reputation in their business, and these, in a word, did a great part of, nay, almost all the devil's business in the world. To this purpose gave he them power, if we may believe old Glanville, Baxter, Hicks, and other learned consulters of oracles, to walk invisible, to fly in the air, ride upon broomsticks and other wooden gear, to interpret dreams, answer questions, betray secrets, to talk gibberish, the universal language, to raise storms, sell winds, bring up spirits, disturb the dead, and torment the living, with 1,000 other needful tricks to amuse the world, keep themselves in veneration, and carry on the devil's empire in the world. The first nations among whom these infernal practices were found were the Chaldeans, and that I may do justice in earnest as well as in jest, it must be allowed that the Chaldeans, or those of them so called, were not conjurers or magicians, only philosophers and studiers of nature, wise, sober, and studious men at first, and we have an extraordinary account of them, and if we may believe some of our best writers of fame, Abraham was himself famous among them for such magic, as Sir Walter Raleigh expresses it, qui contemplatio creaturorum cognovit creatorem. Now, granting this, it is all to my purpose, namely, that the devil drew these wise men in, to search after more knowledge than nature could construct them in, and the knowledge of the true God being at that time sunk very low, he debauched them all with dreams, apparitions, conjurers, till he ruined the just notions they had, and made devils of them all, like himself. The learned Senences, speaking of the Chaldean kind of learning, gives us an account of 5 sorts of them. You will pardon me for being so grave as to go this length back. Number 1, Chassidin, or Chaldeans, properly so called, being astronomers. Number 2, Asaphim, or magicians, such were Zoroastrers and Balaam the son of Beor. Number 3, Chatumim, or interpreters of dreams and the hard speeches, enchanters. Number 4, Mekasphim, or witches, called at first prophets, afterwards malefici or venefici, poisoners. Number 5, Gazarim, or aruspices, and diviners, such as divined by the entrails of beasts, the liver in particular, mentioned in Ezek, or as others called, augurs. Now, as to all these, I suppose, I may do them no wrong, if I say, however justifiable they were in the beginning, the devil got them all into his service at last, and that brings me to my text again, from which the rest was a digression. Number 1, the Chassidin or Chaldean astronomers turned astrologers, fortune-tellers, calculators of nativities, and vile deluders of the people, as if the wisdom of the holy God was in them, as Nebuchadnezzar said of Daniel on that very account. Number 2, the Asaphim or Magi or magicians. Sixtus Senensis says, they were such as wrought by covenants with devils, but turned to it from their wisdom, which was to study the practical part of natural philosophy, working admirable effects by the mutual application of natural causes. Number 3, they charged them from being reasoners or disputers upon difficult points in philosophy, became enchanters and conjurers. So, Number 4, the Mekasphim, or prophets, they turned to be sorcerers, raisers of spirits such as wounded by an evil eye and by bitter curses, and were afterwards famed for having familiar converse with the devil, and were called witches. Number 5, the Gazarim, from bare observing of the good and bad omens, by the entrails of beasts, flying of birds, were turned to sacrists or priests of the heathen idols and sacrifices. Thus, I say, first or last the devil engrossed all the wise men of the East, for so they are called, made them all his own, and by them he worked wonders, that is, he filled the world with lying wonders, as if wrought by these men, when indeed it was all his own, from beginning to the end, and set on foot merely to propagate delusion, impose upon blinded and ignorant men. The God of this world blinded their minds, and they were led away by the subtlety of the devil, to say no worse of it, till they became devils themselves, as to mankind. For they carried on the devil's work upon all occasions, and the race of them still continue in other nations, and some of them among ourselves, as we shall see presently. The Arabians followed the Chaldeans in this study, while it was kept within its due bounds, and after them the Egyptians, and among the latter we find that Yanis and Jambres were famous for their leading Pharaoh by their pretended magic performances to reject the real miracles of Moses, and history tells us of strange pranks the wise men, the magicians, and the soothsayers played to delude the people in the most early ages of the world. But, as I say now, the devil has improved himself. So he did then, for the Grecian and Roman heathen rites coming on, they outdid all the magicians and soothsayers by establishing the devil as lying oracles, which, as a masterpiece of hell, did the devil more honour and brought more homage to him than ever he had before, or could arrive to since. Again, as by the setting up the oracles, all the magicians and soothsayers grew out of credit, so at the seizing of those oracles the devil was fain to go back to the old game again, and take up with the agency of witches, divinations, enchantments, and conjurings, as I hinted before, answerable to the 4 sorts mentioned in the story of Nebuchadnezzar, magicians, astrologers, the Chaldeans, and the soothsayers. How these began to be out of request I have mentioned already, but as the devil has not quite given them over, only laid them aside a little for the present, we may venture to ask what they were and what use he made of them when he did employ them. The truth is, I think, as it was a very mean employment for anything that wears a human countenance to take up, so I must acknowledge, I think, 'twas a mean, low-prized business for Satan to take up with, below the very devil, below his dignity as an angelic, though condemned creature, below him even as a devil, to go to talk to a parcel of ugly, deformed, spiteful, malicious old women, to give them power to do mischief, who never had a will, after they entered into the state of old womanhood, to do anything else. Why the devil always chose the ugliest old women he could find, whether wizardism made them ugly, that were not so before, and whether the ugliness, as it was a beauty in witchcraft, did not increase according to the meritorious performance in the black trade. These are all questions of moment to be decided, if human learning can arrive to so much perfection in ages to come. Some say the evil eye and the wicked look were parts of the enchantment, and that the witches, when they were in the height of their business, had a powerful influence with both, that by looking upon any person they could bewitch them, and make the devil, as the Scots express it, ride through them booted and spurred, and that hence came that very significant saying, to look like a witch. The strange work which the devil has made in the world by this sort of his agents called witches is such and so extravagantly wild that, except our hope that most of those tales happen not to be true, I know not how anyone could be easy to live near a widow after she was 55. All the other sorts of emissaries which Satan employs come short of these ghosts, and apparitions sometimes come and show themselves on particular accounts, and some of those particulars respect doing justice, repairing wrongs, preventing mischief, sometimes in matters very considerable, and on things so necessary to public benefit, that we are tempted to believe they proceed from some vigilant spirit who wishes us well. But on the other hand, these witches are never concerned in anything but mischief. Nay, if what they do portends good to one, it issues in hurt to many. The whole tenor of their life, their design in general, is to do mischief. And they are only employed in mischief and nothing else. How far they are furnished with abilities suitable to the horrid will they are vested with, remains to be described. These witches, 'tis said, are furnished with power suitable to the occasion that is before them, and particularly that which deserves to be considered as prediction and foretelling events, which I insist the author of witchcraft is not accomplished with himself, nor can he communicate it to any other. How then witches come to be able to foretell things to come, which 'tis said the devil himself cannot know, and which, as I have shown, 'tis evident he does not know himself, is yet to be determined. That witches do foretell is certain, from the witch of Endor foretold things to Saul, which he knew not before, namely, that he should be slain in battle the next day, which accordingly came to pass. There are, however, notwithstanding this particular case, many instances wherein the devil has not been able to foretell approaching events, and that in things of the utmost consequence, and he has given certain foolish or false answers in such cases. The devil's priests, which were summoned in by the prophet Elijah to decide the dispute between God and Baal, had the devil been able to have informed them of it, would certainly have received notice from him of what was intended against them by Elijah, that is to say, that they would be all cut in pieces, for Satan was not such a fool as not to know that Baal was a non-entity, a nothing, at best a dead man, perished and rotting in his grave, for Baal was Bel or Belus, an ancient king of the Assyrian monarchy, and he could no more answer by fire to consume the sacrifice than he could raise himself from the dead. But the priests of Baal were left of their master to their just fate, namely, to be a sacrifice to the fury of a deluded people. Hence I infer his inability, for it would have been very unkind and ungrateful in him not to have answered them if he had been able. There is another argument raised here most justly against the devil with relation to his being under restraint, and that of greater eminence than we imagine, and it is drawn from this very passage thus: "'Tis not to be doubted but that Satan, who has much of the element put into his hands, as prince of the air, had a power, or was able, potentially speaking, to have answered Baal's priests by fire, fire being in virtue of his airy principality a part of his dominion. But he was certainly withheld by the superior hand, which gave him that dominion. I mean withheld for the occasion only. So in another case it was plain that Balaam, who was one of those sorts of Chaldeans mentioned above, who dealt in divinations and enchantments, was withheld from cursing Israel. Some are of opinion that Balaam was not a witch or a dealer with the devil, because 'tis said of him, or rather he says it of himself, that he saw the visions of God. Number 24:16. He hath said, who heard the words of God, and knew the knowledge of the Most High, which saw the visions of the Almighty, falling into a trance, but having his eyes open. Hence they allege he was one of those Magi, which St. Augustine speaks of, de divination, who by the study of nature and by the contemplation of created beings came to the knowledge of the creature, and that Balaam's fault was that, being tempted by the rewards and honours that the king promised him, he intended to have cursed Israel, but when his eyes were opened, and that he saw they were God's own people, he durst not do it. They will have it therefore that, except, as above, Balaam was a good man, or at least that he had the knowledge of the true God, and the fear of that God upon him, and that he honestly declares this. Number 22:18. If Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I cannot go beyond the word of the Lord my God. Where though he is called a false prophet by some, he evidently owns God, and assumes a property in him as other prophets did, my God, and I cannot go beyond his orders. But that which gives me a better opinion of Balaam than all this is his plain prophecy of Christ. Chapter 24:17, where he calls him the Star of Jacob, and declares, I shall see him, but not now. I shall behold him, but not nigh. There shall come a star out of Jacob, and a scepter shall rise out of Israel, and shall smite the corners of Moab, and destroy all the children of Seth. All which express not a knowledge only, but a faith in Christ. But I have done preaching. This is all by the by. I return to my business, which is the history. There is another piece of dark practice here, which lies between Satan and his particular agents, and which they must give us an answer to, when they can, which I think will not be in haste, and that is about obsequious devil submitting to be called up into visibility whenever an old woman has her hand crossed with a white sixpence, as they call it. One would think that instead of these vile things called witches being sold to the devil was really sold for a slave to them. For how far soever Satan's residence is off of this state of life, they have power, it seems, to fetch him from home and oblige him to come at their call. I can give little account of this, only that indeed so it is, nor is the thing so strange in itself as the methods to do it are mean, foolish, and ridiculous, as making a circle and dancing in it, pronouncing such and such words, saying the Lord's Prayer backward, and the like. Now is this agreeable to the dignity of the prince of the air or atmosphere, that he should be commanded forth with no more pomp or ceremony than that of muttering a few words such as the old witches and he agree about? Or is there something else in it, which none of us or themselves understand? Perhaps indeed he is always with those people called witches and conjurers, or at least some of his camp volant are always present, and so upon the least call of the wizard it is but putting off the misty cloak and showing themselves. Then we have a piece of mock pageantry in bringing those things called witches or conjurers to justice. That is first to know if a woman be a witch, throw her into a pond, and if she be a witch, she will swim, and it is not in her own power to prevent it. If she does all she can to sink herself, it will not do, she will swim like a cork. Then that a rope will not hang a witch, but you must get a withe, a green osier, that if you nail a horseshoe on the sill of the door, she cannot come into the house, or go out if she be in. These and 1,000 more, too simple to be believed, are yet so vouched, so taken for granted, and so universally received for truth, there is no resisting them without being thought atheistical. What methods to take to know who are witches, I really know not, but on the other side I think there are a variety of methods to be used to know who are not. W.G. Esk is a man of fame. His parts are great because his estate is so. He has 68 lines of Virgil by rote, and they take up many of the intervals of his merry discourses. He has just as many witty stories to please society, when they are well told. Once over, he begins again, and so he lives in a round of wit and learning. He is a man of great simplicity and sincerity. You must be careful not to mistake by meaning as to the word simplicity. Some take it to mean honesty, and so do I, only that it has a negative attending it in his particular case. In a word, W.G. is an honest man and no conjurer, good character, I think, and without impeachment to his understanding. He may be a man of worth for all that. Take the other sex. There is the Lady H. is another discovery. Bless us! What charms in that face! How bright those eyes! How flowing white her breasts! How sweet her voice! Add to all, how heavenly, divinely good her temper! How inimitable her behaviour! How spotless her virtue! How perfect her innocence! And to sum up her character we may add, the Lady H. is no witch. Sure, none of our beau critics will be so unkind now as to censure me in those honest descriptions, as if I meant that my good friend W.G. Esk or my adored angel, the bright, the charming Lady H., were fools. But what will not those savages called critics do, whose barbarous nature inclines them to trample on the brightest characters, and to cavil on the clearest expressions? It might be expected of me, however, In justice to my friends, and to the bright characters of abundance of gentlemen of this age, who by the depth of their politics and the height of their elevations might be suspected, and might give us room to charge them with subterranean intelligence, I say it might be expected that I should clear up their fame, and assure the world concerning them, even by name, that they are no conjurers, that they do not deal with the devil, at least not by the way witchcraft and divination, such as their T.K. E.B.S. my Lord Homily Col Swagger, Geoffrey Well with S. Captain Harry Go Deeper, Mr. Welcome Woolen, citizen and merchant tailor of London, Henry Cadaver, Esq., the D. of Caerphilly, the Marquess of Sillyhoo, Sir Edward Throw and Throwbart, and a world of fine gentlemen more, whose great hands and weighty understandings have given the world such occasion to challenge them with being at least descended from the Magi, and perhaps engaged with old Satan in his politics and experiments. But I, that have such good intelligence among Satan's ministers of state, as is necessary to the present undertaking, am thereby well able to clear up their characters, and I doubt not but they will value themselves upon it, and acknowledge their obligation to me for letting the world know the devil does not pretend to have had any business with them, or to have enrolled them in the list of his operators, in a word, that none of them are conjurers. Upon which testimony of mine, I expect they be no longer charged with, or so much as suspected of having an unlawful quantity of wit, or having any sorts of it about them, that are contraband or prohibited, but that for the future they pass unmolested, and be taken for nothing but what they are, very honest, worthy gentlemen. End of Part 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Farah Iftikhar.
Part 2, Chapter 11, Section A of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Part 2, Chapter 11, Section A. Chapter 11. Of divination, sorcery, the black art, pawing, and such like pretenders to devilism, and how far the devil is or is not concerned in them. Though I am writing the history of the devil, I have not undertaken to do the like of all the kinds of people, male or female, who set up for devils in the world. This would be a task for the devil indeed, and fit only for him to undertake. For the number is and has been prodigious great, and may with his other legions be ranked among the innumerable. What a world do we inhabit, where there is not only with us a great roaring lion devil, daily seeking whom of us he may devour, and innumerable millions of lesser devils hovering in the whole atmosphere over us, nay, and for aught we know, other millions always invisibly moving about us, and perhaps in us, or at least in many of us, but that have, besides all these, a vast many counterfeit hocus-pocus devils, human devils, who are visible among us of our own species and fraternity, conversing with us upon all occasions, who like mountebanks set up their stages in every town, chat with us at every tea-table, converse with us in every coffee-house, and impudently tell us to our faces that they are devils, boast of it, and use 1,000 tricks and arts to make us believe it too, and that too often with success. It must be confessed there is a strong propensity in man's nature, especially the more ignorant part of mankind, to resolve every strange thing, or whether really strange or no, if it be but strange to us, into devilism, and to say everything is the devil that they can give no account of. Thus the famous doctors of the faculty at Paris, when John Faustus brought the first printed books that had then been seen in the world, or at least seen there, into the city and sold them for manuscripts, they were surprised at the performance and questioned Faustus about it. But he affirming they were manuscripts, and that he kept a great many clerks employed to write them, they were satisfied for a while. But looking farther into the work, they observed the exact agreement of every book, one with another, that every line stood in the same place, every page a like number of lines, every line a like number of words. If a word was misspelt in one, it was misspelt also in another. Nay, that if there was a blot in one, it was alike in all. They began again to muse how this should be. In a word, the learned divines, not being able to comprehend the thing, and that was always sufficient, concluded it must be the devil, and it was done by magic and witchcraft, and that, in short, poor Faustus, who was indeed nothing but a mere printer, dealt with the devil. N.B. John Faustus was servant, or journeyman, or compositor, or what you please to call it, to Coster of Haarlem, the first inventor of printing, and having printed the Psalter, sold them at Paris as manuscripts, because as such they yielded a better price. But the learned doctors, not being able to understand how the work was performed, concluded as above it was all the devil, and that the man was a witch. Accordingly they took him up for a magician and a conjurer, and one that worked by the black art, that is to say, by the help of the devil, and, in a word, they threatened to hang him for a witch, and in order to it commenced a process against him in their criminal courts, which made such a noise in the world as raised the fame of poor John Faustus to a frightful height, till at last he was obliged, for fear of the gallows, to discover the whole secret to them. N.B. This is the true original of the famous Dr. Faustus, or Foster, of whom we have believed such strange things, as that it is become a proverb, as great as the devil and Dr. Foster, whereas poor Faustus was no doctor, and knew no more of the devil than any body. Thus the magistrates of Bern in Switzerland, finding a gang of French actors of puppet show open their stage in the town, upon hearing the surprising accounts which the people gave of their wonderful puppets, how they made them speak, answer questions and discourse, appear and disappear in a moment, pop up here as if they rise out of the earth, and down there as if they vanished, and abundance more feats of art, censured them as demons, and if they had not packed up their trinkets and disappeared almost as dexterously as their puppets, they had certainly condemned the poor puppets to the flames for devils, and censured, if not otherwise punished, their masters. See the Count of Rocheford's Memoirs, page 179. Wonderful operations astonish the mind, especially where the head is not overburdened with brains, and custom has made it so natural to give the devil either the honor or scandal of everything that we cannot otherwise count for, that it is not possible to put the people out of the road of it. The magicians were, in the Chalcedon monarchy, called the wise men, and though they are joined with the sorcerers and astrologers in the same place, Daniel 2:4, yet they were generally so understood among those people. But in our language we understand them to be people that have an art to reveal secrets, interpret dreams, foretell events, etc., and that use enchantments and sorceries, by all which we understand the same thing, which now in a more vulgar way we express by one general coarse expression, dealing with the devil. The Scripture speaks of a spirit of divination, Acts 16, verse 16, and a wench that was possessed by the spirit brought her master much gain by soothsaying, that is to say, according to the learned, by oracling or answering questions, whence you will see in the margin that this soothsaying devil is there called Python, that is, Apollo, who is often called Python, and who at the oracle of Delphos gave out such answers and double entendres as this wench possibly did. And hence all those spirits which were called spirits of divination were in another sense called pythons. Now when the Apostle St. Paul came to see this creature, the Spirit takes upon it to declare that those men, meaning St. Paul and Timotheus, were the servants of the Most High God, which showed unto them the way of salvation. This was a good turn of the devil, to preserve his authority in the possessed girl. she brought them gain by soothsaying, that is to say, resolving difficult questions, answering doubts, interpreting dreams, etc. Among these doubts he makes her give testimony to Paul and Timotheus, to wheedle in with the new Christians, and perhaps, though very ignorantly, even with Paul and Timotheus themselves, so to give a kind of credit and respect to her for speaking. But the devil, who never speaks truth, but with some sinister end, was discovered here and detected, his flattering recognition not accepted, and he himself unkennelled as he deserved. There the devil was overshot in his own bow again. Here now was a real possession, and the evil spirits who possessed her did stoop to sundry little acts of servitude, that we could give little or no reason for, only that the girl's master might get money by her. But perhaps this was a particular case, and prepared to honor the authority and power the apostles had over evil spirits. But we find these things carried a great way farther in many cases, that is to say, where the parties are thus really possessed, namely, the devil makes agents of the possessed parties to do many things for the propagating his interests and kingdom, and particularly for the carrying on his dominion in the world. But I am for the present not so much upon the real possession as the pretended, and particularly we have had many that have believed themselves possessed, when the devil never believed it of them, and perhaps knew them better. Some of these are really poor devils to be pitied, and are what I call diables imaginaires. These have notwithstanding done the devil good service, and brought their masters good gain by soothsaying. We find possessions acknowledged in Scripture to be really and personally the devil, or according to the text, legions of devils in the plural. The devil, or devils rather, which possessed the man among the tombs, is positively affirmed to be the devil in the Scripture. All the evangelists agree in calling him so, and in his very works show it, namely the mischief he did, as well as to the poor creature among the tombs, who was made so fierce that he was the terror of all the country, as to the herd of swine, and to the country and the loss of them. I might preach you a lecture here of the devil's terror upon the approach of our Savior, the dread of his government, and how he acknowledged that there was a time for his torment, which was not yet come. Art thou come to torment us before our time? It is evident the devil apprehended that Christ would chain them up before the day of judgment, and therefore some think the devil here, being, as it were, caught out of his due bounds, possessing the poor man in such a furious manner, was afraid, and petitioned Christ not to chain him up for it. And as the text says, they besought him to suffer them to go away, etc. That is to say, when they say, Art thou come to torment us before the time? The meaning is, they begged he would not cast them into torment before the time, which was already fixed, but that if he would cast them out of the man, he would let them go away, etc. The evangelist St. Luke says the devil besought him that he would not command them to go out into the deep. Our learned annotators think that part is not rightly rendered, adding that they do not believe the devil, fearing drowning, but with submission. I believe the meaning is that they would not be confined to the vast ocean, where no inhabitants being to be seen, they would be effectually imprisoned and tied down from doing mischief, which would be a hell to them. As to their going into the swine, that might afford us some allegory, but I am not disposed to jest with the Scripture. No, nor with the devil neither, farther than needs must. It is evident the devil makes use of very mean instruments sometimes, such as the damsel possessed with a spirit of divination, and several others. I remember a story, how true I know not, of a weak creature next door to an idiot, who was established in the country for an oracle, and would tell people strange things that should be long before they came to pass. When people were sick, would tell them whether they should live or die. If people were married, tell how many children they should have, and 100 such things as filled the people with admiration. And they were the easier brought to believe that the girl was possessed. But then they were divided about her too, and that was the finest spun thread the devil could work, for he carried a great point in it. Some said she had a good spirit, and some a bad. Some said she was a prophetess, and some that she was the devil. Now, had I been there to decide the question, I should certainly have given it for the latter, if it were only upon this account, namely, that the devil has often found fools very necessary agents for the propagating his interest and kingdom, but we never knew the good spirits do so. On the other hand, it does not seem likely that heaven should deprive a poor creature of its senses, and as it were take her soul from her, and then make her an instrument of instruction to others, and an oracle to declare his decrees by. This does not seem to be rational. But as far as divination is in use in our days, yet I do not find room to charge the devil with making any great use of fools, unless it be such as he has particularly qualified for his work, for as to idiots and naturals they are perfectly useless to him. But a sort of fools called the Magi, indeed, we have some reason to think he often works with. We are not arrived to a certainty yet in the settling this great point, namely, what magic is, whether a diabolical art or a branch of the mathematics. Our most learned Lexicon Technium is of the latter opinion, and gives the magic square and the magic lantern 2 terms of art. The magic square is when numbers in arithmetical proportion are disposed into such parallels or equal ranks, as that the sums of each row, as well diagonally as laterally, shall be all equal. For example, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Place these 9 in a square of 3, they will directly and diagonally make 18. Thus, this he calls the magic square, but gives no reason for the term, nor any account of what infernal operations are wrought by this concurrence of the numbers, neither do I see that there can be any such use made of it. End of Part 2, Chapter 11, Section A. Conclusion of the History of the Devil. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe. Conclusion. Of the devil's last scene of liberty, and what may be supposed to be his end, with what we are to understand of his being tormented forever and ever. As the devil is a prince of the power of the air, his kingdom is mortal, it must have an end, and as he is called the god of this world, that is, the great usurper of the homage and reverence which mankind ought of right to pay their Maker, so his usurpation also, like the world itself, must have an end. Satan is called the god of the world, as men too much prostrate and prostitute themselves to him, yet he is not the governor of this world, and therefore the homage and worship he has from the world is an usurpation, and this will have an end, because the world itself will have an end, and all mankind, as they had a beginning in time, so must expire and be removed before the end of time. Since then the devil's empire is to expire and come to an end, and that the devil himself and all his host of devils are immortal seraphs, spirits that are not embodied and cannot die, but are to remain in being, the question before us next will be, what is to become of him? What is his state to be? Whither is he to wander? And in what condition is he to remain to that eternity to which he is still to exist? I hope no man will mistake me so much in what I have said as to spirits, which are all flame, not being affected with fire, as if I suppose there was no place of punishment for the devil, nor any kind of punishment that could affect them, and so of our spirits also when transformed into flame. I must be allowed to speak there of that material fire, by which, as an allegory, all the terrors of an eternal state are represented to us in Scripture, and in the writings of the learned commentators, and by which the pain of sense is described. This perhaps I do not understand as they seem to do, and therefore have said, when we're all flame, that is, all spirit, we shall fire, that is, all such fire as this, despise, and thus I claim to be understood. It does not follow from hence, neither do I suggest, or so much as think that infinite power cannot form a something, though inconceivable to us here, which shall be as tormenting and as insupportable to a devil, an apostate seraph, and to a spirit, though exalted, unembodied, and rarefied into flame, as fire would be to other bodies, which I think I am orthodox, and do not give the least occasion to an enemy to charge me with profane speaking in those words, or to plead from thinking profanely himself. It must be atheistical to the last degree to suggest that whereas the devil has been heaping up and amassing guilt ever since the creation of man, increasing in hatred of God and rebellion against him, and in all possible endeavor to dethrone and depose the majesty of heaven, that yet heaven had not prepared or could not prepare a just penalty for him, and that it should not all end in God's entire victory over hell, and in Satan's open condemnation. Heaven could not be just to its own glory if he should not avenge himself upon this rebel for all his superlative wickedness in his modern as well as ancient station, for the blood of so many millions of his faithful subjects and saints whom he has destroyed. And if nothing else offered itself to prove this part, it would appear undoubted to me. But this, I confess, does not belong to Satan's history, and therefore I have reserved it to this place, and shall also be the shorter in it. That his condition is to be a state of punishment, and that by torment the devil himself has owned, and his calling out to our blessed Lord when he cast him out of the furious man among the tombs, is a proof of it. What have we to do with thee? And art thou come to torment us before the time? Luke 8, verse 28, where the devil acknowledges 4 things, and 3 of them are directly to my present purpose. And if you won't believe the word of God, I hope you will believe the devil, especially when 'tis in open confession against himself. 1. He confessed Christ to be the Son of God. That, by the way, and no thanks to him, for that does not want the devil's evidence. 2. He acknowledges he may be tormented. 3. He acknowledges Christ was able to torment him. 4. He acknowledges that there is a time appointed when he shall be tormented. As to how and what manner and by what means this tormenting the devil is to be performed or executed, that I take to be as needless to us as 'tis impossible to know, and being not at present inclined to fill your heads and thoughts with weak and imperfect guesses, I leave it where I find it. It is enough to us that this torment of the devil is represented to us by fire, it being impossible for our confined thoughts to conceive of torment by anything in the world more exquisite, whence I conclude that devils shall at least receive a punishment suitable to their spirituous nature, and as exquisitely tormenting as a burning fire would be to our bodies. Having thus settled my own belief of this matter, and stated it so, as I think will let you see 'tis rightly sounded, the matter stands thus. Satan, having been let loose to play his game in this world, has improved his time to the utmost. He has not failed on all occasions to exert his hatred, rage, and malice at his conqueror and enemy, namely his Maker. He has nor failed, from principles of mere envy and pride, to pursue mankind with all possible rancor, in order to deprive him of the honor and felicity which he was created for, namely, to succeed the devil and his angels in the state of glory from which they fell. This hatred of God and envy at man, having broken out in so many several ways in the whole series of time from the creation, must necessarily have greatly increased his guilt, and as heaven is righteous to judge him, must terminate in an increase of punishment adequate to his crime and sufficient to his nature. Some have suggested that there is yet a time to come when the devil shall exert more rage and do more mischief than ever yet he has been permitted to do. Whether he shall break his chain or be unchained for a time, they cannot tell, nor I neither. And 'tis happy for my work that even this part, too, does not belong to his history. If ever it shall be given an account of by mankind, it must be after it is come to pass. For my part is not prophecy of foretelling what the devil shall do, but history of what he has done. Thus, good people, I have brought the history of the devil down to your own times. I have, as it were, raised him for you, and set him in your view, that you may know him and have a care of him. If any cunninger man among you think they are able now to lay him again, and so dispose of him out of our sight, that you shall be troubled no more with him, either here or hereafter, let them go to work with him their own way. You know things future do not belong to an historian, so I leave him among you, wishing you may be able to give no worse an account of him for the time to come than I have done for the time past. Finis. End of conclusion. End of the History of the Devil by Daniel Defoe.